Everything. Yeah, there we go. Yo, everybody, good to see you. Hope you're all having a good day. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, casual gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're going back to working on... There's a dog barking. Anyway, what was I saying again? Oh, yeah. Today we're going to be working on... Okay, that dog is getting very distracting. Hold on a minute. Okay, that should do. Anyway, so as I was saying, today we're going to be drawing, whatchamacallit. What are the words? We're going to be working on the character sheet. And with that being said, I hope you're all having a good day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care... No, wait. I keep forgetting. I'm not supposed to say that yet. Anyway, we're going to be working on the character sheet for the mech, because I want to make 3D models of that in the future. But along with that, we finally, as you can see on the screen, we finally got the snow moth available. Or yeah, we got the snow moth done. It's finally finished. It's finally ready. It's got the left and the right angles, all of that. It's got the wave and everything. And it even has its own, wait, wrong button. There we go. It even has its own, wing animation. So you could have the wings go up and down and all of that. Yeah. Which, by the way, if you like this, snow moth model, it is available and it is free on the coffee page. So if you want one of your very own, just go to the coffee page, put KO or exclamation point KOFI, and you can get your very own snow moth. There we go. Now we're just going to toss this little sucker right over here. Here. You know what? You don't need to see the drawing. You just need to see this the entire stream. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, we're just going to toss this little sucker right over here. Perfect. Yeah, I think that works. And yo, Bambi and Tron, how you be? I hope you're having a good day. Let's give a shout out to Bambi. Because you already know we got to do this. Go check out Bambi. They do a lot of art. They play a good variety of games. All of that funny stuff. Also, if you look in the emote section, for those of you that have emotes, you will see that one little emote that says lizard. Or shows lizard. Hey, A is for horses. This little lizard emote. This was drawn and animated by Bambi. Go check them out. If you want your very own Bambi lizard emote, go check out Bambi's vgen. Yeah. Go support the dragon. And let's give a shout out to Tron. Speaking of animations, Tron also does animations of their very own. They worked on their own Dead Space figure, and they work on many other art pieces as well. So go check them out. I highly recommend it. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. All right. With that being said, let me go back over here. Where is it? Photoshop. There we are. So we're going to go back to the Photoshopping over here, and I forgot I need to buy light bulbs tomorrow. Light bulbs and sandpaper. I know that's a weird combination, but trust me, there's a reason for all of that. Two completely separate situations, but still, reasons nonetheless. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to get ourselves a new layer, because I want to make a circle. Like, I want to make a perfect circle, so we're going to get one of those elliptical tools. Ellipses tools? Let me see, what is it called? Yeah, elliptical. I don't know, whenever I think of elliptical, I think of that one exercise machine. I never really think of anything circular when thinking about that. So it's really hard to think about, in all honesty. Oh yeah, where's the pen? There we go, pen. Now let's fill in that circle. Perfect. Let's deselect. Erase this half, because we don't want that full circle. We want a perfect circle, but at the same time, we don't want the whole circle. We just need certain parts of said circle. Let's go back to our brush, make sure it's at 100% sharpness. So we get a nice crisp line across here. Oh, speaking of which, how is everybody's week? How is everybody's Friday? Congratulations, you made it to the end of the week. And I hope you're all enjoying your day. And always remember, whatever plans you have for the weekend, if it is your day off for the weekend, always remember, don't let other people tell you how to spend that weekend. Spend it however you like. Whether it's hanging out with friends, hanging out by yourself, going to a party, going to a club. walk in the park. Or let me see, what would be a crazy situation? Or spending spending like 30 whole minutes in the closet looking for paint. Totally not a personal experience. I don't know where you got that impression from. But yeah. Spend it however you like. You only get one life as far as we know. So don't let people push you around and tell you how you gotta live it. Especially if you ain't happy with it. If you ain't happy with it, then it's time to make a change. Now let's make this part of the circle. Actually, I don't even know if I want to keep this circle, though. I'll figure that part out later. But yeah, completely unrelated. So, I've kind of finished off the print... okay, so the prints have finally been completed. That's what I should be saying. The prints have been completed. After much trial and error, I finally got the body, the head... yeah, the body and the head and the antenna finally print out properly, and now I can actually now I can finally start producing more of these Lampy figures. But before I get the printer to make more of them, I just got to take care of one last thing, and that is painting. Hence the reason why I went into the closet. Because I thought to myself, okay, I'm gonna need to get some paint, but I'm not sure if I threw it out or not. I think I might still have paint from years ago, but I wasn't 100% certain. So I looked into the closet before I decided to buy any. And lo and behold, there was paint. So we were in the clear on that one. Glue, on the other hand. I didn't have any glue, so I had to go pick up a glue gun. Regardless, I got all the materials I need. Now all I need to do is just paint the figure, see if I can manage to paint the eyes properly and not mess it up. And... what's the other word I'm looking for? Paint the eyes and hope I don't mess that up. And get the glue gun to attach at least 2 out of the 3 parts, because everything else attaches just fine. Okay, I take it back. The only... actually, yeah. No, I rescind that. There are 4 parts of this thing. Well, technically, let me see. How many parts is this actually altogether about this 3D print? So there's the body, that's 1 whole part. Then there's the head, that's 2 parts. Then each antennae is 3 and 4. Then there's the arm with the gun, that's 5. And then the 2 wings, that's 6 and 7. Why does this feel like something out of an anime? If you collect all 7 pieces of the Lampy, he pulls out his gun. Never assemble all 7 pieces of the Lampy. Okay, I think I understand why it feels like one of those legendary stories, because let's be honest, most stories usually have 7. Even when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! That had a 5-piece monster, it was still 7 Millennium items, so... still fell down that road anyway. You got 7 Dragon Balls, 7 Millennium items. I wonder if JoJo has 7 parts. Okay, yes, well, technically it has 9 parts, but that's not what I mean. You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm trying to think. Folks, does anyone know? Also, good to see you there, 10. I hope you're enjoying your lurking. But yeah. Okay, that's a weird phrase to say. Either way, don't worry about it. Also, Alex, welcome on in. So, as I was saying, the thing that I was trying to say... oh, right. Also, thank you for the hydrate. What I wanted to mention was... folks, what's another set of 7 things that you could think about that's in media? Like I mentioned before, there were 7 Millennium items in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7 Dragon Ball Dragon Balls in, well, Dragon Ball... 7... I'm pretty sure there's other things that are 7. I just don't quite remember. Now, let me see the next step. So what we need to do, get our brush. Make that... You know what? Yeah, actually, you know what? We can still continue from here. Make that line, drag it across, drag that one down. Then connect that dot right there. That part should be good. Posture check. Thank you for the posture. Yeah, comfy streamer. Yo, Blobby, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Blobby. Folks, if you haven't checked out the Blobby, I highly recommend that you do. Very chill streams, which is funny because Blobby calls this a cozy stream or a comfy stream. Nah, go to Blobby's. That shoots this stream out of the water when it comes to comfiness. Me, I talk about weird stuff. I'm trying to think. What other thing had 7? 7 objects to complete something. It's driving me crazy because I know there's more than just the Dragon Balls and Millennium items. What other things are there? Oh, well, it'll come to mind eventually. Maybe not right now, but someday. Now, let's see. Next step. Now we need to draw the head. Anyway, now that I think about it, I'm sidetracking. That part's not important. 7 deadly sins? Ah, see, there you go. 7 deadly sins. There should be another set of 7 or something. Either way, the point being is, going back to it, I got to print out all 7 parts of the Lampy figure. Now all I gotta do is paint a few things. I gotta paint the gun, I gotta paint the eyes, the antennae, and the wings. But I'm thinking, okay, it was mentioned before that some people wanted to get a Lampy figure and paint it themselves, and I thought, you know what? You know what? I should have that as an option. Just make like 10 full figures of just a pre-made Lampy, and maybe make 5 printed figures of a just clean... What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, just make 5 figures of a clean Lampy for people to just paint on their own. Let them come up with their own color concepts. See how that goes. This way you have a pre-painted one and a paint-it-yourself one. For those that want to paint it themselves. And we'll see how that goes. Now with that, let's roll this circle in. Roll that circle across. Make that giant bean-shaped head. There we go, perfect. Now to figure out the car. Should I continue with that line? Because, okay, so here's the other thing about making this figure. I need to make it to where it fits the exact... How do I put it? I need to make this one so that it will be easy enough for the person that I'm hiring to make the 3D figure. Because, fair disclaimer, I don't make the 3D models myself. I don't exactly have the time to create them myself, so I can only... The most I do is design it, make the front end side view, and then I send that, I send the reference sheet to someone who can sculpt in 3D. So they can make it for me. Obviously, I pay them. And once they get it done, that's when I print it out over here. If that makes any sense. Because I got to give credit where credit is due, as much as I would like to say. Okay, so funny thing I've started to learn over the years is that as much as I would like to do everything myself, everything solo, I started to learn that sometimes it's not always possible. Sometimes you gotta let a professional do it. And this is one of those occasions, because I did take a swing at working on 3D once before. But for some reason, I just stopped. Like, it wasn't even that I was getting frustrated with it. I just eventually stopped it because I had to take care of so many other things. There was a lot more work to do. A lot of other projects I needed to take care of. And I never really went back to that 3D figure. And I knew I was never going to go back to it, or at least not any time that was reasonable. And since I knew someone that does 3D work, and, you know, I wanted to support back like the way they supported... Yeah, they supported me over the years, and I wanted to support back, so I understood, like, you know what, it's time I just send the work over there. Let me just send it that way. Gun, thank you for redeeming gun. Yo, Quee, welcome on in. Sneaks in and steals your snacks. Oh yeah, we'll see about that. Let's you sneak them snacks now. Alright, let's give a shout out to Quee. We were actually playing Elden Ring Night Rain with them yesterday, so if you want to see Elden Ring or what's the other game called? Expedition 33, go check out the Quee. They've been playing a good variety of games. A good lot of stuff. Very funny streams over there. I highly recommend it. Also, let's give a shout out to Mooney, because they shout me out every chance they get. I'm getting my vengeance back. Also, very funny streams, very chill times, very entertaining, very entertaining streams. Go check them out, I highly recommend it. They bully me, so this is only fair. I know what I'm getting. Oh, I know what I'm getting the Lampster for next year's birthday. One, I don't know what to say, and two, I feel like I should be concerned. Like, what could they possibly be getting for my birthday next year? What did I say that made something click in their head? I don't like the plotting that they're doing. Also, that figure, or yeah, that little emote reminds me of a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. Speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, I will say, I don't know what happened with Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, I like the monsters and I like the designs, but something about the more recent designs feel a little empty. I don't know what it is about it, but I look at the more recent designs that have popped up over the past couple of years, and I don't know, they just feel a little forgettable. Just a little bit. Like, if you didn't say it was, or if I didn't tell anybody it was Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't think anyone would, that would be their first guess when seeing it. Like, the past couple of Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes, I feel like if I said, hey, what anime do you think this is from? They would assume, I don't know, I feel like they would probably assume it was, some anime from the new, or, yeah, from, this year's new summer lineup. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a new anime? What anime is this from? It's from the Yu-Gi-Oh game, like, wait, really? Like, what's the... trying to think. What's the name of that one? I think it's called Branded, or something like that. Now, okay, I know Branded is made out of a couple of archetypes smacked together, but yeah, we haven't really gotten a lot of archetypes that really stand out and say, yeah, this is a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Or at least that's how I've been feeling about it personally. I think that's also why I've been taking a break from the game itself. That and because I'm broke. Okay, when I say broke, I mean, you know, I don't have a lot of, how do I put it? what's the exact words I want to say here? Because we're fine right now. I'm not struggling financially at the moment, but at the same time, it's more like one of those things where I don't feel... Trying to find the right words. I wouldn't feel comfortable throwing the money away over cards or spending money on cards because I'm like, you never know what the next couple of months is going to look like after this. So just to be safe, because we're in the clear right now. We're in the clear, but just to be safe. That's how I feel about it. Expendable funds. Yes, exactly. I don't feel like, not exactly broke, but don't have expendable funds. If I'm going to be spending a lot of money, it better be on a game that is really, really... Yeah, a game that I really, really want. Or... We buying cards? Yeah, you know what? I take it back. This is going to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card buying stream. Let's see, what Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are there? Alrighty then. What on earth is Fairy Tail? Anyway, yo, Kiri, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Kiri. Also, very funny streams. They are Fox. Go check them out. And just like Mooney, they also like to bully me. No? Yes. Alright, let's see. I was fighting Maris, and we got to level 15, and we got the rune bug killed, so we got extra runes. We were stacked. Then we died, with Maris having 1/10 of its health. No! Also, who was leading the team that got you to level 15? And I'm sorry to hear about that there, Quee. No! For those of you that don't know what Quee's talking about, Elden Ring Night Rain. They just got to the Sleep Slug with max levels, all the weapons, and then they died at the very tail end of the fight. No, I feel bad about that. I'm sorry to hear that there, Quee. Maybe next time. Also, accept the shout out, Kiri. Go check out Kiri. Really awesome people. They were playing Peak recently. Oh, so mad? Yeah. I don't blame you. Like, so close. Yeah, that one. That's Kiri. Go check out Kiri. And I know a lot of people that would agree with me. Mm-hmm. Now, what was I talking about again? Oh, yeah, I was talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Right, those were the two reasons. Like, one, I didn't really see a lot of monsters or cards that I thought, I really want this card. And second, I don't have a lot of expendable income to just say, you know what, I'm willing to spend money. Even if the cards that I usually buy are cheap. Like, if I really wanted to get all the cards that I really, really wanted, probably be around, like, 20 bucks for all of them at this very moment. But at the same time, I could use that 20 bucks for soda. I could use that 20 bucks for food. I could use that 20 bucks on literally getting me a spool of filament, and I think that's a much better investment. Oh, speaking of which, okay, so after printing out this Lampy figure, after 3D printing out the Lampy, I still have a good amount of spool. Oh, right, I should probably also talk about this part. So, after I printed it out, you want to know how many failed attempts I've had? I've literally been trying to print out the body for an entire week. I could definitely tell you it was a lot of materials that broke off. A lot of pieces that failed the attempt. And I've had a couple of experiments where the print was successful, but the quality was, well, you know what? This is my own work and my own, okay, not my own work, because, well, half and half. Well, 20/40. Okay. How do I put this? The way I tried to print it out to make it easier for myself, because I thought if I try printing it at the bottom, and I have it print all the way up, maybe the legs won't break. And they didn't break. The legs worked just fine that way. But the body looked like hot garbage. So even though they've completely printed, they weren't successful. So I had to continue working with the original game plan that was given to me by the 3D artist. Which I thought, what if I just put it that way? No. There's a reason why they printed it from that angle, I'm assuming now. Because any other angle just won't work properly at the very least. But after many of failed experiments and after many experimentation on the supports, I successfully got that printed out. And we still got plenty of material from that spool, from the original spool. And the best part is, I didn't use the good spool yet. I didn't use the good material. That one's still over there, completely boxed in. So, I can actually come back to this, and if I really wanted to print out the main ones, I got the good material right there, and I could just have that start running. And so we should be good. I don't know how many I'm going to be able to make off of one roll. We're going to find that out. That's what I really want to find out, is how many of these can I make from one roll. Because if I can make a good amount, then I could definitely... Okay, as far as I know, I'm definitely... The price for these figures should be very, very manageable. Very, very affordable now in comparison to the amount that I thought I had to pay originally. Because, yeah. Okay, for those of you that don't know, the original game plan that I was given, because I looked everywhere. I checked with the 3D modeler that I had. Okay, we'll get back to that one soon enough. Surprisingly enough, I cut myself off at the perfect time. Yo! Dai, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's also give a shout out to Daishima. They do a lot of cooking streams. They do a lot of chatting streams. And they play a good variety... Or, wait, do they play games? Maybe. They do a lot of VR. Go check them out. I highly recommend that you do. And everybody stopping by. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I'm live to rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet for the Lampy mech. This is the next figure I want to print. Well, this is the next figure I want to get in 3D. So I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and run, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How was the food and the drink? I hope it went well. Let me catch up with some things right here. I always just have a budget for a Digimon TCG booster box when one released, but that's all I do for cards. Honestly, fair and reasonable. Again, doesn't, or yeah, so long as you could budget yourself and you know that you can comfortably do so, why not? Might as well go for that box. Me personally, I kind of got bored of buying boxes because okay. I would like to buy boxes again of Yu-Gi-Oh! The only problem is, it's, again, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also in a situation where it's not the same. You can't just buy a box, get all them cards, and figure out how you want to use some of these, or, hey, this card could be useful. Maybe I'll play that later. Maybe I could add that to a deck someday, or maybe I could just make a deck around this card. I don't know. Too many of them are archetype specific, and I understand why they did that. But because of that, there's only like 1 or 2 archetypes that I would want. The rest of them are kind of meh, and I'm like, eh. You know what? Maybe I should try Digimon. Oh, wait. Okay, so I mentioned this before. There's a card game now called Cookie Run Kingdom. The game Cookie Run is already existing, but there's a game called Cookie Run Kingdom, and I saw that they have trap cards, and I was like, sold. I see the cards, and I know they're cookies, but sold. I want this game. Trap cards, that's all I needed to hear. Oh, speaking of, I am thinking of getting a 3D printer for Christmas. Ooh. What you planning on printing there, Blobby? But yeah, welcome on in there, Di. How ya be? Hope things are going well. I barely do games these days, although I am doing tabletop tomorrow. Betrayal at the House of the Hill, or House on the Hill, with some peeps. Ooh, nice. Yo, congrats. I'm wishing you the best of luck on that one. That sounds pretty awesome. And honestly, fair. You work with what's best for you. If gaming ain't your thing, you do what... Or yeah, you basically do what works best. Also, I've been seeing a lot of food you've been making. That looks like some really good stuff right there. If I could, I would break into that house and steal that food. but I'm not that crazy. Emphasis on that? Yeah, that. Let's go with that. All right, what was I talking about again? Oh, yeah. So, Cookie Run Kingdom card game. I don't even remember how the game is played. I just know that there is trap cards in it. And considering that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been, well, with the exception of that one archetype, trap cards have been kind of lacking in the recent years. I want to play that. Oh, I mean, to be fair, there's also that other one. What's it called? Save? Save. Thank you for the save. There's also that other one. Genesis format in Yu-Gi-Oh! I haven't tried too much of it, but I want to try that idea. I want to see. Did that mitigate the insanity of the current Yu-Gi-Oh! Game? I hope so. Alright, so we got the front of the car. Now we just need to add them antennae right over here. Also, Karibo Lord, welcome on in. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. It's been a while, but I've been busy. How are you? Yo, nice. That's what's up. Or I hope it's a good busy. Because I know there's busy as in things have been successful. I've been working on a lot of stuff. And I gotta, or yeah, now that I have a little bit of time to work or, you know, just chill for a minute, I can do so. So hi. And then there's the bad kind of busy where it's like, oh yeah, a lot of stuff has happened in the recent years, and so I had to take care of that. And now that's over, so we're back. So I hope it's a good busy. Either way, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Just trying to connect that line. Boom, there we go, and we're good. It's middling, not too chill, but not too crazy. Honestly, that's also fair and reasonable. Not too chill, but not too crazy. That's not so bad. I would consider that a good busy. Now, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Digimon. How is the Digimon card game now that I think about it? I've heard of, okay, I don't know what it is about recent. Oh, right, that new game, that's what it was. I've heard of Digimon popping up a lot recently, and I'm assuming mostly because of the card game and that new game that came out for the what is it called? Oh, just that new game, Story something? I've also been hearing about a lot of Digimon that I've never heard of before in my life. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I stopped with Digimon the moment they stopped airing it on TV. Like on public TV. Like, I know that Digimon kept on going many, many years after Tamers, I think it is? Wait, is Tamers the one where they become the Digimon, or is Tamers... is that one part 3? I can't quite remember the exact names. All I remember is that there's the first one, which was the Isekai one. There was the second one, which was Superhuman Samurai. Shout out to anyone who knows what that show was. Then there was the third one, where it was Yu-Gi-Oh! Prove me wrong. They were playing with cards. And they had their spirit monster and everything. And then they had the fourth one, which was Kamen Rider. Again, prove me wrong. They didn't have a Digimon at that time. They were the Digimon. Or Power Ranger. Either one of them works. Anyway, the point being is, you know what I'm talking about. I don't remember which one Tamers was. I want to take a wild guess and say Tamers was the one where they... I want to say Digimon Tamers was the Kamen Rider one. I'm not entirely 100% certain. There we go. Also, what we're drawing in the back here is like, we're trying to add metal bars to the back. This way, the vehicle, or the mech, how do I put it? You want to be able, you know, when you're in a vehicle, you want to see what's behind you. But considering this vehicle, you also kind of want to make sure that nobody gets in. Lampy's also kind of dumb because they added the bars to the back so no one gets in, but the front is still kind of just still just the regular windshield. They barred up everything, sealed up all the other spots except for the main the main window. This is what you call an unintentional design flaw. Star Wars. All right, let's add that line at the bottom. But yeah, Blobby, if you're still there, I saw that message about trying to get a 3D printer. What, if you're still there, what did you have in mind? Or if you're lurking, do not worry about it. You don't have to answer. I now need to start looking into, oh, right, I forgot. You know what's funny about getting this 3D printer? I've already started having ideas of other things I wanted to make using said 3D printer, specifically for said 3D printer. Because for those of you that don't know, when you get a 3D printer, you're going to realize something that may or may not give you a lot of anxiety, and that is how much material is wasted. Simply for heating up the nozzle, cleaning up the nozzle, all of that. The machine itself, or at least the machine I got, and from what I've seen in YouTube videos, this is very prevalent with 3D printers. When heating up the nozzle, or before they do a print, and maybe even after a print, or sometimes even midway through a print, they will just expel a lot of material just to clean out the nozzle. So you end up with this tiny little cocoon, or as 3D printers like to call it, apparently, they call it a filament poop. Because it's literal waste. Not to be mistaken by actual poop, but, you know, it's just material waste. It just sits there, and you get a lot of that material waste while doing these prints. And when that happens, you know, it just drops it. Literally just drops it. This is why they call it, I'm going through all of this, or explaining all of this, I'm starting to realize why they call it just filament poop. Because it expels a lot of waste, and then it just drops it on the ground. So, if you get yourself a 3D printer, I recommend, if you don't have a tray for it already, I recommend the first thing you should do is print out a tray. Use that 3D printer, print out a tray using your 3D printer, so whenever things fall, they fall into the tray. That's what I'm planning on doing next. I'm planning on making myself a little tray, or printing out a little tray, just so whenever the spools drop, they drop right into the tray. Mostly so I can print my own Nerf stuff. Saves quite a bit compared to paying others to do it. You know what, Blobby? That is very, very true, and thank you for reminding me. That's what I was supposed to be talking about before the... That's what I was supposed to be talking about before the raid rolled in, because I was thinking, like, I was supposed to talk about something, but I forgot what it was. So, before getting my own 3D printer, I was looking around to find out how much would it cost to print out this figure. How much would it cost to make the printer? Yeah, to make the figure and get it printed out. Because I knew someone who had, or I know someone who has a 3D printer. So I asked them, how much would it cost to make everything? If I wanted at least 10 Lampy figures, how much would it cost? And I heard it was roughly around 300, 350, I believe. Or close to 300. If not around 300. And I heard that. I knew full well I can't make the Lampy figure happen at this cost, or at least I can't mass produce it, or I can't sell a Lampy figure at that cost. So I kind of had to give up on it. And then I was told, hey, have you tried this place or that place? I was like, you know what? Let me check this out. I mean, I feel bad, but let me check this out, because I don't really have much else in option. And I looked into those other places, and I can definitely tell you, they didn't help either. They roughly rounded up in the same price. They rounded up in the same price pool as the one that my friend quoted for me. And that's when I realized there's only one way around this, isn't there? There's only one way to pull this off. I gotta make my own prints. I don't know how much it's gonna cost me, but let's find out. And from what I've seen so far, it should be manageable. Or it's definitely a lot more manageable in comparison to getting someone else to make it for me, which is crazy to think about. Also, I gotta go bully a friend right quick. You know what? You know what? Hold on a minute. Let me actually snag their name. Because I'm just going to... One, I need to shout them out. But first... okay, so what I basically did was I used this, or I redeemed something in their stream right now, because they're streaming at the moment. They're currently playing some sort of game. I used one redeem that bugs them a lot. It's this this one character from Honkai or something like that. I think it's Star Rail, one of those games. They just spin around and they just, I don't know how to explain it. There's a sound alert over there is the best I could say. But anyway, shout outs to Kim over here. Let's give a shout out to Kim, because they are the ones that I went to make the 3D figure. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have nothing to print in the first place. So, let's give a shout out to Kim. Go check out Kim when you get the chance. They make a lot of 3D work. Yo! Okay, one, good to see you there, Mary Lamb. Hope you're having a good day. And Onyx, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, we'll give Kim a shout out afterwards. Or again afterwards. Alright, let's give a shout out to Onyx. Folks, if you haven't seen Onyx, I highly recommend that you do. They are also bug. They also do art. They are the ones that I actually stumbled upon the game Cookie Run as a card game. And that's when I found out that they had trap cards. So go check out Onyx. It's very, very chill streams over there. Also, they too have a gun show. So if you want to see a gun show, not the same kind of gun show, we have a different gun show. We have Gun, but if you want to find out what sort of gun show they have, go check them out. I highly recommend that you do. And everybody stopping by from Onyx's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today we are currently working on a character sheet for the Lampy mech. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about writing a run, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How were things there, Onyx? I hope they were well. I hope they were good. And good to see you there, Mary Lamb, as well. Hold on a minute. Let me catch up with this reading right quick. If we're all Lampies, does that make the name of the cult Lampies are no. Actually, you know what? Name it whatever you want. I don't care. I don't agree to this cult. But yeah, welcome on in there, Tweedledee, Bach, Hunter, Onyx. How's everybody doing? Spare lamps? What spare lamps? Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? Spare lamp. Here you go. You could have this one. Onyx is my favorite buffest moth on Twitch. Indeed, indeed. Also, they make amazing art. Not gonna lie. Onyx makes a lot of amazing art, and they've also blessed us with a lot of Lampy fan art over a time, that's for certain. And I am always surprised by it all the time. Like, I'm just like, go check out Onyx. Yeah. Yeah, they went well. Watch some Scooby-Doo movies. Ooh, nice. The lamp. It glows. Indeed, it do be glowing. But yeah, go check out Onyx. Just overall, just really swell people. Also, let's give a shout out to Mary Lamb. They also do Artons and stuff. Really cool streams over there as well. Really awesome people. Also, Onyx, thank you for helping me, or yeah, thank you for making that stream about the card opening packs, because if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have known there was another card game with trap cards. Now I need to buy Cookie Run Kingdom cards. Someday. I don't know when, but someday. Moth support Moth. You know what? That's honestly fair. That's honestly fair. And I thank you for that. I greatly appreciate that. Speaking of which, folks, go support Onyx. What was I talking about again? Oh, yeah. So, long story short, after getting a 3D printer, that's when I found out that 1, 3D printing is tough, and 2, now I know that it's possible to make the figures that I want at a reasonable price, or at least, okay, how do I put it? At a manageable price, not a reasonable price, because the prices that I've been getting to get them made were very reasonable and understanding, because, you know, cost, time, effort with the painting, that takes a lot of money, and you got to make a profit. So I ain't gonna hark nobody on that one. I understand. That's how life works. But for me to have gotten all those prints made, it would not have been profitable. So, unless I hiked up the price ridiculously, and I mentioned it before when bringing up the cost to how much just 10 figures would have been. Like, okay, imagine it. Again, fair price. Understandable. But for me to buy 10 of them for 300, I would not be able to. That would have to be something where if I buy them for 300, I better be willing to give them away, because there's no way anybody's buying them. Or I better be willing to accept that I have 10 Lampy printed figures on, like, just to collect, because there's no way I'm going to be able to sell them. So yeah, now that I got my own 3D printer, now it's actually possible for me to make them at a reasonable price and put them on the market. Yeah. Love Cookie Run, and I'm glad you started playing the card game. Okay, I haven't started playing it yet, but I want to. Like, the reason why I haven't started it yet is mostly because I don't know anybody who plays it. But I did show it off to a couple of my friends, and I'm like, well, okay, I know one person that plays it now. But I showed it off to a couple of friends, and I don't know if they're ever going to pick up the game, but one of them seemed very excited. So, before I pick up Cookie Run, and now I'm like, okay, I need to find people to play this game with. Shout out to anyone who plays the Cookie Run game. I also need to look into what cards they have and what kind of cookies there are. Because I know a good number of friends that play Cookie Run, you know, just the regular game, not even the card game. Like the gacha game. But I don't know any, like, I don't know any of these cookies. I just know that there's a lot of friends that play this game. I'll play? Alright, I need to get cookies then. I need to go get the Cookie Run. I also need to find out where I can buy Cookie Run. Because I think I looked at TCG Player, and TCG Player doesn't have Cookie Run, so I need to find out where can I buy Cookie Run. Okay, now I have two things that I gotta look up now. I gotta look up where I can recycle my filament, and where can I buy Cookie Run cards. Yo, Morty, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Morty. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. Also, how was Dredge? I hope it was fun. Go check out Morty. They do art They do 3D rigs. They play a good variety of games. And yeah, overall, just really chill time over there. Really chill. Go check them out when you get the chance. Also, it could be very funny. Also, they play Risk of Rain 2, so you know it's good. And everybody stopping by for Morty's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, full-size moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we are currently playing... Or not playing. Today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet for the Lampy mech. I want to get this thing... I was going to say, I'm trying to get this thing turned into a 3D print down the road. I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. They should be out. Ah, fantastic. Then I got to find out. I got to go find out where I could get these games. And yeah, with that being said, I hope you had a lot of fun. Good to see you there, Morty. Digi Giant. Donnie, my dude. 2D rigs. And yeah, I love Dredge. Oh, 2D. Wait, did I say 3D? I apologize. Force a habit. I was talking about 3D printing, and I was talking about the person... I've been talking about a lot of 3D as of recent, so I may have accidentally put a 3 instead of a 2. Let me correct myself on that one. Go check out Morty. They do 2D rigs and 2D art. And apologies, my brain don't work. But yeah, overall, go check them out. Really great people. All right, let me see. And yeah, I love Dredge. It's so fun. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people play Dredge as of recent. It looks like a really, really fun game. I don't know how it works, but it looks really, really fun. But yeah, let me see. Thank you for the applause there, Donnie. Everyone be nice to Lampy. I'm gonna go scrub the gamer grease off, then come back. All right, you go scrub that grease. I'm wishing you the best of luck. You got this. And thank you again for the raid. You take care now. Lampy is our favorite little football-sized moth. Indeed, football. Yeah. You've got a moth plush? Yeah, okay, so we got 2 different kinds of moth plush. We got the live 2D model itself, and we also got a real-life Lampy plushie on the Etsy page. You could go find one of those right over here. Just click exclamation point Etsy. There we go. Go check out the Etsy. We got affordable models over there, as well as an actual plushie. Literally life-size. It is football-sized plush if you want one. He does his cutest thing. Yo, thank you. I'm glad that you like the plushie. And welcome on in there, Nazcat. Let's give a shout out to Nazcat. Oh, right. Also, well, first, let's give a shout out to Nazcat right quick. They also do art, and they also play a good variety of games. And yeah, go check them out. And as for the other, like I said, we have a real life one, and we also have this one over here. Hold on a minute. Where's the button? We also have a live 2D one. Not gonna lie, planning the plushie one took a good while, but after the first time around, the ball really got rolling on getting the second batch. The second batch was a whole lot easier to get in comparison to the first one. Whew. Let's see. I just took care of some bills. I'm gonna get to it. No worries, no worries. You take care of what you gotta take care of, and you know what? You're taking care of priorities. That is what is important. That is what that's what you really need to do. And if you ever pick up a Lampy plushie, I greatly appreciate that. And happy trash can. Not gonna lie, I thought I saw Trench Bucket for a second. Happy trash can, thank you for the raid. Wait, it's called Happy Trash Can, right? You let me know. Holy cow, we've been getting raided left or right today. Like, I think this has been like 3 raids in the past 10 minutes. How be things? Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you again for the raid. And we gotta do the raid message again. Hold on a second. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet. I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or ranking, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How was things? How was Watch Dogs? Is Watch Dogs the one with the whole hacking people's stuff? Maybe. Maybe. I'm a simple man. I see Moth with shotgun, I raid. Fantastic, fantastic. I'm glad you enjoy the bug with the gun. Whew. Welcome on in there, Happy. Good to see ya. Hope things are going well. Absolutely. Got you in the recommended off the side. Yo, nice. I'm glad that you took a risk here. I greatly appreciate it. And, now we're snoozing that right now. We just got ourselves a raid. Moth will be mine. Alright, sounds good, sounds good. I can't wait. And I hope you enjoy that bug when it gets shipped out to your place. Also, Fluffy Dragon, thank you for the stretch, or not the stretch, that's a redeem. Thank you for the follow, I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew, I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Whew. We caught up with everything. Slowly but surely we got there. It was good, yes. Hacking GTA with worse driving mechanics. Wait, they made the driving mechanics in this game worse than Grand Theft Auto? How do you pull that one off? Okay, I need to play Watch Dogs one of these days. I want to see how you make a game that has worse driving than GTA. Wait, nope, I take it back. You ever heard of this Toy Story game way back in the day? There's this game of Toy Story where... what's the word I'm looking for? There was an old Toy Story game on the Sega Genesis many years ago. And yes, I said Sega Genesis. Back when Sega made consoles. And there was this one segment where you had to play as the racing car. Where, you know that scene in Toy Story where Woody uses the RC racing car to knock Buzz out the window? Yeah, it was that part. You had to play that level, except it was a top-down view, which meant it should be easy, it should be simple, except it wasn't just literally straightforward. If you wanted to move forward, you move the button forward. It was, you wanted to move the button forward, you have to push left. You want to move the button backwards, you have to push right. They basically rotated the controls. And that made things very tricky. And that level was, oh my god, that was the worst driving mechanics I have ever seen in a game. Bar none. And I believe they did that on purpose, so you would have to play that game multiple times and you wouldn't be able to get away with just renting the game and getting it one and done right there. They wanted to make sure you bought those games. Whew. Okay, let me catch up with some stuff. Also, welcome on in there, Spock. Alright, let's see. Let me see. Dude, it's so freaking bad, I cannot explain it. I need to play this game now. I need to play Watch Dogs. I've been wanting to play Watch Dogs for, I think, over a decade. So I need to get to Watch Dogs. Toy Story GBA. Older than that. Ubisoft. It's Ubisoft made, not Rocksteady. Oh. The moment you said it was Ubisoft, that explained everything. Like, you know what? Completely fair. Completely understandable why the mechanics were worse. Or at least the driving anyway. The Game Boy port was worse than the Genesis one. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, you said GBA though. I wasn't sure if that was regular Game Boy or yeah, Game Boy or Game Boy Advance, because GBA usually means Game Boy Advance. Oh dude, I think I remember that. Yeah, it was the one where there was a whole boss fight for just the claw machine, and good lord, that one... That claw machine boss fight was worse than I remember. Like, I thought, I've said it before a long time ago, where, okay, let me put it to you this way. Have you ever played a game, or have you replayed a game when you're much older? Okay, let me try to rephrase that sentence to where it's a lot more cognitive, or a lot more structured. Have you ever played a game when you were a lot younger, and you could not figure that game out to save your life? But once you got older and you tried it again when your brain was more developed and it was easy or at least relatively manageable and you questioned why you had so much trouble with this game? Yeah, Toy Story for the Genesis was not that. It was definitely not that for the Genesis, because when I got older, I thought, you know what? I played I played Sonic 2, not Adventure 2, Sonic 2. The one where it was Sonic and Tails, just Sonic and Tails. I played that one after many years when I struggled with it as a kid. I went through that level, or went through that game. Easy. Like, no multiple retries. Granted, died a couple of times, but that's because I got overconfident. But I never had a full-on game over the time I tried it again as I was much older. Also, ads start in a minute. But when I tried Toy Story again, because I thought, should be fine, easy. I have much more brain power than before. I understand how these games work. I should be able to pull this off. I only got one level further than what I did when I was younger. Yeah, I made little progress. I made little to no progress over the years. And also, welcome on in there, Hook. I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. All right, let me try to catch up with some things. Anyways, I need to raid and run. Got some after stream stuff to do. Take care of... thanks for having us, and I hope you have a wonderful stream. All right, and no problem there, Happy. You take care of what you got to take care of, and I thank you again for the raid. And I hope you have a good night, a good day, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. I meant to say Game Boy Color. Oh, okay, that would make much more sense, because I was thinking, like, you would think that the Game Boy Advance would be around the same quality, if not maybe a little better, maybe, I don't know. I want to say around the same quality, because they had Golden Sun on the Game Boy Advance. But Game Boy Color, you know what, that makes much more sense. That's like how they had the Sonic games on the... I'm trying to remember. The Sega Game Gear. Lampert, Hook, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Hook. Go check out Hook. They also make 3D models. Go check out the Hook. Go check out the Hookening. They make 3D... Yeah, they do 3D art. They play a good variety of games. They also made their own... VTuber model. And their own mascot. Using 3D stuff. Go check them out. I highly recommend it. Whew. Okay, let's see. What did 10 say? Oh, I've been up for 17 hours since falling asleep. Spock, go to bed. Oh, we're in ads. Okay, I'll come back to that one later. Loving that snow moth? Yo, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Oh, right. I should probably... Hold on a minute. I just realized what I should be doing. Free snow moth. Live 2D. Now, let me go get the link for that thing. Because I just forgot. That's what I should have been doing a while back. Lampy art. Let's snag that link. We're just gonna plop that there, and then we're gonna pin this. But yeah, you know what? Since we got a lot more people here, and I only mentioned it early on in the stream, folks, check it out. The snow moth is finally available. Or yeah, the snow moth is finally done. It's finally finished. And most importantly, it is available on the Coffee page. And it is absolutely free. That's right, folks. You could get this snow moth of your very own. Also, wings up, wings up. You could get the snow moth of your very own. Use it as a live 2D model. Use that as a mascot. Use it however you wish. It also comes with a wave animation. And you can find it on that link right there. That Coffee link over there. You could pick it up for your very own for no cost. As well as many other things on the Coffee page. Go check it out when you get the chance. If you like. No pressure. We're going to just make the snow moth a little bit smaller. Bring them back down here. And then make Lampy back to regular size. And then we're good. All right. Let's catch up some things. Chilling before Bex? Fair enough. Go get that sleep. Go get that rest. I hope you enjoy. Also, since the ads are done, let me catch up with a couple of things. The first time I played Final Fantasy Tactics back in 1910s. Oh, back in the 1910s. 1910s? Okay, maybe I'm missing something. I was not smart enough to play it. After a few years, I could figure it out. Guess what I'm playing now? What you playing now there, 10? Wait, are you playing Tactics right now? Also, thank you for redeeming Slow Flirt. Also, Lorenzo, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Lorenzo, the boss, 2010. Hope things are good. I have come with gifts. Summons a lamp and some clothes. The next one is a snack. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you for the lamps. Mistyped earlier? Oh, gotcha. So I'm assuming it was the 2010s. Maybe. Or the 1990s. Maybe. Mistyped the year? Understandable. But yeah, welcome on in there. I hope you're having a good day. Now, what on earth was I doing again? Oh, right. Character sheet. Back to the character sheet. And, let's clean up these lines a bit. Because after all, this has to be a 3D figure. Or, yeah. We gotta send this to someone to turn it into a 3D figure. So I need to make sure that this looks just right. Alright, yeah, so... let me see. Do I have the other image here? Yeah. What I'm currently trying to do now, since I got a little more time, is that I wanted to turn both this and the bird over here into 3D figures later down the road. The bird is definitely a long ways away before that's happening. Heck, even this is still a long ways away from that happening. But I really want to make this a 3D figure. I want to make this one and maybe have some fire effects on it. I don't know. I want to figure that out. Also, I was talking to some folks about it yesterday. I don't exactly remember who, but I do remember that I still have the message from last time. Actually, you know what? I still have the message. Maybe I could read it. Or not read it, but I remember seeing one of these messages around here, and I made sure to screenshot it. So let me see. Who do I need to give credit to for this idea? That's not the one. Oh my god, I just realized what I should be doing. I should make Dungeon Dice Monsters things. Finally play Dungeon Dice Monsters. Oh, here's who mentioned, or here's who recommended it. A dude Manjo VT brought up this one idea that I think should be doable now. And what they said was, OMG, the lampy mouth, now I want hungry hippos, but with lampies. And for those of you that don't know what they're talking about when they say the lampy mouth, if you've been here long enough, you know full well about this. If you haven't been here long enough, well, just take a look at that emote, and now you'll understand. And this is why they brought up, like, they want hungry hippos, but with lampies now. And now that we have a 3D printer, that might be doable. I just need to know how hungry hippo, I just need to know how to design how the toy was designed, how the mechanics of the toy itself works. Obviously, we need little marbles. We need little lids. But now, I would just need to figure out how on earth do the levers work? How do we pull the lever to make the hungry hippo do its thing? Also, welcome on in there, Destroyer. Thank you for the save. I greatly appreciate it. Let's also give a shout out to Destroyer. And yes, I've been playing the updated Final Fantasy Tactics. Ooh, nice. I should look at Final Fantasy Tactics. I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I've never actually played it myself. I actually don't even know anything about it other than it exists. And it's a RPG type of game, like a party RPG, or how do I put it? Like a war type of RPG, like Tactical Wizards or Fire Emblem. I think they meant 1990s? Fair enough, 1990s. Okay, so it was 1990s. Understandable. Yeah, the original was released in 1997. Not gonna lie, that's earlier than I thought it was. Oh, wait, the original. Right. I'm thinking of the Final Fantasy Tactics from the Game Boy Advance era. Wait. When did the Game Boy Advance come out? No, wait, no. I know that the Game Boy Advance did not come out in the 90s because I remember having the Game Boy Color in middle school, and that was like in the early 2000s. Good lord, it's been forever. Wait, I gave the wrong shout out. Hold on a minute. I just realized, like, food and drink. When did Destroyer start doing food and drink streams? Yeah, we gave the wrong shout out. Folks, check out Destroyer. They play a good variety of games. They play the Tactical Breach Wizards. I want that game. I need to play that game later. There's a lot of games that I wanted to play. Oh, Destroyer. Actually, everybody here. Okay, for those of you that are big fans of the game, for those of you that are big fans of the game Titanfall, I just recently found out of a game called Diesel Knights. It is basically Titanfall because no one else, or because the developers are not making it. Someone gave up on waiting for Titanfall 3 and decided, nuts to this, they're making it themselves. It is called Diesel Knights. It's still in early development, and they have playtesting available right now. And I thought that was pretty awesome. And I kind of want to test that out on stream one of these days. I already downloaded the playtest, so I want to give it a shot. I want to figure out how to make this work, because it's Titanfall 3, technically. I don't know if they have a story for it yet, though. So I can't 100% say it's Titanfall 3, but they're basically designing their own Titanfall game. And I can't wait to see how it turns out. Tactics Advance came out in 2003. Ah, fair enough. So over 20 years ago, got it. God, would that make... Yeah, that's technically considered a retro game now. Final Fantasy Tactics released in February 14th, 2023. Ah, fair. Over 20 years. Holy moly. I hope Diesel Knights will... Okay, wait. Why do I feel like this is a pun? I don't know what Mega's XLR is. But yes, I hope... I mean, to be fair, it looks like they have, Titans. That's all that matters. I saw Titans. Game Boy Advance released June 11th. Oh, in NA on June 11th, 2021. I'm assuming that's supposed to be 2001. I'm going to take a wild guess and say 2001. Fair enough. Yeah, that's almost 30 years at this point. Dang, that is wild to think about. That's also kind of terrifying to think about when you also think about it like that. Yeah. Mega XLR is an anime with mech where a couple of guys find a mecha missing its head, cockpit, and put their car on it, and it works. I understand. So the exact opposite of a lampy mech. Understandable. It's literally, okay, funny enough, I heard that, or when hearing that plot, I'm just thinking like, so they put their car where the head should be of the mech. Meanwhile, they put a mecha head on top of a car. What a crazy story to bring up at this time. That is wild to think about sometimes. I wish I drew mech. Okay, sort of. I was gonna say, I kind of wish that I drew mechs more, but at the same time, mechs are a lot of work. I like the design of mechs. I just don't want to draw them. Unless I'm paid. That's the way I look at it. Like, unless it's a job, I'm looking at it like, too many angles. Too many angles. Too much perspective. Mechs are top tier designs that are a lot of work though. Exactly. Like one of my favorite mechs, also not biased at all. Honestly, I don't blame you. Okay, there was this one game that I really liked playing. It was called Xenosaga. And what I really liked about that one was that you had two different options. You could either play as the characters on the ground, or you could have them literally hop into their mechs. Pen spin. Okay, hold on a minute. Pen spin. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. But yeah, it was one of those games where you could just play as the character, have them jump into their mech, and just absolutely wail on an enemy right there. And it was fantastic. It was amazing. It was also one of those games where you better be ready to accept that you're going to watch a 30-minute episode before you get back into the game. I kid you not, I've had multiple occasions in that game where I'm trying to, or, you know, once you get to a cutscene, that cutscene takes forever and a half. Like, not even joking, it takes forever and a half. But I really like those designs. You ain't catching me drawing any of those. No matter how much I want to, you ain't catching me drawing any of those mechs. My favorite one, personally, I think was either the big orange one or the purple one. Because I think they had, like, two generic mechs. That if you had enough money, you could buy those mechs. For, you know, future fights. But they made sure those two were extremely costly. Because even though they were never assigned to anybody, they weren't like a signature mech for anybody. They were some of the best mechs in the game, and one of them was massive. This thing, it towered over the rest, and made every other mech look short. And understandably so. Again, if you're going to be paying all that, you better be paying all of that. Lamp, you tried Mecha Break? I have not, but I have the game. Wait, Mecha Break? No, I haven't tried Mecha Break. I forgot. Mecha Break is the online PvP game. I haven't played that one, but it looked really, really good. I know a lot of people that have been playing that game. Well, when it came out, I knew a lot of people that played that game. I didn't. Okay. How do I put it? I haven't gotten it in, or I haven't gotten into it myself because I don't know. When I see PvP, I'm like, oh, this is gonna get me mad for some reason. I know it. Somehow this game is gonna get me mad. Closest I got to try Xenosaga was Xenogears demo. Honestly, fair. I mean, close enough. They were both RPGs, or, you know, like they were both turn-based RPGs. Two completely separate stories, but they were both turn-based RPGs, and they were also in the same, technically same series, or same franchise. So yeah, same thing. Kinda. Not really. But a little bit. Sorta. It's hard to say. But yeah, how is Mecha Break, by the way? Like, what is it like? Am I, like, what do I... Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know too much about it, other than I think it's PvP. I'm not 100% certain. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, I forgot. What was I talking about again? Oh, we were talking about a bunch of mech games. Oh. No, the game I was thinking about was Mercenary Mech something. I forgot. What was the game called? Let me look this up. There was a game that I bought recently because it was on sale, and I just wanted an excuse to have more reasons to use the Lampy Mech, and one of those games was called... Give me a second, I'm opening Steam right now. One of those games was called... Library, where is that game? Should be under the M's. Legacy of Kain, no. Oh, that's the game I should be playing next. I should be playing Legacy of Kain. But first, there's 2 games I want to play before that one. And they're not really long games. They're just games that I just want to play that are just on the side before we get back into a longer game series. Where is it? Where is it? Something Mech Warrior. That's the one. I got Mech Warrior not long ago. Yeah, Mech Warrior. Thank you there, Blobby. Yeah, it's pretty much the only PvP, but the gameplay does look really cool. It does. From what I've seen, it looks really, really good. I just haven't played it myself. But it looks amazing. Oh, right. That's what I wanted to mention. So going back to it, when I was talking about mech design, or yeah, when I was talking about the whole thing about mechs looking really, really cool, but good lord, am I not drawing them. I think the only mech that I would attempt to draw is those red mechs from Gundam. I don't know what they're called exactly, but I know it's usually the main villain that uses that red mech. Especially the ones from way, way back in the day when they were practically glorified still images. You know what I'm talking about. That was anime back then. You can't tell me otherwise. They were just exaggerated still images with screaming too. Yeah, with a lot of screaming and yelling. Is that a bad thing? No, but I just thought it was a funny observation. But anyway, back then there was a mech that was very, very round. Didn't have too complex of a design. I mean, it was still pretty complex because, again, it's still a mech. But because of the round edges, it looked more like fantasy knight armor. Painted in very, very bright red. I don't even know what kind of color tone of red that is. But it's a very, very bright red, but not exactly pink. It's like on the verge of becoming pink. But it is still... If you saw it, you would say, yeah, that's red. But it's not the traditional... Oh, well, dang, I don't know if anyone else sees it. Does anyone see the color tone of Destroyer's name? Does anyone else see a bright red over there? It was basically that kind of color tone, maybe even brighter than that. I don't know. Now let me just draw this section first. Shouldn't be too difficult. We just got to drag this shape across here. There we go. Almost perfect. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We went a little too far. Yo, Varati, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Varati, and then we're going to catch up with Destroyer's message. Do not worry about that. Folks, if you haven't checked out Varati, I highly recommend that you do. They do a lot of art and they play a good variety of games. Very, very cursed but funny streams. And yeah, overall, just a really swell time and really swell people. If I'm correct, they were doing animation. No, wait, I was there earlier today. They were doing animation. Go check it out. And everybody stopping by from Variety Stream. Oh yeah, they're also a TV head if you're a fan of TVs. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we are currently working on the character sheet for the Lampy Mech. We're working on the side view. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. You never feel bad about writing and running because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome on in. How was the animation? How did it go? I hope it went well. I hope it was good. Good to see you there, Variety. Snow Two-Toe. Wheezy. Yo, Wheezy, welcome on in. I'm so glad to see everyone's doing just fine. Yeah, so far so good. So far so good. folks, go check out Wheezy. They also do animation. Really cool stuff over there. A little drawing. It went super well. Made some good progress. Yo, I'm glad to hear that. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, right. What was I gonna say? Shout out to anyone who does animation. Animation, okay. As someone who does animation myself, I could definitely say anyone who can manage to pull off animation, like, doesn't matter how expressive or how fluid or any of that sort of stuff, or fluent, something like that, how well it flows. If you can animate, even if it's only like 2 or 3 frames each, that's still a lot of work because you're practically drawing the same character multiple times in sequence. And that takes a lot of work. So, if you've done any form of animation, even if it's a little bit, give yourself a pat on the back, because that's still a lot of work. But yeah, Wheezy, I hope you're having a good weekend there. Went super well, made good progress. Glad to hear, glad to hear. I can't wait to see what it looks like when it's all done, because I know that's going to be awesome. That's going to be amazing. But yeah, right now we're just trying to... What's the word I'm looking for? Right now we're currently trying to take this model here and... Wait, that's where the line is. Hold on a minute. Then that means this part went too far. Hold on a second. We got to bring this back a little bit. But yeah, I hope you're all having a good weekend. Now, what was I talking about again? Oh, right. Let's catch up with what Destroyer said. The mechs are great, but they had... Oh, but they have had issues with player count and have been filling games with bots to make up the shortage. The bots have been everything from insanely easy to ball-bustingly difficult. It's a great game, but no one supported it, and now it's just kind of is. Oh. Dang. I'm sorry to hear that there. Not gonna lie, that's a very unfortunate circumstance. Because again, it looked like a really good game, and I knew a lot of people were playing it. I mean, granted, I don't see them playing it anymore, but still. It looked like it made a lot of... Or yeah, it looked like it was gaining a lot of traction. Dang. Now I feel a little depressed. Maybe I should play Mech Break. It's time to start promoting the Mech Break. Try to get that game back out there. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, going back to it. What was I talking about again? Oh, yeah. What was I trying to say? What I wanted to bring up next was... Oh, that's what it was. The games that I wanted to play later down the road. So, I want to get a game of not Elden Ring. Risk of Rain 2 later this week. Actually, you know what? I'm on the fence of what game I want to play this Sunday, because I know I want to play a game this Sunday. And I'm thinking either Risk of Rain 2 or One Step from Eden. Because I haven't played One Step from Eden in a good while, and I've never actually beaten it on stream. I've beaten 2 different modes of, yeah, I've gotten 2 of the story endings, and I think there's only 2 story endings, I don't quite remember. But if I'm correct, there was 2 story endings in One Step from Eden, and I somehow managed to get both of them off screen. No, wait, I think I got one of them on screen. But I haven't gotten the true ending off screen. Or the good ending? I don't quite remember. Either way, I need to play One Step from Eden and actually beat that game on screen. Or on stream. Words. You know what I mean. I use words. Something like that. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I need to play that game. And I just want to play Risk of Rain 2 because, you know, Risk of Rain 2. Why would I not want to play Risk of Rain 2? There's really no reason for me to be like, hey, you know what? I should be playing... Or I need an excuse to play Risk of Rain 2. Like, no, I don't. Like, hey, Lampy, why are you playing Risk of Rain 2 today? Or words. Alright, I can't seem to talk as of recent. Why do you want to play Risk of Rain 2 today? There is no reason. Risk of Rain 2, that's the reason. Let's add that circle. There we go. I'm hyped for the new character in Risk of Rain 2. I don't blame you. Like, Blobby, you need an orange reskin. Just get that orange reskin whenever you play Risk of Rain 2. Destroyer is using pure red RGB 255. Okay, then yeah, that's what the mechs in that's what the main villain mechs were in the early stages of Gundam. I am so glad that the music that was blasting in the background did not utter certain words, because I heard, or yeah, hearing the music that just blasted on by, that was definitely rap. And I already know what words are used in rap, and I'm just thinking, I am so glad that none of that got caught, because Twitch would not allow me to get away with that one. Like, I didn't play the music, I didn't even say it. Like, well, it was still set on your stream, banned. Alright, let's see. In my opinion, oh, anyway, going back to it, the Gundams, or at least the villain mechs, they're basically the color that Spock just mentioned, except brighter. In my opinion, that is a big reason even MMOs need a solid single player mode. Also very true. Also very true. Like, I agree with that one. Like, a lot of okay, in the earlier years, there was a time where a lot of studios, specifically EA, were saying that single player games are dead. Nobody wants single player anymore. The future is multiplayer. And that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of multiplayer games that are absolutely phenomenal. Night Rain, for example. But Night Rain was also smart enough to have single player in it, because they also knew these are Souls players. What friends? So they made a single player mode where you could still play the game. One, you can still play the game offline, so even when the servers die many years from now, you'd still be able to play the game on your own. And for those that don't want to play with other people because they want a torturous but fun experience, because it's Souls game, I mean, if you're... How do I put it? You're playing a Souls game. You're in there for the torturous but fun experience. So this ain't even a hark on people playing single player. It's literally just, it's Souls. If you didn't want a torturous experience, you wouldn't be playing it in the first place. Anyway, going back to it, they made sure that they gave you single player mode. Titanfall also had a single player mode. Which, thank God, because, you know, imagine trying to play Titanfall 2 in this day and age if it didn't have a single player mode. Yeah, that, instead of being the gem that it is right now, no thanks to EA's meddling, it probably would have aged like milk. And they need to get rid of that, whatchamacallit. They need to get rid of that one thing that hinders people from actually playing this game. I forgot what it was called. Logging into the EA account. Because you know what? They'd still be making... Okay, I'm pretty sure they still make money off of those games, because I still know people that still buy those, buy EA games like Dead Space on Steam, which means they still have to have that account, but... And nuts to them on that. This is why I'm just buying the games used now. Which reminds me, I think it was called Crisis? I still need to buy Crisis later. But anyway, going back to it. So, 1 week, I want to play Risk of Rain 2. Another week, I want to play One Step from Eden. And once I've had my fill of those 2 games, it's time to play the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver games. Although, to be fair, I feel like before jumping into Soul Reaver, kind of have to go back to, Blood Omen. Okay, maybe not go back to Blood Omen, because imagine trying to get that game. They need to put Blood Omen on Steam. Even if it is the PS1 version, I will accept the PS1 version being on Steam. Just give me Blood Omen already, so I don't have to emulate it. Anyway, because getting Blood Omen and emulating it and playing that one for days on end, I think I'm just going to go through the recap of Blood Omen before playing Soul Reaver 2. For those of you that don't know, I already know the story of Blood Omen, but this is more like a recap so people know what on earth is being talked about when I start playing the Soul Reaver game, because I want to play that Soul Reaver game. I want to see how I want to see what the remake looks like. The one that they put on Steam. Because if you've been here for a really, really long time, you've heard me talk about Soul Reaver, because I've talked about Soul Reaver whenever any talk of time travel ever pops up. Or any talk of vampires pop up, the first thing that I go to is Soul Reaver. For obvious reasons. So, this one's been on my mind for God knows how long to play Soul Reaver. Also, I think I'm going to make this leg a little bit bigger, increase the size just a little bit, plop that right there, that part should be good. And now let's get these lines and clean them up. Yo, Ombra, thank you for the raid, I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Ombra. Go check them out, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. Really, really awesome people. Very supportive folks. I highly recommend checking them out when you get the chance. And everybody stopping by from Ombra's stream. Hold on a minute, let's zoom out. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized Moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I like to de-rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you all enjoy your day. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How was the Pokemons there, Umbra? I hope they went well. I hope they were good. I hope you had a lot of fun. What's your favorite Pokemon in Pokemon ZA? Now that I think about it, I don't even know what my favorite Pokemon in ZA is. Granted, I haven't played it, so I don't really know what Pokemon are in there. I do know one thing that did catch me off guard. I'm not going to mention it because I don't want to spoil it for anybody, so good luck with that when you find it. If you find it. That's all I will really say is, if you find it, good luck with that, because I was surprised when I saw it the first time around. Good luck. Alright, right now we just need to make the circle. But yeah, how was the Pokemons? And welcome on in there, Howitzer. It's Howitzer, right? Oh, Hootzier. Yeah, my bad on that. That is a lot of explosions. Hi, Lampy, how are you doing? Hope things have been going well for you. So far, so good. Okay, so I finally got started on some emotes. Or I've got through the sketching phase of some emotes. Destroyer knows what I'm talking about. I'm working on the line artist set emotes now. I got the entire Lampy model, or yeah, I got the entire 3D Lampy model printed out. So it has been a success, and I still got plenty of material to spare from the first spool. For those of you that don't know what a spool is, it's basically this a lot of wiring wrapped up. Yeah, it's basically a lot of wiring wrapped up into this one, kind of like a little drum. just long story short, it's a lot of wiring, a big, very, very big wire or string wrapped up to a more condensed shape. That's a spool for you. And then whatever you're using, whatever it is that you're doing, it just takes a little bit of that string or wire little by little as things go on. And that's what the printing material is right here, the spool. Because I saw the other version of 3D printing. Because there's two different forms. There's the filament form and then there's the resin form. The resin, from what I've heard and seen, it's a lot more accurate, it's a lot more clean, and less likely to mess up in the printing phase. The downside is that's a lot of work to clean up. That is a lot of cleaning to do, a lot of maintenance, and a lot of ventilation. And I don't have any of that. So I have to just accept that, you know, it is what it is. But I like the filament one because it's also a lot cheaper from what I've seen. Granted, there's a lot more waste, but it's a lot cheaper. All right, let me see. Character sheets. I really need to do mine. Not gonna lie, I don't blame you. I just finally got to... Okay, it has been 2 years before I finally started working on a character sheet for the mech. It has been 3 years before I got to the character sheet for the bird. And I mean that version of the bird. Right now, I am finally getting to making the character sheets for this mech as well as the other bird. Although now that I have a little more time, there's also some other live 2D stuff that I want to work on. I mentioned it before I mentioned this one multiple times, but I'm finally going to get into giving Lampy a flamethrower. And I'm also going to update the wings on the bird. Those are the two main things I want to fix up before I go back to the comics. Oh, right. Also, wait, I think I already mentioned this part. Other good news is that what's the word I'm looking for? Other good news is that my editor for the tutorial videos, they just finished editing the second video. I think there's a grand total of 10 videos in total. No. 8 videos in total. Yeah, I want to say it's 8 videos. Although the trade is only for 5 videos. So I think there's like 2 or 3 other videos that I'm going to have to pay for. Which is understandably so. I'm planning on paying for those videos to be edited. But yeah, out of the 5, the trade was they edit 5 videos for me. And I rig their chibi model. And considering how much money it costs to get 5 videos edited and how much money it costs to get a chibi, even just any model rigged, most models rigged, I think this was a fair price. Oh yeah, that also reminded me, there was something else I wanted to talk about. Which was, well, since we're on the slight topic of live TD rigs, I did want to bring up one thing. So I mentioned a long time ago, or a few weeks back, or maybe it was last week, I don't remember. That's not important. I mentioned earlier that, you know, when it comes to the really expensive rigs, it's mostly because of namesake rather than the actual rig itself. Because there's a lot of expensive rigs out there, and it's understandably so with all the toggles, all the features, all of that. But at the end of the day, one of the biggest reasons why some models are as expensive as they are is because there's a big name behind it. Now, that won't always equal success, but regardless, the big name is also one of the reasons why it's a expensive model. With that being said, it doesn't mean that that all models are going to be expensive, because not all models have that big brand name behind them. So, and by the way, I also want to say that even though they don't have that big grand name behind them, it doesn't mean that they're bad. I will say that. There are some folks that make some really amazing models at a very, very affordable price. And I want to say are some pretty good quality models. Pretty good quality rigs. And no, in case you're wondering, I'm not talking about myself. Nah, I feel like I'm still very... What's the word I'm looking for? Me, personally, when it comes to models, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say that I don't know anything, but I will also say I don't focus enough on a lot of the features that most people want. Or most regular model... Yeah, most regular... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't work on the most... or I don't focus. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't 100% focus on the main things that people usually want. Which is very expressive faces. All the different outfits. Jiggle physics. That was not the button I was looking for, but you know what? I guess that works. What was the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I kind of go with the really weird stuff. Doesn't mean I can't make the things that people want. It's just that I don't focus on it as much as I... Okay, as crazy as it is, I don't focus on it as much as I should. And I say that because, you know, as someone that does this for a living, I should probably focus on that more. And at the same time, I also don't feel like it. Like I said, doesn't mean that I can't, it's just more so that I don't feel like it. Anyway, that's not the point. Going back to it, what was I talking about again? Oh, yeah. Well, that was that part. And I think I wanted to say something about 3D models after... Actually, no, not 3D. I think there was something else I also wanted to talk about. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Pokemon went well, just clearing zones and doing side quests since it's a short stream. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. That's completely understandable. You get them side quests, you got this, I believe. Favorite Pokemon in ZA so far? That's a fantastic question. One, I'll have to answer once I catch them all. I see what you did there. And also understandable because, you know what? It is pretty early in the month. Or it's pretty early to ask people that question now that I think about it because, you know, it just barely came out. It's gonna be a time before, you know, everybody finishes the game and, you know, has been able to process everything that's in it. I think. Yeah, now that you mention that, I guess that's a fair point. That's like someone asking... Yeah, that's like someone asking... What's your favorite build in Elden Ring? When they just barely got to Margit? Or... Liurnia. Basically the magic level. Early part of the game, you know what I mean. Kind of neat how one arm raised up while the other one holds the pen. Still looked like a sweat wipe toggle. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think of that. Hold on a minute. Which button was that? Oh, there we go. Funny enough, it's supposed to be a salute. But yeah, I can see the sweat wipe. Like, whew. That's what a day. All right? Yeah. Whew. Although I was on lurk volume, so maybe it was, and I didn't quite catch it. No, no worries. To be fair, I accidentally hit that toggle when I was trying to hit draw. I put Alt S instead of Alt D. It's nuts. I forgot what else I wanted to talk about. I feel like there was something else, but I can't quite remember it. Oh well. When it comes to mind, it comes to mind. I'll deal with it at a later time. Oh yeah! Okay, so folks, I forgot to mention. So, 1 week from now. Oh, right. Also, one more thing. I got one more collab this month. On Monday, I'm going to be playing Forewarned with a friend. And that friend is also going to be showcasing something, I believe. I think they're going to be revealing something that week. It's going to be awesome. I can't say what it is, but just know this one has been one of those things that I've had to keep under wraps for quite a while, so look forward to that. I highly recommend go checking out Not Evil. They aren't showcasing it yet, but next week, the big reveal happens. And I'm excited to show, or I'm excited for them to show what it is. Yeah, those are the right words. Yeah. Hi, Lampy. Yo, IV, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things are good. I hope things are well. Oh, right. That's what I wanted to talk about. Okay, so there was a discussion a while back. There was a discussion that kind of got left on the cutting floor because I missed the opportunity. I forgot what happened, but got distracted by a lot of things. There was a talk about the Twitch and about how it's time to prepare, not to jump ship, but to have a lifeboat ready in case this thing ever falls apart. And it's me personally, as it's finally time to prepare for something that I'm too lazy and don't want to deal with, but I know I have to deal with this eventually, which is it's time to do some, or it's time to figure out how multi-streaming works. It's time to find out how on earth does YouTube work. And maybe Kick. Kick is a big maybe, mostly because I've talked about this one before. I considered Kick, but I know a lot of people that used to... Okay, I know a lot of people that are on Twitch right now that moved to Kick for a time, came back here, and I never thought to ask them why, but the fact that they moved to Kick and came back here doesn't bode well. With that being said, I still want to try setting up YouTube streams for the future someday. I don't know exactly when, but I need to prepare for that. But like I was saying before, the big problem that I have with okay, here's also the other reason why I don't want to jump ship, and I could see why a lot of people don't jump ship when it comes to Twitch, is because not any other place really has a solid... There's no really... Yeah, there's not really any good... what's the word I'm looking for? There's not really a 100% good enough alternative, because YouTube pays more, and YouTube's quality is getting there, but how do I put this? It looks like it's very difficult to actually build a community on, or not build a community, but how do I put this? Meet others on YouTube. That's the one. On Twitch, you know, they got the recommended things on the side, or through the raids you meet other people. I mean, I know YouTube also has raids, but, you know, you meet a lot of people through Twitch. So, moving to YouTube, it kind of becomes difficult to meet other people, if that makes any sense. I think. As far as I know. And Kick, well, let's be honest, because of Kick's reputation, it's less likely that people are going to follow you there. Like, if that makes any sense. Like, if you decide, like, because I've mentioned this before, where I said, like, you know what? Twitch is kind of being kind of dumb. I should probably move there. A lot of people were not on board with that idea. So, yeah. And I'm pretty sure there's a good reason for that too, because again, like I said, I don't know the whole story behind it, but I know two people that moved to Kick, like exclusively to Kick. And they stood there for a bit of time, but they eventually came back. They're currently on Twitch right now. I don't know if they multi-stream on Kick now, which, honestly, I feel like that's the best solution, is multi-streaming time. Because That's the, yeah, honestly, this is the way I'm looking at it is there's a way to meet other people and build an actual community on Twitch more than the other two. Kick pays better, YouTube pays better. You can also save your videos on YouTube, but there's something wrong going on Kick. I don't know what it is. I kind of want to find out, but I don't know what it is. As for YouTube, like I said, you got a lot of options on YouTube, but it's very difficult to interact with others on YouTube. You can interact with people on, or yeah, from your chat, but I also feel like it's very difficult for people to also find you on YouTube because YouTube isn't exactly a streaming site. So you can't just, you're not there to look for streams. You're there to listen to music, watch a documentary, watch reaction videos or something like that. You know what I mean, right? You're not there to look for live streams. Or at least that's what I don't think people are there for when it comes to YouTube. Like, I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things on YouTube, and it's not exactly streamers, so no one's going to be looking for you there. Unless you, you know, really, really push that stuff. Or if you also make videos. Which, I guess if you're going to be on YouTube, you better also be ready to make videos as well. Videos that people want to see and all that stuff. You know, if that makes any sense? So anyway, because none of them, they all have something that works for them, but at the same time, just not the same. Personally, I think the best option is multi-stream. Why take a little bit of both? Or yeah, why, what's the word I'm looking for? Why resort to just one or the other when you can have the best of all worlds? The only downside is, well, multi-streaming takes a lot of work and maybe a lot of processing power on your PC. So brace yourself. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like I think it's finally time to start figuring out how to multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch. The super chat sounds like a funny thing. All right, let me try to catch up some things. Con is doing something? Playing Mario Galaxy? Well, they're also playing Dead Space, but they're doing something else. They're... Okay, so Con has a, or not evil as I usually like to call them, or, yeah. They are currently doing a... They're going to have an event next week. So look forward to that. That's not the surprise, but I can definitely tell you they have a surprise for said event next week. That is all I can say. Look forward to that. And if you want to know what that surprise is, go check them out. Go follow them. Go support Not Evil Control Freak. Con, do you have the, oh, I remember this track. I need to get rid of this one. We need to remove this playlist. And there we go. We should be back on track. Anyway. Yo, IV, do you have their name tag for Not Evil Control Freak? Alright, let's see. YouTube won't pay more until you have tons of people for ad revenue or channel memberships. Also true. Also true. That's the other downside of YouTube is that the name tag? Yeah, do you have Not Evil's link? Or can you send me their names so I could shout them out? Wait, I think they're on right now. Hold on a minute. Let me just go get them. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah, they should be right here somewhere. I think they're still on. Here, Not Evil. Where is the Dead Spacing? There they are. Hold on a minute. Just gonna go get their name. Also, if you want to see Dead Space, go check out Not Evil Control Freak. Here we go. Let's give them a shout out right quick. There we go. Perfect. Oh, right. Also, the other thing I wanted to mention, let's go back to this because we immediately got raided right after I dropped this shout out, but I was talking about this earlier about 3D models and 3D stuff, and someone actually asked me like, hey, Lampy, you make 3D models? I was like, nah, I got the 3D printer, but I don't make 3D models. So, and just in case, for anyone wondering, Lampy, where'd you get your 3D model? Where'd you get the files for making your Lampy print? Go check out Kimmy In over here. They were, yeah. Go check out Kimmy In. They play a good variety of games, and they were the ones that I talked to about making 3D figures. And they were the ones that made the Lampy figure, or yeah, the Lampy 3D model. Yeah, those are the words. I saw your 3D model thingy on Blue Sky. Yeah. That stuff. Okay. I printed it out myself, but Kim was the one that made the model. And made the first original print. I have a prototype print. I think I posted that image somewhere. I think I posted that image only in the Discord. But the original Lampy print was made by them. By the way, Lampy, do you have a Twitter? I do have a Twitter. If you go to !link, you'll see all the socials that we got right there. I will also say, ad start in 20 seconds. I'll also say, I don't know what it is. I need to figure out socials again, because ever since the Twitters got bought, and there was a lot of things that popped up. Link, thank you for the link there, Fluffy Dragon. Yeah, you can find all the things that you need. You can find all the links right over there. Yeah, like every single link. vgen, Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube, even though we only have shorts on YouTube at the moment. What other words are there? Twitch, Coffee Page, Etsy, even Teespring. Yeah, all the socials are, all the links are there. The socials, the shops, everything. Now, what was I talking about again? Oh, yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention. I don't know how to use the socials no more. That has been a bit of a struggle for me as of recent. Like, how do I get my work out there now? Because I feel like either A, I'm doing something wrong, or B, something's been messing up. For the sake of my own growth, I'm going to go with option A. Like, I'm doing something wrong. Because I feel like that'll help me better in the long run if I'm thinking to myself, I'm doing something wrong and I need to fix that. I need to try a different method. What that new method is, I do not know. But I'm gonna figure something out. Because no point in complaining about something if I ain't gonna try to do something about it. And that is my main goal now, is that I need to figure out, how do I get more eyes on the posts? That's something I need to learn. That's something I need to look into. Because a lot of the things that I looked into, because I thought, you know what? I think it's finally time. I didn't care before, but now... Wait, say that again? I got a long ad. Ah, fair. I don't know if I should post on Twitter because of the moral reasons. Okay, Ivy, I'm gonna let you know right now. Because of the moral reasons, the only thing I will say is... Okay, how do I put it? It's very admirable, and it's very understandable why you would want to, not do that for moral reasons. Just curious, do you have a Discord community? Indeed, if you put !Discord, you can find everything there. Also, Discord is one of those, Discord, I have one, but fair warning, which, don't worry, nothing bad. It's just that when you enter the Discord and you, do all the things, all the rules and stuff, you may not be able to see anything because I have to manually add a role to, I have to manually add you into the Discord, which do not worry. I like to do that at the end of every stream. Like, if anybody enters the Discord, I try to add them at the end because, well, I don't want to distract myself from the drawing, and two, there was a time where I didn't know how to fix that, and I was too lazy to figure it out. But considering how a lot of things has been going on in Discords over the years, I decided to just stick with it, which is manually adding people that ask to join on in, because one, I know you're a person, and two, it's less likely for bigger issues like trolls or hackers to enter the channel and start dropping links, even though they could still drop on in, message people, and drop the links. Although I've been trying to figure out a way to mitigate that part. But anyway, that's one thing. So do not worry, I will add you, and if you let me know that you entered the Discord, I may even check it out manual, or I may even check it out midstream. So anyone who enters the Discord, just feel free to let me know. With that being said, going back to the other thing, the thing about the socials, like Twitter and all of that. You've gotten hackers, I've gotten bots. I've gotten some bots that would enter the channels and say, you know, they would enter the Discords and then they would try to message people saying, hey, I do commissions and I need help. Give me money and I will make this for you. And then they don't actually show any work. Long story short, graphic design bots. Anyway, going back to it, because there was a couple of discussions that I needed to catch up with. Or a couple of topics that I wanted to catch up with. The first one being socials, because, like I said, I'm on those socials, but it has been very, very difficult to get those posts out there, if that makes any sense. Like, you make the posts, and before, you know, it would catch people's attention. You know, there'd be interactions, all of that stuff. And as of recently, it feels like, I don't know, like I said, it's either one or two reasons, and either reason is fine. That just means I need to update my tactics. First possible reason, nobody's seeing it. Which is also understandable. Maybe I'm just not posting it at the right times. Second reason, I don't pay for the check mark, so maybe they're hiding those ones, but I've also seen people that are able to get their posts out there regardless. So I'm taking that last one with a grain of salt, and I'm taking that one into consideration, but I'm not going to keep that as the issue. I'm going to look at it like, that might be a possibility, but I shouldn't let that deter me. I just need to figure out what I need to do next, because it's possible it might be giving me a disadvantage, but it's not impossible. So, as I was saying before, even though there might be some issues, I need to find a solution. Because no point in complaining if I'm not going to do anything about it, am I right? Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. That's entirely up to you. But in my personal opinion, I'm like, if I'm going to complain about this, I got to do something about it. Now, with that being said, the other thing that was mentioned, like posting on Twitter, or not posting on Twitter because of moral reasons. I don't blame you. There's a lot of reasons to not post on Twitter. One, so you could get away from it, because it was a cesspool then, it's a cesspool now, and even though I use it to post my work there, I still look at it and think, why am I here? Don't get me wrong, I've met a lot of great people here, but I'm still going to look at Twitter and say, it's a cesspool. Blue Sky ain't no better. Well, yeah, Blue Sky ain't no better, mostly because there's not a lot of people on Blue Sky. I also feel like it's tougher to get your work out there, or, you know, to get eyes on your work out there. With that being said, I'm gonna still figure something out. Am I gonna be successful at it? Probably not. Am I still gonna try? You better believe it. Because, as the old saying goes, you can't get anywhere if you don't try. So we gotta try. We gotta figure this out. I am in the Discord when you get the chance. All right, fantastic. All right there, Fluffy Dragon. We're going to add you right now. You now have the Moth Crew tag. You're officially in. Welcome on in there, Fluffy Dragon. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, that's about it. I hope you enjoy. Let's see. I have? Nice. Oh. I have seen other people get hackers and it's not pretty. Yeah, exactly, exactly. That's why I kind of like how the Discord works right now. Mostly because, yeah, it's not easy for people to get in. Granted, at the same time, it's also not easy for people to get in, but that means it's less likely for people to, or, you know, bots to roll on in and mess everything up. So, yeah. TikTok has been better for me. One post I did got 753 likes. Ah, fair. Okay. I'm not going to deny. Because I've been doing a little bit of... since I've been dabbling in a bit of video editing myself, I have been posting on those places as well. I don't stick around there for very often because, well, a lot of social media sites are cesspools, so let's be honest. That's why I stopped using Facebook as well. Well, anyway, going back to it, I'm not going to deny. The two biggest successful spots that I've found when it comes to posting things has been, and I agree, although I hate to admit it, the TikToks has been one place where dropping those little videos has been relatively successful. And when I say successful, I mean, it's still relatively small. Like, one of the best videos I've made only got like 100. But to me, that's a big number. So I'm like, hey, you know what? This is working out pretty well. Not to mention, apparently there have been some people that... Okay, this is also why I say, use every socials that you can. If you're trying to get your work out there, if you're trying to do anything, and you're trying to get it... You're trying to, if you're trying to get your work out there, use everything that you possibly can. Even if you don't like the sites. Because I could definitely tell you, I honestly don't like social media sites. Like, at all. But I understand their value. Because despite the fact that I don't like them, there has been a lot of amazing things that there's been a lot of amazing people, and there's been a lot of amazing things due to said social sites. Again, a lot of people would not have been able to find me on Twitch if it wasn't for places like Twitter. I wouldn't have gotten a lot of work if it wasn't for places like... Well, again, I wouldn't have gotten a lot of the work that I've gotten right now over the years if it wasn't for places like Twitter. A lot of people would not have been able to find my Twitch if it wasn't for places like YouTube and TikTok. And the list goes on. There's actually been a lot of people that have actually met through Blue Sky as well, even though I surprisingly don't even interact with people in Blue Sky. I make posts and then I walk away. I mean, to be fair, almost same thing with Twitter. I drop a post, I walk away, and then I go back to Elden Ring Night Rain, or Risk of Rain 2, or trying to question, what happened to Yu-Gi-Oh, man? How do I fix this? I miss Yu-Gi-Oh, man. Also, if it weren't for social sites like Facebook, I would not have been able to get that shirt business as far as I did a long time ago. Like, I met a lot of people, I met a lot of great friends, I've also went through some traumatic moments because of Facebook, and that's why I also don't want to be there no more. And when I say traumatic moments, I mean friendships falling out, like, really badly. Nothing criminal, nothing horrible, it was just, how do I put it? Internal social dramas. Yeah, they were bad. So anyway, regardless, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The internet is a double-edged sword. There's a lot of horrible things about it. Things that make you question humanity. But if used right, you can actually find a lot of great things. Again, I would have never learned about Risk of Rain 2 if it wasn't for socials. I would not have met a lot of amazing people that I know of today if it wasn't for a lot of these socials. And I wouldn't be able to work on my own terms if it wasn't for socials. So yeah, they are a horrible, horrible cesspool. But they're also at the same time amazing places to interact, hang out, work. Okay, maybe less hang out, because I don't know if you want to hang out in any of these social sites. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, meet people, sure, but hang out, maybe not so much. That's the best way for me to put it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Mentions, leaves. Thank God, Ryu's gone. So anyway, we were talking about Digimon, and how, there's one Digimon that I really, really like called Lady... Actually, it's Metal Seedramon. I don't know. There was just something about giant sea serpent, and then they turned the sea serpent into a machine. And then they gave him a sneeze, a sneeze that could pierce the heavens. I kid you not, they gave him a nose cannon. I thought it was pretty funny, but also kind of cool. I think to this day, Metal Seedramon is still my favorite Digimon. Even after all these years. Like, if there's a game, I'm like, okay, where's Metal Seedramon? I know there's Machine Dramon. I know there's Beelzemon. I know there's Mega Kabuterimon and Hercules Kabuterimon and all these other amazing Digimon. But where's my Metal Seedramon? If there's no Metal Seedramon, I don't want this game. Anyway, with that being said, welcome on in there, Riker. Thank you for the save. Ooh, smart call. Let's save here. Let's catch up with some reading, because I just went on a full-on rant there. But I didn't want the rant to be negative, because, you know, I kind of want to take... whenever I talk about any of this stuff, I still want to put some sort of spin that shows there are options. The things may be bad, but there are options. Always remember, no matter how bad things are, that just leaves an opening to figure out a solution. Or, you know, that just gives you an opportunity to assess the situation and consider your options. Weigh your options at the end of the day. Whew. Okay, let me catch up with some things. You said social media, and I was instantly like, bap, bap, bap. What's bap, bap, bap? I rewatched season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it still kind of hits. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, very much. Okay, so season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know what it is about. Okay, I know what it is about it. Season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just has some sort of magic behind it. I've said this before, and I'll say it multiple times, that there was just something so dumb, so ridiculous, and yet so very fun about those duels, because they didn't make any sense. You made them up on the fly. They were D&D with trading cards. I kid you not. Prove me wrong. I mean, heck, I even tried that out with a friend once. When I started playing D&D, that's when it finally clicked. Because for many, many years, I always thought to myself, how can you actually play Duelist Kingdom rules where they just made things up on the fly? How can you play Duelist Kingdom in the actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game? And then 2019 hit, and I went to a D&D group. After playing D&D for a few months there, that's when it finally hit, like, D&D. D&D, you literally can make up things off on the fly, with some ground rules, of course, but for the most part, you can make things up on the fly. Like putting a glyph of warning into your book every single day, turning it into a nuclear bomb. You can use shape water on an ice elemental to melt it flat, and vice versa with a water elemental. You can boink a dragon. Shout outs to anyone who gets the bard joke right there. Okay, so long story short, the point being is you can do anything with D&D so long as the dice say that it works, for the most part. Lurk? All right there, Mattias, you do your lurking. Okay, for those of you that don't know, there's a running gag in D&D when it comes to the Bard class, where it's for some... Okay, the running gag is that doesn't matter what the enemy is, the Bard will take a crit or take a risk because they have a high enough charisma to seduce anything. So the biggest gag in one of the biggest gags in D&D is the Bard saying, I want to seduce the dragon. And them rolling for, rolling with a charisma check. So in case you were wondering what that was all about, there you go. But the point being is, in D&D, so long as you roll the dice, and so long as your DM agrees with this, for the most part, you can try almost anything in this game. It doesn't mean it's going to work, but you could try anything in this game. Now, either somehow, some way, it's going to miraculously pull off for you, or you're going to crash and burn. Kind of like a certain Gaia the Dragon Champion crashing and burning right into that castle. But it worked. And that's what basically Duelist Kingdom was in D&D, Duelist Kingdom was in the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was it's D&D but with cards. If you could come up with something dumb enough, you could do it. You want to play polymerization and fuse whatever you want, you could fuse whatever you want with polymerization. You want to resurrect the dead with a single trap card and have them keep coming back because, oh, they're zombies. You can't kill the dead. You can't kill the dead. They're already dead. They're just going to keep coming back and coming back and coming back. Or use the time machine to bring back your monster. Use Metal Morph on any card whatsoever, turning them into a metal monster. Because they're machines, they are unaffected by magic for some reason. I don't know why that part was a thing, but yeah, stuff like that. Or you could have a magic Western cartoon book in an anime that turns any cartoon into, or any Yu-Gi-Oh monster into Bugs Bunny. If none of this made any sense, that was Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 1 for you. And let's not forget some of the classics, like, I'm gonna use polymerization on my Skeleton Mammoth and my magic card. I kid you not, polymerization on a normal monster and a magic card to fuse it with your opponent's monster. And because that monster was a zombie that you just fused to your monster, an undead monster that you fused to your opponent's dragon, that will cause it to decay from the inside out, causing it to melt like it's an ice cream on a hot summer day. And that's one of the least ridiculous things that happened in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or at least in Season 1. That's one of the least ridiculous things. If that didn't make any sense. Anyway, let's catch up with some reading. One, let's give a shout out to Mattias. Also, folks, for those of you that were ever wondering, like, hey, for those of you that were ever wondering, yeah, you are, what's the word? If you ever wanted to talk Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is the place. Unless it's the modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta, then I'm just gonna be sitting there like, I have no idea what you just said. The last time I've ever talked about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Was around the time that Snake Eyes or... Actually, no, I take it back. Yeah, no, Snake Eyes. When Snake Eyes was prevalent. After that, I was like, I don't even know or care what's going on in this game anymore. No, wait, no, I take it back. Tenpai. Tenpai was prevalent. And maybe a different deck. But after that, that's when I was like, I don't even know what's going on or care anymore. Very nostalgic indeed. I drew Bakura the other day. Oh, I saw that one. Not gonna lie, Bakura's my favorite character. And I've learned, okay, before I thought, dang, Bakura just can't win a game to save his life. I don't know what's going on with this dude. I know he's my favorite character, but not gonna lie, he's getting done dirty left and right. And then I realized, of course he's getting done dirty. Everyone he's dealing with had plot armor. Literally, okay, with the exception of Bones. Bones is the only one that didn't have plot armor, so of course, Bakura was going to win that one easy. And Pegasus lost his plot armor after losing that duel with Yugi, so that was also kind of gone. Yo, Brina, welcome on in. I've almost forgotten. Let's give a shout out to Brina. Go check them out. They play good variety games. Really, really fun times. Are you still playing the Little Nightmares? No, wait. If I last remember, you finished Little Nightmares recently, right? Or were you playing through the earlier ones to get to the last one? Let's find out. Alright, let's see. I wanted to draw Bones or Zombie Boy. Yeah, Bones. Granted, he didn't have a grandstanding outside of Call of the Haunted, but those were some pretty epic monsters, not gonna lie. They made D&D... Oh, they made D&D shot glasses and dice. Ooh, nice, nice. Wait, shot glasses and dice. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, I understand D&D shot glasses, but don't D&D already have dice? Also, Mr. Bean, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Let's give a shout out to Mr. Bean. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Hope you're having, or yeah, I hope you're having a good day. All of that good stuff, and everybody stop by. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, full-size moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I like to do rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to scroll around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Whew. Hydrate, good idea. Thank you for the hydrate there, Riker. And the dragon's the top. I mean, it's a dragon, would you? I mean, to be fair, it's gonna be kind of tough to have a dragon be a bottom when you really think about it. But that's not the point. I want to seduce the dragon, Lampy 2025. Not the worst thing that I've said. I think the worst quote that I've had in 2025 is still, God, I love punching people. I think to this day, that's still the worst quote that I've had this year. Alright, let's see. Oh, and I don't care how big the room is, I cast Fireball. True, that is also one of the other big gags of D&D. There's no I in team, but there is 5 eyes in I don't care how big the room is, I cast Fireball. My first D&D campaign is soon, and I'm playing a Blood Hunter. I feel like she's going to be like, can I lick their blood? You definitely got to say that. If you're not saying that, then are you really a Blood Hunter? Let's be honest with ourselves. And best of luck with the campaign there, Quee. You got this, I believe. I hope you have a lot of fun. Bad dragons get turned into melted dragons. There's a joke in there, I'm pretty sure of it. Okay. Use Time Wizard, and you made the Dark Magician into a sage. That one too. Also, Yugi set up Joey for a major fall in that one. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Like, when I looked into that one a long time ago... Okay, to be fair, someone pointed it out, and when they pointed it out, I was like, oh my god. He was playing the long con. Probably not intentionally playing the long con, but let's be honest, he was playing the long con, that is for certain. Joey got cheated, like, ridiculously so in that game. Like, dang. Going back to it on Yu-Gi-Oh! For those of you that don't know. So, in the first season, literally the beginning of the first season, Joey enters the tournament illegally somehow, but he enters the tournament. Yugi decides to help him by handing him a card that he thinks would really help him. It's the Time Wizard. Hands him that card. And you know what? Time Wizard works out relatively well for Joey throughout that tournament. It's one of his aces in the hole. When things get bad, that card is there. But when it comes to his duel with Yugi, okay, so let me actually paint the picture for you. when his first duel, one of his first duels, he has to deal with a bunch of harpy ladies. Uses Time Wizard, the harpy ladies grow old. His baby dragon becomes a big dragon, and he wins the duel. Second time around, he's dealing with his opponent who has the Red Eyes Black Dragon, which will soon become Joey's iconic monster. How does it become Joey's iconic monster? Time Wizard plays that wizard, turns Red Eyes into a fossil, wins the duel. Later down the road, duels Bandit Keith, uses the Time Wizard, rusts his dragon into, turns his dragon into a rusted husk. Doesn't win the duel right there, but, it gives him an edge. Then his duel against Yugi, the guy who gave him the Time Wizard. End of the duel, nearing the pinnacle, nearing the climax of the story. Joey uses the Time Wizard, activates it. It's a success. Turns Dark Magician into an old man. And that's when Yugi pulls the big surprise on him. You turned a wizard into an old man. The biggest mistake you could ever make. Because instead of being the Dark Magician, he is now the Dark Sage. And is able to play magic cards from his hand. And Yugi beats Joey because Joey used Time Wizard. The card that Yugi gave him. Joey got cheated. He got conned. Again, like I said, I'm pretty sure that was not the original intent, but when you really, really think about it, you can either say that is pure luck. I'm personally looking at that as pure luck. Like, what are the chances? But at the same time, you could also potentially consider it that Yugi was playing some 5D chess there. Like, I'm gonna plant the... Okay. How do I put it? There was another duel where Joey went up against some sniveling snot-nosed brat called Weevil. And Weevil planted a card in his deck that was gonna sabotage him. Give Weevil the edge in the duel. I feel like if you really want to consider it this way, Yugi did that exact same plan first and better. Because again, this is either one of those 5D chess moves or this was pure luck. I wanna okay, the rational side of me wants to say pure luck, because I'm pretty sure this wasn't the intent. But there's a small inkling of it. There's a small inkling within me that wants to say that was a long con, and it worked. Also, fun fact, you want to know something pretty interesting? Apparently, in the comic, the manga, whatever you want to call it, that duel never happened. So props to the anime for giving us something that the manga never did. Because in the manga, Joey was just like, look, we're both on the same side. We both want the same thing. Here, go fight Pegasus. And that was it. That was all. It ended right there. Which, to be fair, I understand it. Because it makes a lot of sense for Joey to say, look, you need all the strength you can get. You need all the mental energy you have to go fight this guy. Us dueling is just wasting time. Go. Go. But at the same time, because, it's a show, I want the spectacle. Give me that duel. And I appreciate the anime for giving us the duel that was, granted, technically unnecessary, but very entertaining. And for some people, kind of heartbreaking. Alright, let's see. Thank you, Lampy. Yeah, no problem. Bakura's a blimey. Yes, he do be British. Banana bread? Ads? Sorry to hear that. Pokemon in there, Mr. Bean. How you be? Same but Pokemon? Oh, how was the Dragon Ball Wait, is Xenoverse like Pokemon? Or is that Yu-Gi-Oh like Pokemon? I need to read the Yu-Gi-Oh manga one of these days. You should. It's pretty freaking brutal. And very entertaining. I'm gonna be like, can I just grab a flask of blood? I mean, again, that's the thing about D&D. If you want to ask something, ask the DM like, hey, can I do this? And chances are they'll say, roll for it. Let's see how this turns out. If your roll is good enough, then yeah, it should be no problem. If you accidentally get that low roll, then maybe it'll be one of those situations where it's like, hey, can I get a flask of blood off of this victim? Like, roll for it. What number did you get? I got a 5. You got a couple of drops off on him, but most of his blood is already drained on the floor, so you only get a couple of ounces. Or at least that's how most DMs would usually go about it. You might get that rare occasion where the DM is like, no. Like, really? That's it? Yeah. And those are usually the situations where it's like, oh, this game is not gonna end well. So if you're lucky, you don't get that. Alright, let me catch up some things. They should remake Season 0. I agree. But as much as I would like to agree with that, at the same time, it's kind of tough to imagine them doing that part. Because I don't think Konami... Wait, did Konami have it at that time? Or was it still Bandai? I mean, I feel like it would still be... Okay, actually, wait. I think I realized why they may not do that. Mostly because... I mean, well, actually, no, I take it back. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been doing this thing where they've also been steering away from selling cards and just making general merch as a whole. For example, they sold shoes in the design of actual shoes from Season 0. And anyone who's a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! Still probably wouldn't get those shoes because nobody cares. That was such a minute thing to actually put out there in the world. Yo, Wolf Phoenix, thank you for the hydrate, the posture check, the stretch, and the quack. Yeah. Because I'm going to be honest with you. How many of you are big Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans? If you're a big Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan, put 1 in the chat over there. And no, actually, you don't even have to do any of that. Don't worry about putting the numbers. I honestly, let's be honest. This ain't that kind of place. I thought about the idea and then I realized, you know what? Don't worry about it. Thank you, Ryu. But anyway, going back to it. How many of you are big Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans? And let me ask you, how many of you... We're going to filter through a lot of things. Now that we know how many people are Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans, how many of you have watched Season 0? Now, with that being said, how many of you know the episode where one of the characters gets into a scam where they get jumped for their brand new shoes and they find out that this is a running scam where they sell these shoes at an expensive price, they hire some thugs to beat up the person who bought the shoes just to steal them back so they could resell them? Now, how many of you actually want the shoes from that episode? Chances are... I'm gonna take a wild guess on this and say I don't think anybody here actually knows about... I don't know anybody here who actually cares about those shoes. Because I know there's a lot of people here that probably have watched Yu-Gi-Oh! There's probably a smaller percentage of those people that watched Season 0. There's probably an even smaller percentage of those people that watched that episode and remember those shoes. And maybe even a less, if not nobody, that even cares that they made those shoes into an actual product in the recent years and actually wants that thing. Yeah, that's odd. Yeah. of all of the things that they could have made, they went with a basic pair of shoes from a one-time episode. I know they're scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point, but this isn't the road. This isn't the road, Konami. I know you're trying to find nostalgia any chance you can, but this ain't the nostalgia anybody cares about. Apparently there's two versions, the anime blue and the manga gray accurate. Well, then that narrows it down to even more. That narrows it to an even less percentage. Because now, how many people watched the anime? How many people watched the manga? How many people watched that episode? How many people saw that chapter? And how many people actually care about the blue shoes? And how many people actually care about the gray shoes? And more importantly, who actually cares about the shoes? I don't even feel like it's bragging rights to say, oh yeah, you remember those Yu-Gi-Oh shoes that they sold a long time ago? Or, you know those Yu-Gi-Oh shoes that they were selling? I got a pair. Why? What do you mean, why? What? Why? Why would you want those? Huh. You remember that episode? Yeah, nobody cares. I believe they also... Okay, I will say this. They did make a card based off of that episode. And I feel like that card is going to be more successful to sell than the actual shoes. Why? Because you can actually use the card. I don't know. It's just a weird situation right there. That's all I can really say is that I don't know what's going on there. But I said it before and I'll say it again. Yu-Gi-Oh's marketing team... I don't know what they're doing, but they've been missing the mark a lot. That's the best I could really say, is that they have been missing the mark a whole lot. What with the Shadow Duelists thing, this marketing tactic, they almost... Okay, they had something going with the HoloLive promotional, because it actually got a lot of my friends back into Yu-Gi-Oh! For like a second when they found out a couple of HoloLive streamers were jumping into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing or promoting it. Granted, only one of them actually played the game for a little bit longer. Or longer than the actual contract, or the actual promotional. Everyone else kind of dropped ship, and here's the thing where I feel like they messed up bad when it came to the marketing. They had a solid game plan. They got eyes on the game again, using, VTubers. Which makes a lot of sense. They had a VTuber archetype as well. So it kind of clicks, kind of mixes. And I know a lot of friends that didn't care about Yu-Gi-Oh! But they wanted to watch some HoloLive streamers play Yu-Gi-Oh! And play this tournament because they thought they had a tournament. Turns out, this is where they dropped the ball. It wasn't a tournament. It was just an exhibition match. There was a tournament, but not between the HoloLive streamers. Just regular players, and I think still that Shadow Duelist thing going on there. I don't even know if the Shadow Duelist thing was there for that event, but it was just one exhibition match, despite the fact that they had multiple streamers playing this game and testing out the decks, and even had professional coaches coaching them on how to play these decks. And they only had one exhibition match. Instead of having a whole tournament between them all. I don't know. I'm just looking at that like, you had a pretty solid idea here, and you somehow drop the ball. Whoever's doing the marketing team here, you need to, okay, granted. I cannot judge. 100%. I can't 100% judge. Because I don't know this game as much anymore. And two, by the way, that's a card game joke. Don't worry about it. It was a bad joke too. And two, I can't say that I'm a master at marketing either, because if I was, I'd understand how to get more eyes on the... I would not have made that... I would not have talked about that whole topic earlier about how I don't know how to work these socials anymore. I'm out of my element again. But even as someone who's as unprofessional and does not have the marketing savvy as someone like myself who does not have that marketing savvy can still clearly see that this could have been a great opportunity, and they dropped the ball badly. Because of one big oversight. Or not oversight, but one poor decision. Okay, with that being said, let me catch up with things. Joey, please, Konami, give me better Red-Eye support. Konami eats shoes at Joey's face. Yeah, honestly. I mean, granted, I will still say, even though most people call this Metal Morph support and not Red Eye support, I don't care. Technically, it's a Red Eyes card. I mean, granted, you could still play it in Blue Eyes anyway, so maybe it's not a Red Eyes card as much as I'd like to say it's a Red Eyes card, but... Red Eyes Full Metal Dragon is still a pretty good support in this day and age, and I'm willing to accept those scraps of support, despite the fact that Red Eyes desperately needs more than that, but this is a good start. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say this about the Red Eyes Full Metal Dragon, because I know I was complaining about a lot of things, and now I want to turn this around on something positive. Because I may rant, but I don't rant simply because I hate everything, even though I hate a lot of things. I will rant about things that I do like, and one of those things that I do like is how they handled that Red Eyes Metal Dragon, the new updated Red Eyes Metal Dragon. And here's why I like how they did that one. Number one, they finally managed to pull off a card where it had a very even balance of everything they've wanted to make Joey's deck. What do I mean by that? They wanted to make Joey's deck Red Eyes. They wanted to make Joey's deck an equip deck, like equip cards. They wanted to add that nostalgia to Joey's deck. And they also wanted to give Red Eyes burn damage, because let's be honest, that's the only mechanic that's been working relatively solid for Red Eyes, for the lack of a better term. Oh, and they finally gave it an... okay, I'm not too keen on this part, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. They gave Red Eyes a monster that has a protection as well as an effect that interrupts, aka a negation. I'm not a fan of, Omni-negate cards, because I kind of feel like they take away a lot of the game, but they put a lot of the things that they've been trying to turn Red Eyes' they put a lot of things that they've been trying to make work for Red Eyes for many, many years and have flopped miserably, and they managed to find a way to make all of that work within this singular card. Because Metal Morph, while it's equipped to the monster, well, one, it's an equip card, equip trap card, but still equip card. It equips to the Red Eyes, it turns them into the Red Eyes Metal, it's still a Red Eyes monster, it does burn effect, and it's equipped with that Metal Morph, which gives it protection. So, gives it a lot of things that they've been trying to make work for Red Eyes that they have been failing miserably with. And you know what? I'll roll with it. I'll accept it. I'll take it for what it is. I don't praise Konami very much, or, you know, the design team when it comes to the card game very much, but this one, I gotta give them props for this. Not even so much that I gotta give them props, I want to give them props for this, because, yeah, they made a relatively successful Red Eyes card, and I appreciate that. And people even considered, like, could this be a meta card? Maybe. You know what? I appreciate that. They made a Red Eyes card that might have actually worked, for once. Well, with the exception of Dragoon. Dragoon was a beast. Still kind of is. Dragoon was a beast. And for those of you that don't know what Red Eyes Dark Dragoon does, it's a monster that cannot be targeted, cannot be destroyed. Once per turn, it can negate a monster effect. And if it was used using the proper cards, which is Red Eyes and Dark Magician, or was it 2 normal monsters? Either way, if it used the proper materials, it could destroy 2 cards and burn them for both of their attack. Oh, right, I also forgot the last part. 1, it's a 3k attacker, and if it successfully negates a card, give it another 1k. So, not only did it stop your move, but it also turned itself into Obelisk the Tormentor. But feeling like an actual god card. So, Jesus Christ, good lord. That one was one heck of a monster. And could you believe it did nothing, barely anything in the TCG? Where it had to be banned in the OCG, over here it was like, yeah, it didn't hit the ground running as much as everyone thought it would have. It's crazy to think about. Alright, let me see. Red Eyes has too much support, though. Where's my Hungry Burger support? Okay, so funny story there, Ivy. They actually made that happen. There is a new Hungry Burger out there, and they made an entire archetype practically surrounding the Hungry Burger. Granted, they have other ritual monsters, they have other chefs, but for the most part, Hungry Burger is one of the big... how do I put it? Hungry Burger is one of the foundations for that deck. Now, I'm still waiting for them to make Bistro Butcher. Like a new support card for Bistro Butcher. Or, you know, whoever the chef was in that ritual card. Because why do we not have the chef that's in that ritual card? Why do we not have the crazy looking pigman? I don't know. Don't know. We just got a couple of anime chefs instead of crazy looking pigman. Where's my Moblin? For those of you that don't know what a Moblin is, it's an enemy from what's it called? Legend of Zelda. It's a giant pigman. Not Ganon. But one of his minions. Also, I hate what the internet has done to a certain word. Because back in the day, you could call somebody a grunt, or you could call somebody the other word for a grunt. But you can't call them that no more, because that stands for something else. I'm not going to go into details of what it means, but let's just say there was another word for grunt, minion, that the internet kind of ruined that phrase, or that word. Like back in the day, you could say, you know, you gotta go fight the villain and their goons. You probably can't say that no more. Not in this day and age. Angry Burger? Maybe. I think they made Angry Burger. Okay, I know they made a new upgraded Hungry Burger, though. It might have just been called Angry Burger. I don't know. I can't quite tell. Oh, sorry, Lampy. I typed something under wanting Season 0. Oh, what was this? Okay, let me see. Wanting something under Season 0. Oh, let me see. Oh, that's a lot. I missed a lot. Hold on a minute here. Okay, they should remake Season 0. Okay, so I mentioned that one, and they might go down that road, maybe. I don't know. So long as they're able to market that or make some money off of that, maybe they'll remake Season 0. All right. But I feel like they might not go down that road, but then again, the shoes says otherwise. But you never know. You never know. Yeah. The more people went on, the less creative. Oh, the more people went on, the less creative it became. It became all about the cards and not the tactics, which the cards like... Oh, the cards like cheaters and weird rules. Oh, yeah, fair. I don't care if the rules match up with the actual card game. Yeah... I mean, I kind of appreciate the cards actually matching up with the actual card game, but at the same time, it also kind of ruined the duels a little bit too, because I'm like, especially in this day and age, because, I mean, there were some, okay, how do I put it? A little bit, half and half, because there were some... Okay, this is going to be a tough one to explain. Also, thank you for the lurking there, Fluffy Dragon. You do your lurking, whatever it is that you got to do, I hope it goes well. Now, with that being said, I wouldn't exactly say less creative, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, I really liked how they pulled off some crazy tactics in Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. Like, the duels were still very, very entertaining in that one. I can't deny that. And some of the monsters they had were pretty ridiculous, but I still like how that went down. But at the same time, there's also this certain point where in order for you to make the duels entertaining with the current cards, you kind of have to play the current cards, and the current cards kind of left you in a road where now your opponent's sitting there thinking, I have to make this move, I have to make this tactic, but my opponent has all these cards that say no. How do I get around all those cards? I need to figure something out. And then that just kind of makes it kind of difficult. You know what? I feel like it kind of makes it a little more difficult to get engaged with the duel when... Again, I've said it before, it loses a little bit of mystery when you know exactly what card everybody has and when your opponent knows what every card everybody has. If that makes any sense. One of the things I really do miss about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the whole thought of, okay, I have these moves that I can make, but they also have those cards face down. And I don't know what could possibly happen. I have some ideas, and that might be an issue, but I don't know if it's actually there or not. So I need to play my next move considering that possibility. But I can't just do nothing either. I have to risk it for the biscuit. Nowadays, it's, okay, so they have that, they have that, they have that, and they have that, which means I can't do anything. Okay, game 2. Oh, let's see. Like that one time, the stakes were, if you lose, you fall through a 50 glass story down. 4Kids dubbed it that you go to the Shadow Realm. True, 4Kids dubs it as a lot of things that go to the Shadow Realm. I mean, to be fair, they didn't really exactly take that away from the more modern games either, because again, there were other situations where they literally had wars of turning people into cards, also known as killing them. Like, if you lose that duel, you are now a piece of paper that's probably left on the ground. And the list goes on. Or you get assimilated into the big bad soul or something like that, I don't know. But most of the time it was, they still had the high stakes of, if you lose this game, yeah, you die. Maybe not the usual conventional way. And then you also got 5Ds where, 5Ds nuts, where the duel between Yusei and his future best friend, and when I say future best friend, I don't mean his friend that it's going to be his friend in the future. I mean, it's his best friend that came from the future. Or it was some guy from the future that becomes one of his best friends. They had a duel in the middle of space. Somehow. I don't know exactly how that works, but it kind of does. Just roll with it, where whoever loses gets stuck in that dimension and gets ripped apart by the black hole that's consuming everything around them. Which, not gonna lie, that's pretty epic when you think about it. Also pretty brutal, but pretty epic when you think about it. And yeah, no, unlike the duel between Joey and Yugi, yeah, no, his friend got ripped apart by that black hole. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh, am I right? Wild. Next, Joey support. Roll dice for effect to go off. Oh god, no. I don't want any more dice cards like that. There's like too many Red Eyes cards. Probably as many as Blue Eyes. Yeah, that's where you'd be dead wrong. There's a lot of Red Eyes cards, but nothing compared to all the Blue Eyes. Or Dark Magician cards. They're up there, but Blue Eyes is like the Mickey Mouse to Disney. The Pikachu to Pokemon. The War Greymon to Digimon. Either way, Blue Eyes is their Pikachu. Also, ad start in a minute. So, Blue Eyes is always going to get support, no matter what. And when there's a big event, you better believe, once there's like a big Yu-Gi-Oh event, like a 30-year, 40-year, 100-year anniversary, if they make it that far, Blue Eyes is going to be their number one bread and butter right there. Just, Okay, is that real? Angry Burger might be real, I believe. I know they made a new Hungry Burger card, so it might be Angry Burger. Yeah, but the thing is, it loses the magic when the characters don't interact outside the duels. Wait, what do you mean don't interact outside the duels? That's what makes the stakes interesting. Wait, could you explain what you mean by when they don't interact outside the duels? Like, what do you mean? Save? Alright, thank you for the save. Dice. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Oh no. That one, heck of a comparison. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people want to say it's either Dark Magician, or it's Karibo, or it's Dark Magician Girl. And those are all a bunch of solid picks for the face of Yu-Gi-Oh! But if you asked anyone who wasn't a big Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan, they're gonna point to the big blue dragon. Do they hang out or plan outside? Oh, let's see. Do they hang out or plan outside the duels in the new seasons? I mean, yeah, there was a whole war before the big duels. Like, in order to get to the big bad, he literally sent, he kind of pulled a Dio. Oh, ads? Wait. I think I get what you're coming... I think I get what you're coming across with. Okay, I think I get what you mean. Bro, I'm far behind in my mangas. Fair enough. It's time to get to reading. Okay, I'm back. What did you say? Okay. I will say that they do plan ahead outside of some of their duels in the more recent episode or in the more recent seasons. For example, well, that was the thing that I was thinking about for a minute. Like, they do manage to do something like that, but at the same time, I realized, not... How do I put it? Well, one, there was a whole villain that planned an entire war before you even reach him. There was another person that, in order to get the best duelists, he set up a mini tournament, not letting them know that they're recruiting soldiers for this big war. You also... But I kind of get what you mean. They don't... Those are more like grand, big scales instead of preparing for that one duel right there. Although I will say, in 5Ds, again, dude technically prepared the duel, not even for that exact duel right there, but for a future duel, because he was... Okay, one example. So I get what you mean. Not all of them are as big and as well-planned as that. I will say, there was one person who literally trained the main character to practice a form, Twitch lurk check-in. All right, thank you there, Fluffy. I greatly appreciate it. there was one person who trained the main character into a form of summoning mechanic to prepare him for not even just that duel right there, but to prepare him for his own duel, like against him, or yeah, to prove that he was the one that could save this, save the world. He tested him to see if, one, can you learn this mechanic? And two, can you stop me? Let's find out. And if you don't stop me, you get killed by the black hole. And to be fair, in that character's case, like the one that trained him, if he loses, it's okay. He's not going to exist anyway, because if this guy can beat him, then that means this guy can save the world. If this guy can save the world, he could prevent the future from happening. And if he prevents the future from happening, he's not there. So it's okay if he gets torn apart by a black hole. And then the other case that I was thinking of was in the anime that a lot of people didn't really like for some reason. Well, I understand why they didn't like it, but there was an episode, or there was a series called Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, Zexal, whatever you want to call it, I don't care, where one of them made a huge, diabolical, and pretty messed up long con. You see, how do I put this? One of the main villains, the space one? Yeah, the one with the overlapping cards. The one with the really ridiculous hair. And that's really saying something coming from a Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. Now, this one villain, he wasn't the main villain. Well, he was the main villain of this season. You want to know what he does? And let me tell you, this part isn't even a spoiler. Well, actually, it kind of is. Okay, let me explain this. Let me paint the picture for you. But you'll kind of know where I'm going with this, and this is why I say it's not really a spoiler, because it's kind of majorly hinted, but it doesn't exactly confirm it until nearing the end. New season. New villain. You gotta deal with that villain, and you gotta go to this new dimension. It's practically hell. This same season... Oh yeah, also welcome on in there, EB. Let's give a shout out to EB while I explain this. In this same season, they also introduce a new character. Buddies up with the main character. Practically becomes buddies. Also kind of has a similar haircut to Joey. Actually, no, I take it back. That's a bit of a stretch. That's a major stretch. Don't worry about that part. Anyway, he eventually buddies up with the main character. They're like this. You can't see my hand gesture, but you know, it's that, you know, the hand gesture that I'm doing. Like, they're inseparable. They're the best of friends. All of a sudden, his friend gets kidnapped. Later down the season, after they've beaten enough villains, he gets kidnapped. And obviously, the main character wants to go save him like most main characters do. They just took his best friend. He's got to go out there, he's got to go save him. Even if it means going to that dimension to risk his life. Goes all the way out there. Him and his team, him and his buddies, go save that one person. They got to deal with a lot of duels. They got to deal with a lot of these enemies. They managed to collect a couple of cards that one villain wanted. And once he finally reaches the main villain, because the main villain lured him there by kidnapping his friend, halfway through the duel, he lets him in on a little secret. A cheeky little secret. Pulls out his friend out of nowhere. Tosses him to the... Or I think he doesn't even toss him to the side. Just dissolves him right there. Freaks out the main character. And that's when he lets him in on the big secret. But that was nothing more than a disguise. Just to get a better understanding of this person. Just to have a psychological advantage. And most importantly, to lure him in. Because the main villain right there was his best friend the whole time. He sneakily snaked his way into his circle. Buddied up with them. Quote unquote grew a bond with them. And when he was ready for that duel, He just up and left. Went back home. And told him that he kidnapped his best friend. Needless to say, you can already tell this broke the main character. So, despite the fact that a lot of people say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal kind of sucks, and I understand why they do say that, because the first season was kind of pretty bad. And when I say bad, I mean, it's not like, okay, it's not horrible, but it could definitely turn a lot of people away. But when that season rolled on in, holy moly, it came back, but nobody cared at that time anymore. But, yeah, that was one heck of a villain. Because, again, he got the psychological advantage. And almost succeeded. If it wasn't for the whole, I forgot what the other reason was. But, you know, he also had a ancient spirit with him, too. Kind of like how Yugi and the Pharaoh were. So, kind of reeled him back in a little bit. Made him realize. Because if it wasn't for that other spirit, if it wasn't for plot armor, he would have just went full-on rage mode and just tried to attack with every single monster that he could, not realizing or even caring that every time he attacks, he's only hurting himself in that duel, and it's not really doing anything. But he's too angry to notice. Oh, dang. Yeah. Granted, not all moments are as epic as that, because I'm gonna be honest with you, that was a moment that I don't think any other series pulled off. What's the villain's name? I believe it was called Vector? I think his name was called Vector. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal Vector, I think. His disguise has orange hair, but he's just a gray demon with... Yeah, he's a gray demon. Oh, and let me tell you, that's not even the best part. The best part is that episode also had a war. And I'm going to be honest with you, that war actually felt like an actual war. Oh, and as crazy as it sounds, this doesn't sound epic, but I can definitely tell you the story made it a lot more interesting than it actually sounds on paper. Which is... Wait, did I give a shout out to EB? Folks, go check out EB. They also do a lot of drawing, really amazing stuff over there. Really crazy, or yeah, like really amazing art. Go check them out. They also make adoptable characters. Now, oh hey, there's a villain named 4? Yeah, there's... Oh right, I forgot about that. Okay, how do I put that one? If I'm... The story of 4 is also, their name is Quattro in the English dub? Yeah, I still call them 4. He's the puppet dude. He's also a sadist. He also hospitalized one of the rival's sisters. Okay, there's more than one rival in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal. And he hospitalized one of... Yeah, he hospitalized their sister and almost killed her. He had a change of heart at the end because of guilt to prevent them from just dying in the fire, but yeah, the fire still started nonetheless. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal was wild when you really, really think about it. Yo, Cat, thank you for the hydrate. I greatly appreciate it. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Obelisk Force stealing Lycoris Duelist. Oh yeah, there was also that one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 was a crazy one. Oh my god, I'm still mad at Arc 5 though. I love that series. But god, that ending was such hot garbage. Ah ha ha. Oh, I mean, I knew it was going to be hot garbage after finding out that the plot still had a lot going, but they only had 6 episodes left to do it. But Jesus Christ, come on. Still, great duels in that one, though. Great duels. And a lot of nostalgia, which makes sense. I mean, Arc 5 was basically just taking everything that Yu-Gi-Oh ever was and slapping it all together, mashing it all together as one singular thing. And it worked. Until the end. Also, let's give a shout out to Kat. But yeah, I will still say, to this day, I have yet to see another villain make such a diabolical plan as messed up as that one. And I'm still counting, and this is still counting the OG Yu-Gi-Oh! I have yet to see a character make something as messed up as sneaking into your life, becoming your best friend, simply to lure you into their world, and then make the big reveal later that, yeah, I didn't kill your best friend. He was never real. Now play your cards. Like, again, one thing... Yeah, see, that's also the other part. One thing is to corrupt somebody's friend and turn them evil. Another thing is to have never been their buddy in the first place and you've been playing the long con since the beginning. That's an entirely different, just, Jesus Christ. I want to be like Vector as a duelist. What, just mess up somebody psychologically? Okay, honestly, I don't blame you on that. I don't blame you. Like, one thing is to win the duel. The other thing is to absolutely just mentally destroy a person in said duel. And like I said, to this day, they've had a lot of... I mean, yeah, they've had a lot of moments that were... They've had a lot of duels between friends. But it's usually just one of them's brainwashed, or they both have to do this, even if they don't want to, or... Yeah, it's usually one of those two situations. And then there's that. Why do you think I play Pendulum Magicians? To bore people to death. Pen spin? Hold on a minute. Pen spin. Give me a second here. Ah, there we go. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. Re indeed. I mean, that's exactly what the main character did. But I will say, going back to it, despite the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has not been the same since GX, maybe not even been the same since Duelist Kingdom, or not Duelist Kingdom, Duel Monsters. One thing cannot be denied. There have been some pretty epic duels between that time, and they've been having some high stakes here and there. And it's not even just, oh, the fate of the world. No, they get into some personal things. Oh yeah, there's also that other situation. Well, to be fair, this isn't one of those tactics that they have outside of the duel, but I was just thinking about, well, nah, don't worry about that one. I'm trying to think, what other tactics were there? Okay, to be fair, there was also an Arc 5. I'm gonna say, this one isn't epic, but this is so cheap. But understandably so. It's understandable why they're this cheap. Because it's war. Literally, it's a war. So, I'm gonna explain the very, very cheap tactic that they did in Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. It was boring, it sucked, but it's because they're not there to entertain, it's not there to be cool, they are there to kill you. And it was that they had multiple people gang up on you, like multiple troops, like troops of 3 or 4 would gang up on like 2, maybe even 1 person at a time, and they would all play a burn deck. And you would each get a turn. That's right. You would all get 1 turn each. So it would be 1 person's turn. They would play some burn cards, inflict some damage to you, especially since it's the first turn. Next person goes, or you go next. You play your deck, you play your strategy. Actually, no, not even that. Sometimes it's even more cheap than that. It's person number 1 goes, plays their burn cards. They end their turn. Person number 2 goes, plays their cards, burns you for more stuff. Person number 3 goes, repeats the process. And then person number 4 and whoever else is left. And then you're probably dead before you even get your first turn, because again, this is war. It was cheap, it sucked, but that's also why they had the, like what Ryu mentioned there. Don't forget the penalty mechanic in Arc V, which was, since it was also war, if you wanted to jump in and help somebody in those duels that you knew they had a full-on disadvantage or they were about to lose that duel, you could just straight up jump into the duel yourself. Granted, I just saw the scene where Vector reveals himself. Yeah, they also made sure to make his face look demented. But yeah, they also had a mechanic in Arc 5 where you could straight up jump into the middle of the duel and either aid in the jumping or back the other person up. Granted, you lose half your life points, or you start the duel with half your life points, but, you know, it made the duels a lot more interesting other than this just 4 people jumping 1 person. It looks like 4 people jumping 1 person until a second person jumps on in, or a third person, or maybe multiple people jump on in, and now you got yourself a real battle. A real, turn-based RPG right there. Granted, it still didn't have the same mechanics as, you know, Weevil dropping in or sneaking a card into Joey's deck, or kidnapping somebody's friends and forcing them to show up. Okay, to be fair, I take it back. They always did that part a lot, where they kidnap people's friends. Actually, I'm thinking about it. Other than the Yeah, I'm gonna say, I mean, other than the Yugi versus Joey duel, or the Brainwash Joey duel, and the one with Weevil, kind of really hard to say that there were too many other duels outside of that where, you know, they did some tactics outside of just arranging the duel. Although, to be fair, you also had that duel with Odeon and Joey. Jesus, it seems like Joey's always getting the short end of the stick here. He's always involved in these duels where someone decided, you know what? Let me alter the game a little bit. Let me mess with the settings. Let me paint the picture. Let me paint the scene before this duel begins. It always involves Joey. Why is that? You know, I'm starting to think all his luck was in dice, because everywhere else in his life did not turn out all that well. That's what I'm getting from this, is that everything else in his life, not all that great. But when it came to rolling dice, or something about sheer luck, that is where everything was. Outside of that, and maybe gaining those friends along the way, yeah, everything else just not really all that. All right, let's see. I haven't seen Yu-Gi-Oh! In so long. I don't blame you. You should watch Season 0 again. Or, not Season 0. You should see the first season again. It's very entertaining. Or at least Duel Monsters. It's very entertaining. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce this one. Yogi Wi-Fi. Welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Yungi Wi-Fi. I think that's how you pronounce it. I could be wrong. You let me know. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. English dub makes it funny. Yeah. Okay, so I will say this. Yu-Gi-Oh! Outside of GX has never been the same when it came to the English dub. The English dub has been comedically hilarious, but overall terrible ever since 5Ds. Nuts. Like, if you just want a lighthearted anime, watch the English dub of 5Ds. You want the actual story, watch the okay. Yeah, just watch the Japanese version. Watch the original. As I said it before and I'll say it again. The lady with the black rose dragon, she was a menacing, yeah, in the first season, she was a menacing force to be reckoned with. She showed up and the duel became a horror, like a horror movie. Like, anyone who was at, like, any other duel, and it was like, oh, this is going to be an intense match. If it was her duel in the first season anyway, you knew, oh, whoever's in this duel right now, they are about to get messed up bad. They are going to be hospitalized. They may not even walk at the end of this duel. They may not be able to, they may not even see the light of day after this duel. This is gonna be bad. You don't get that vibe from the English dub. They really took away that ominous aura that she had. Yeah, they took away the ominous vibe. The ominous scene. She did not feel like a terror in the English dub. Which is crazy to think about because, you know, Bakura still kept his ominous aura in the English dub, but when it came to 5Ds, no, we can't have Aki have that. No. Yubel, sure. Bakura, fine. Dark Merrick or Yami Merrick, absolutely. Kaiba sometimes, sure. Pegasus, yeah, you better believe it. But almost anybody from 5Ds, yeah, no, we gotta get rid of that. We gotta take that away. You're giving like you're giving a vibe that you may actually die in this duel. Yeah, no, we gotta get rid of that. Nah, we can't have you having that sort of vibe in this anime. Even though Bakura, Yami Merrick, yeah, Bakura and Yami Merrick were a thing. And Pegasus. And like I said, Yubel and that one nerdy dude with Exodia. But no, we can't have these characters in 5Ds having those sort of vibes now. It really sucks too, because they had some really messed up characters in 5Ds. And same thing with Zeal. And Orc 5. They had a lot of very messed up characters in those series. Like the masochistic robot. I'm not even joking. I wish I was. But there's a masochistic robot in Arc 5. Which was kind of weird. But he also played Earthbound Monsters, so I was like, okay, you know what? I will tolerate this. I will tolerate this. Because I just want to see the Earthbound Monsters. I will tolerate this for Earthbound Monsters. Okay, let me see. Also, the unnecessary electrical shock. That too. I don't know why you had to shock them for that. I mean, if they lose the duel, they're gonna die anyway. Like, why add the extra shock? children's card games has somehow caused me to be severely injured. Yeah, I wish Little Karibo made more episodes. I'm gonna be honest with you, after seeing the last couple of abridged episodes, I think I'm okay. I think I'm all Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged out. Not to mention, I said it before and I'll say it again. There was one thing that I was waiting for Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, and the ball was dropped really, really bad. Kind of like Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, going back to it, the main thing that I felt like they dropped a ball on really badly was when they made the abridged series, they made Weevil and Rex Raptor act and sound like Beavis and Butthead. I loved that part. That was what that made them my favorite characters for quite a while. Because I'm gonna be honest, they made a lot of amazing and very funny characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged that did not have the same memorability from back then. Like Mako Tsunami. In the original anime, he was just some dude, some one-off character. In the abridged series, he was the freaky fish guy. And we loved him for that. He gave us a catchphrase. And with Weevil and Rex, as crazy as it sounds, those two characters, I personally favorite those characters more in the abridged series in comparison to the actual anime. Because again, the absolute dumbness of the Beavis and Butthead. And you want to know what happens in the Orichalco saga in the abridged series? They give them back their original characters. They turn them back into Weevil and Rex in the abridged series, instead of keeping them as Beavis and Butthead. Because I was looking forward to that duel for Yugi and Joey to fight Beavis and Butthead iterations of Rex and Weevil. But nope, he turned them back into Rex and Weevil, and that just lost all of its thunder. Waited 10 years for that too. I still remember to that day, I was always telling my brother, like, I can't wait for the Orichalco saga. I can't wait for that duel between Yugi and Weevil. That's gonna be epic. It turned out to actually be a duel between Yugi and Weevil. Not Yugi and Beavis. No, wait, I keep forgetting. Which one's Beavis and which one's Butthead? Is Beavis the brunette, or is Beavis the blonde? I want to say that Beavis is the one with blonde hair. But I could be wrong. I keep forgetting. Been God knows how many years, and I can never remember which one's which. Beavis is the blonde? Then yeah, I wanted a duel between Yugi and Beavis, not Yugi and Weevil. This is the abridged series. I want my duel between Yugi and Beavis. I'm trying to think, what would be a good equivalent to the kind of disappointment that I had right there? I'm trying to think of an equivalent in Dragon Ball Abridged. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it's kind of difficult because with Dragon Ball Abridged, they didn't really exactly change their personalities per se. They just kind of made them more goofy. Where with Weevil and Rex, they definitely changed their personality. They changed the character completely. I don't know, it's hard to say. Either way, I was disappointed. And after that, it just kind of, well, I take it back. Because there was still Darts. Darts was still a very funny character in that series. So I did have I still enjoyed the series even after that disappointing moment, but it still started to slow down. But I will say, there was still some very fun moments there. Like, I'm trying to remember, what is it called? Well, like I said, one was Darts. Darts was still pretty funny regardless of the situation. And there was this one joke when they finally acknowledged the weird naming mechanic that they added to Yu-Gi-Oh, where they stopped calling it the graveyard. Oh yeah, also, for those of you that don't know, in the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, they stopped calling it the graveyard because these cards have too much text on it. It's now called the GY. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Also, Icy, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Icy. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. Really awesome people. Really funny streams. All that good stuff. But yeah, also, I will say, and I will preface this, folks, for those of you listening to me ranting on and raving like I am, I want you to know, despite all of this, I still like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's still one of my favorite series to this day. I mean, again, if it wasn't, I wouldn't have told you about that whole thing about Vector. That whole thing about Vector, and despite... Okay, so there's another reason. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. There's a character in Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 that you would have never guessed would have been such an awesome character. Because when you see him at first glance, he looks like such a dork. GY? Yeah, the GY. They call the graveyard the GY now. But yeah, also, IV, if you're still there, if you want to see really awesome characters, deceptively awesome characters, the reason why I say deceptively is because I want you to look up this one name. Reiji Akaba. Or, I guess, look up the name Declan. Ugh. Okay, so let me paint the picture for you on this one. First, for those of you there, look up Reiji Akaba or Declan Akaba, whichever one you prefer. Look up the character, because I'm going to tell you, despite his design, I personally think he's the coolest character that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has made. And I don't even mean just that series. I don't even mean just that one part. I mean, as a whole. Like, you take the entire franchise, and I will tell you what are some of the coolest characters in the series. I'm gonna point to that hipster. As crazy as it sounds, I'm gonna point to that hipster. 'Cause, one, not only... Wait, is that the man who... Oh, no, that's Duke. That's Duke from the first series. That's the guy who plays Dungeon Dice Monsters. This guy... Okay, let me... For those of you that don't feel like looking him up, I'm gonna paint the picture for you right now. I'm gonna describe this character, and you're gonna see why I said this dude does not... Okay, his design doesn't do himself justice. Okay, so he's walking around with hipster glasses. Like, big, thick glasses. Granted, they're red frames, but that's not helping his case. Big red scarf. Blue long-sleeve t-shirt. And how do I put this? Wearing white, I think white loafers, and what are the flood pants? You ever heard of flood pants? Those are the plants that are so high up that they won't catch water if there's a flood. So he's got flood pants on. Skinny jean flood pants. And I don't think he's wearing socks in those loafers. Oh, and he's got the anime equivalent of a bowl cut. Except a little more square. So, yeah, based off of that description, you're probably thinking, yeah, dude sounds like a total dork. Now, let me tell you about this character. dude's a dueling genius. His deck is epic. His duels are epic. He managed to outplay a cheat bot. He managed to outplay a game hack in the middle of this duel where one other person who was considered a competent duelist and an absolute menace in the series got royally trashed because it was a losing game. Let me explain this one right quick. Let me explain this one to where you understand what I mean. One person played a very, very cheap tactic. And when I say cheap tactic, I mean literally cheated. He set up a hack to where whenever he loses, it's not actually him that's in the duel. It's an AI version of him. Where whenever he loses, it'll immediately reset and he will come back with half his life points. Every time, without fail, every time you drop his life points to 0, make him deck out, he'll come back with all his life points. Or with half his life points. And the duel will continue as if he never lost at all. Now, you remember that nerdy hipster dude I mentioned? He duels this guy. He sees the mechanic that made the other person lose. He sees the infinite loop. The infinite life cheat hack. You know what he manages to do with his deck? He manages, after finding out that that's how this duel works, and that he can never actually truly beat him, he does the impossible. By orchestrating his own infinite loop. Not through conventional means too, mind you. No cheating. He just makes a combo that will infinitely burn his opponent so long as, you know, the conditions are met. I don't remember the exact conditions anymore, but long story short, through his own cards and through his own tactics, he managed to make a infinite combo that would constantly burn his opponent over and over and over again. So every time the hack would go off and he would come back, the loop would continue, constantly making his opponent lose to the point of frustration to where he just rage quits the duel. He literally... You know what? You know what? I just realized it right now. The character was so awesome that he literally made someone rage quit a duel. Not gonna lie, that's actually pretty epic. I've only seen this happen twice in this game, or in the series. That I could think of, yeah, that I could think of. I've only seen 2 times in this series where somebody legit rage quits. And one of them was a minor duel. Like, one of them wasn't even a serious duel. Like, it was just like some DDR player versus Yugi. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX did have a character literally named the D... Oh my god. Yeah, but that character wasn't awesome. That one was... Okay, that character was a big plot point. Or, okay, maybe not a big plot point. It was a plot point for one of the characters. Johnny Steps? Yes, Johnny Steps. He was the only other character that just rage quit, because he was like, you know what, I ain't got time for this. I don't play this game anyway, I don't care. But this guy, literally in a war, political mind games, or, you know, like, political wars going on here. As well as actual, I mean, to be fair, most wars are political wars, but that's not the point. We're not here for politics. Point being is, dude is a literal, you know, politician in this dimension and is, you know, preparing for a big war that's going on, and nerdy dude over here legit made him rage quit in this war. This is why I said, like, despite his design, he's deceptively awesome. Because if you only took him for face value, I'd think, this is the rival for this series? Jesus Christ, what happened to this show? But when you actually see him in the show, you realize he's legit one of the best rivals, if not one of the best characters in the series. Not only that, but he also had a deck that, with the exception of Ritual, because nobody played Ritual, he was a character that managed to take every single mechanic, every single summoning method from the previous series, and mashed them all together into one deck, and it worked. Also, the deck was pretty epic. Again, his deck was about business, mythological creatures, and warlords. You wouldn't expect that would be his deck based off of his design. You would think his design, like, okay, tech bro, got it. No, this guy, he was on that warlord, he was on that warlord action right there. Jesus Christ. He was prepared for war, that is for certain. Yo, Mattias and Night Shadow, welcome on in. How you be? Thank you for the follow there, Night Shadow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Alright, now that I'm done with my rant about how awesome that character was, let me catch up with the reading, right? Or, yeah, let me catch up with all this reading stuff. Alright, let's see. I've been watching One Piece again, and I need to cope with Stranger Things stuff, but I'm doing better, feeling a lot better, and fought off the nasty stomach bug. How are you? Fair. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better there, Icy. As for me, I'm doing all right. I've just been working on... what's the word I'm looking for? I've finished... Or, what's the word? Okay, so I finished most of my projects. I just have a live 2D asset to work on. I got the sketching done for the emotes. There's a lot of emotes to work on, but we got the sketching phase done. I'm also working on the 3D printer, and I've actually successfully printed out the first Lampy figure off of it. It took a week and a lot of filament, but I finally got that one sorted out. Also, do not worry, folks. I'll catch up with all the reading. If I haven't reached your message yet, do not worry. I will eventually reach it. Just give me a bit of time. I tend to go on tangents. A lot. So yeah, I got the first prints done. I also found out that I still have my acrylic paint from years ago, so I'm going to work with that stuff. And I also bought some super glue. Not super glue, glue gun again. Glue guns are relatively cheap, surprisingly. I appreciate that, because this glue gun was only like, what, $4? So anyway, yeah, things have been going pretty smoothly. Things have been going pretty well. I'm glad to hear that things are going well with you there, Icy. Okay. Wait, is that the man? Okay, so I saw that part. Akabo Reiji is him. Yes, exactly. He's what you call the GOAT, if you will. The badass. Some might say. Or, as Ryu said, him. Okay, I've seen him. Yeah! He looks like such a dork! But Jesus Christ, like I said, he's one of the best characters in the series. It's unbelievable. Okay, let me try to catch up with things. Okay, GX. Okay, saw that part with GX, and I saw the D. Okay. You remember that? Yeah. God, the dialogue in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, in the English dubs of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's crazy. Yo, Mattias, welcome on in. Guess what? Chicken butt. What's up there, Mattias? Yellow. Mad summoned me. Oh, welcome on in there, Shadow. Oh, I'm a Lampy now? Indeed, you are be a Lampy now. I've almost been here a full year. It's almost been a year? Where's the time been? Jesus, that's been a lot of time. Holy moly. Well, coolio? Nice. Hey, let's see. Hey, that's awesome to hear, and that's great. Yo, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I shall be lurking, but I hope you have a wonderful stream. All right there, Night Shadow. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the lurking. I hope you enjoy. And if you take care of things, you take care of those things. And I hope you have a good day, a better tomorrow, a great week. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Night Shadow. If you're a fan of anything Yu-Gi-Oh! Related, you came to the right place. Because, honestly, I've been talking all sorts of stuff Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. I've been talking about the good. I've been talking about the bad. I've been talking about the parts that I like, the parts that I hate, the parts that are really disappointed me, and the parts where I didn't think I'd like it, but surprisingly, it was a lot better than I thought. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal was one of those perfect examples, because like I said, when at first glance, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal didn't look great. First season, not all that good. After that first season, after that weird tournament arc that they usually had, things really kicked off. Which series is your favorite? That is a good question. Okay, as crazy as it sounds, I really like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was pretty fun. 5Ds had its ups and downs. Zeal started low, ended pretty high. Not a fan of Reigns. But Arc 5, despite its ending, despite how much I hated that ending, it's still got to be my favorite one. Surprisingly enough, that one's still got to be my favorite one. Because, as crazy as it sounds, I didn't even talk about... the Rorschach in Yu-Gi-Oh! The Rorschach in Yu-Gi-Oh! Being, the Raid Raptor dude. Listen, you say had me in a chokehold? Honestly, fair. You just summoned your mom. Zeal as in Zexel, right? Yeah, Zeal. Or, yeah, that one. Like I said, okay, so, again, another situation I'm going to bring up that sounds dumb at first. I'm going to talk about this one. This one sounds dumb at first. Because if I don't give you any context, a duel on the moon sounds goofy as... It sounds extremely goofy. A duel on the moon. Now, let me paint you this picture of this duel on the moon. It's between one of the main rivals of this series. The one with the blue eyes equivalent. Also known as Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. But basically, it's the blue eyes of this series. 3,000 attack, 25 defense, light type attribute, dragon. You know, you get the whole hoopla. Big overarching rival. Like in this series, he's like, if you know that there's gonna be like a big epic duel, or if you know, like, if he pops up, you know that he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with. As most rivals usually should. Now, you know this character already through the first season, which wasn't all that great. They introduce a new character. A new villain. He's not the main villain, but he's definitely what you would call the dragon trope. For those of you that don't know what the dragon trope is, it's usually the guy or the person who's not the main villain, but they are most likely your biggest obstacle when it comes to reaching or even beating the main villain. I'm trying to think of some good examples of... Oh, you know what? Okay, this is going to sound dumb, but I'm going to go with Princess Bride for this one. The dragon in that first half, you know, when the Sicilian dude and the other two guys, they kidnap the lady, and not Zoro has to go save her. The dragon is... I'm trying to remember his name. Ingo? Who's the guy who's looking for the man with the 6 hands on his finger? Or 6 fingers on his hand? The guy who's looking for the guy who killed his father. He's technically the biggest threat among the trio. So, that would be considered the dragon. Or the dragon trope. Or... yeah, let's go with that for now. Sometimes the dragon doesn't even need to be the strongest one. Sometimes the big bad is still the strongest amongst them. Like Nappa and Vegeta. Vegeta's definitely strong. Inigo Montoya, that's the one. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah, that guy. Uh, Kaito, whatever you want to call him, Galaxy Eyes dude. So, with that being said, going back to it. Cult of Yu-Gi-Oh? No Cult of Yu-Gi-Oh. So, anyway, going back to it. The trope villain, which is funny because this guy is the dragon trope of this season, or the remainder of the series, because he's the guy who uses another giant dragon. I forgot his name, though. His name isn't important. Just know that he's a yellow demon that summons another Galaxy Eyes dragon, but not of the same sort. Instead of this one being about light, this one is about the theory of time, which rivals the Photon Dragon. And I didn't realize this until a Yu-Gi-Oh video brings this up. This is the Red Eyes equivalent, or this should have been the true Red Eyes and Blue Eyes rivalry that the original Yu-Gi-Oh series should have had. Because they said that Red Eyes was a rival, or rivaled the power of Blue Eyes White Dragon, but never really showed it. This one, Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon. Instead of it being bright blue with semi-blue eyes, this dragon ended up being, you know, very, very dark purple, almost black, with somewhat red eyes, or was it purple, yellow eyes? I don't remember. All I know is that this was what the Red Eyes Black Dragon should have been in the series. Because instead of Tachyon and Photon having nothing to do with each other, but kind of being in the same series, and that's it, no. The moment Tachyon was introduced, Photon immediately pops up. Because these two were drawn together. Drawn together for some sort of, like, just destined rivalry. And their first duel gets interrupted because when the first guy, the one with the photon, turns his monster, upgrades his monster into the Neo version, the enemy, the one with the Tachyon, does the same. But when his turns into Tachyon, their dueling field kind of starts to distort, fall apart, because there's too much power on that field, and they can't continue the duel. So they have to pause it there and come back another time. Second time around, something similar happens. They're about to get their climactic epic duel, and then the field starts falling apart for a different reason. Turns out the field starts falling apart because of this other story that I mentioned earlier, where one dude got psychologically, or the main character got psychologically damaged because the main villain actually disguised himself as some other person and became his best friend. All to throw it in his face at the end that, yeah, that was never the case. That duel goes on, starts damaging the rest of everywhere else in that area. So the two dragon dudes have to postpone their duel again. So throughout that entire time, we're given this teaser that this guy right here, the one with the Tachyon, he has a monster. He has a very, very powerful monster. And we never really get to truly see it yet. But we know that when that thing shows up, when he's finally able to actually play that card, it's gonna be bad. And I don't mean bad as in it's gonna suck, I mean it's gonna be devastating. Whoever has to deal with it better have plot armor, because if not, it's not gonna end well for them. Spoilers, the first people who have to deal with it do not have plot armor. Fast forward to when Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal actually has their dimensional war. And yes, I'm talking about Zeal or Zexal, whichever one you want to call it. Where they have a war between the Baryons or the demons, the Chaos Demons, whatever you want to call them, versus the, people of the Earth. Everyone, a lot of the characters are losing their battles. The main characters are winning their battles. The side characters or the former villains are absolutely getting decimated by the current villains. And then we get to the duel with the Tachyon. Let me tell you the dude with the Tachyon. Because when he first introduces it, he deals with two people that were technically side obstacles. Not even going to call them villains because I don't think these two were bad guys. Like their brother. Because there was 3 of them. And out of the 3, only one of them was a real villain. The other 2 were just doing their job. Anyway, with that being said, one of them summons a satellite. Like literal space colony. The other one summons a mountain on legs. Looks like they have a solid battle going on here. Looks like they have some solid monsters here. Then the dude, the Tachyon dude, summons his dragon and upgrades it. No interruption this time. You want to know what his dragon, his Red Eyes Black Dragon, upgrades into? It literally upgrades into King Ghidorah from Godzilla, if it were a mech. I'm snoozing the ads for this one, because y'all need to hear this. I don't care. Y'all need to hear this one. Not only is it King Ghidorah from the Godzilla series, it is also Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because its battle tactic, again, like I said, Tachyon is a form of time. And its main effect when it's summoned this way is to practically stop time. Now, how do you stop time in this actual game? By negating every card that's currently on the field. So, nothing can be played, because time has fully stopped. And unlike how Blue Eyes was in the anime, this thing can attack 3 different times, because it is a 3-headed dragon. So, first attack just destroys an entire mountain of a monster. And when I say a mountain, I mean this is a literal kaiju. It has a volcano on its shoulder. Shoots that thing down, absolutely decimates it. And then it shoots from the ground, unlike how Blue Eyes did where it flew up into the sky to shoot the satellite. No, this was still on the ground floor. Shoots a beam straight into space. You see that beam disappear into the distance. And a few seconds later, that space colony that is up in the sky has multiple explosions going off before the entire thing blows up. Dragon literally shot a space colony out of the sky. Now, again, granted, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! All you have to do is make one attack and the monster's dead anyway, but still, it was a pretty epic scene. Beat them both with that singular monster. Now, you would think, oh, this is something for the main hero to take on. This is going to be a tough one for the main hero. This ain't for the main hero. He never interacts with the main hero with the exception of the very first duel. This is a rivalry between Tachyon and Photon. The rivalry that Blue Eyes and Red Eyes should have had. So, fast forward, or yeah, backtrack a little bit more, because before that, there was also the main characters finding this dude about a dragon, or fighting this other dragon duelist, and he mentions how there's this prophecy that there's going to be one of these special cards that can only be unlocked when the 2 dragon masters face on the moon. Sounds metaphorical at the first time around. When you first see the series, it sounds like a metaphorical thing. No, it turns out, no. They gotta be on the moon for this duel. So one dude takes a spaceship, the other one's a demon, so he doesn't have to breathe. So he literally just goes up onto the moon. The other one goes up onto the moon. And that is when we finally get the epic battle that we have been waiting, God knows how long for. 3 whole duels for this final moment. Photon Dragon versus Tachyon Dragon. They bring out their upgrades. And here's the most epic part about that duel. It is literally a duel between these 2 monsters. They don't summon other extra monsters. They don't do any of that, especially the main villain, or especially that villain at the time. That villain only does one thing, which in retrospect, it's epic in the anime, but as a card game standpoint, you could never have made his deck during that time because he only had like 2 cards, and then his ace monster. So he didn't really have much else for that. But story-wise, and, you know, watching the duel itself, he immediately goes into summoning his ace dragon. The other dude goes into summoning his ace dragon. And it is literally just a duel. A clash. Actually, you know what? I take it back. Duel was the perfect word for this, because it is just these 2 monsters duking it out. Trap cards, magic cards, upgraded versions of one another, equip cards. The list goes on. It is just these 2. That is it. These 2 dragons duking it out until one of them finally falls. Needless to say, the photon one... Okay, here's the craziest part about all of this. Here's the craziest part about all of this duel. The dude with the photon dragon finally manages to beat the dude. Beats the tachyon monster. Ad start in a minute. But due to this being actual damage amongst each other, his spacesuit has taken so much damage that even though he won the duel, his spacesuit broke. And, well, needless to say, being on the moon without a spacesuit really doesn't help you survive, now does it? So, despite the fact that he wins the duel, he gets the special card. He tells his rival, take it, give it to the main character, do me this last honor. And he dies on the moon. And because the other guy kind of lost and he decided to be honorable, because this character, despite being, you know, well, to be fair, again, that's the other trope about being the dragon villain, is that most of the time you are nothing but power, but you're also probably most likely not a scumbag. Perfect example, this one villain from JoJo's Part 2. What's his name? Wamu? Wamu would be technically considered the dragon trope, even though Cars is stronger. I think. It's debatable, depending. Okay, anyway, let me catch up with all of that. But the point being is, without all of that context, without that entire story I just gave you right there, of course, a duel on the moon sounds goofy. But when you hear it, it's like, holy moly, that is an opera, right? Or not an opera, that's a novella right there. And it is one heck of a build-up, and I will say, it paid off. Me personally, I believe that was one heck of a payoff. Now, if only Arc 5 was able to pull off a payoff like that. Still gonna rant on about Arc 5 not giving us the payoff that I really wanted from that one. That was the payoff was not worth it in Arc 5, but in Zeal, that payoff was epic. Because a lot of things happen in that series, a lot of things happen in that arc alone, but it's that one and the shark dude that really caught my attention more than anything else in that series. Alright, with that being said, let's catch up with a lot of the reading, because I like I said, I tend to rant on a lot. Okay, let's catch up with you. Yeah, remember him? Yeah. Alright. Cult of the Lamp? No Cult of the Lamp. True? Uh-oh. Yeah. I'm vastly enjoying the nerd out here. Thank you, I'm glad that you like the nerding out. I like to nerd out about Yu-Gi-Oh! This is what I said, like, if you're here to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! This is the place, because I will rant on about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like nobody's business. Like, you want to hear someone go ham on the series, the card game, maybe even some of the games sometimes, this is the place to go. Unless it's Reshef. I haven't played that one. Same, I don't really have anyone to chat about Yu-Gi-Oh! With, so this feels great. You came to the right place, like I said. This place ain't only about the card games. I talk about almost everything Yu-Gi-Oh! Related. Like I said, I ranted on about how Konami fumbled the ball making the shoes from producing and trying to sell the shoes of a one-off episode from season 0 that barely anybody even remembers. And yet they thought, hey, let's get some nostalgia going on and sell the sneakers from that one episode. From season 0. The one that not everybody watched. But yeah. Alright, let's see. I remember people harp on Yuma being weak protagonist, but at least he was a realistic duelist that gradually became better. I will agree with that. I will agree. Because you know what? You know what? I will say, despite the fact that Yuma was considered weak, I'd rather prefer a duel with a character. I would rather watch a series where the character, you don't know if they're going to win. You don't know how they're going to pull this off. You don't even know if they are going to pull this off. But you know, at the end of the day, regardless of how many times he loses, he has to get the big win at the end. Now, the real question is, will he be able to pull it off? Which makes it a lot more interesting if the underdog has to win the big fight. Also, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Night Shadow, I gotta ask, is 96 what I think it is? Because I saw that at first and I thought, I'm just being a Yu-Gi-Oh! Nerd. But since we're talking Yu-Gi-Oh! Now and I heard that you don't have a lot of people to talk Yu-Gi-Oh! With, I want to ask, is 96 what I think it is? Or is that a coincidence? Is that based off of the number monster? Wait, actually, now that I think about it, was number 96 called Night Shadow? I remember it had Shadow in its name. I can't quite remember, though. Okay, let's see. And yeah, I will say, okay, granted, I will say this. Though Yuma may not be, as a character, Yuma may not be as entertaining as Yusei, at least Yuma's duels was a little more entertaining than Yusei's. Because at least with okay, how do I put it? With Yuma, you know, there's a lot riding on that duel. You don't know if he's actually going to win this one or not. With Yusei, you already know it's in the bag. The real question is, how is he going to win it? Nope, unfortunately not a reference. Okay, then that's crazy to think about because I saw the name and after talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! I started to notice, wait a minute, number 96, I forgot what it's called. I think it's either number 96 Dark Shadow or something like that. I know it has something about Shadow in its name. It's supposed to be the dark counterpart to Astral. So I was like, nah, that's gotta be a coincidence. And then after a while, I started thinking, is that what it could it be? Maybe, possibly. We'll find out. All right. I'm glad Mads introduced me. I'm glad so too. Mads is awesome people. Did I give a shout out to Mattias? I need to give another shout out to Mattias. You're making me invested now. I kind of skipped Zeal Season 2. Maybe I should go back to watch it. Okay, here's the funny thing there, Night Shadow. Season 0 is when it gets interesting. Season 0 is when it gets good. The first 2 seasons, like I said, the first season and whatever that tournament thingy was where, I forgot what his name was, Vetrix, the other guy. I forgot what the OG name was. And then whatever the sort of name Dr. Faker is. I could see, like I said, I could see why people steered away from that series. But I can assure you, after the whole Dr. Faker nonsense, the series gets really, really good. And you also start to find out that, okay, I'm not going to spoil any more of it for you. I'm not going to spoil any more of it for you because there's some interesting parts in that story. I'll leave that one there for you to figure out. Also, Azalea, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Azalea. Do not worry, folks. We'll catch up with the rest of the reading after the raid. So if you dropped any messages beforehand, do not worry. They will not be lost. Or, okay, some of them might be lost, but I will try my best to keep up with them all. Go check them out. Really awesome people. Really cool stuff. How you be? I hope you're having a good day. And everybody stopping by from Azalea's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We are currently talking Yu-Gi-Oh! And trying to finish off this, we're trying to finish off this character sheet for the Lampy mech. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Good to see you there, Azalea. Grimp, I see you. Hold on a minute. We gotta give a shout out to Grimp as well. Because we gotta give a shout out to Grimp. Why? Because every time we gotta get them when we can. Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah! What's your yeah. I forgot what I was going to say. Folks, what's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh series? Let me know. I'm going to be honest with you. I watched all the way up to Vrains, and I watched a little bit of Sevens, but I couldn't get into Sevens because the duels... I don't know what it was about the duels. Which is crazy, because from what I've seen from Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens, the characters and the stories are relatively interesting, with the exception of some of those characters being a little too dumb. And when I say dumb, I mean, like, not even the endearing kind of dumb, more just, like, frustratingly just difficult. But the duels... man. Dark Mist, that's the one. Thank you there, Night Shadow. But yeah, also, how was I'm Not Human there, Azalea? How did it go? How did it be? I hope you had a lot of fun with Dark Shadow. Or, not Dark Shadow. Not Human. The game with the vampires. Alright, let's catch up with some stuff. Also, welcome on in there. Welcome back there, Phoenix Wolf. Hope you're having a good day. Zeal Season 2 easily beats Season 1, so definitely watch it. Yes, agreed. Season 2 is when things... Okay, I said this before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal kind of has the opposite trajectory of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, kind of. Actually, you know what? Maybe not even 5Ds. Kind of like the opposite trajectory of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, you know what? Let's go with let's go with 5Ds, because 5Ds started off strong, and then after the duel or the Shadow Duelist arc, or the Dark Signer arc, it kind of nosedived for a bit, and then kind of trickled its way back up at the last second. Where with Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, it started in the dumps. It started low. It started lame, and then after that whole Dr. Faker arc, it started to gradually lift its way back up, and then it just makes its way to the moon. Oh, and then you have the monster that... Okay, I'm not going to talk about that monster. There's a lot of things... I'm not going to lie to you. There's a lot of things that I want to talk about when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, but I want to leave those parts alone, because there's some moments where it's like, are you serious? Did you really make a monster like that? Did you really just do this right now? What are these... I wish I could say so much. There's so much I want to say. You know what? I'm just going to say this one part. I'm just going to look at it and just say, what are these attack points? So yeah, I'm going to leave it right there. You figure out the rest from that point. Nope, unfortunately not a reference. I wish it was, to be honest. Then, you know what? It's a funny coincidence nonetheless. Dark Mist, I think, was the name of number 96. Yeah, Dark Mist, that's the one. Alright, sounds good. Alright, and we're back. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Chats? Yeah. Like I said, you bring up anything Yu-Gi-Oh! Related, I'm probably just gonna rant on for the next God knows how long. Too many have died. Oh, let's see. Let me see. Too many have died. I suck at this game. That's okay there, Azalea. A lot of people suck at this game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gotten very ridiculous. Like, absolutely wild. To the point where the game is like 30 minutes, like, okay, 30 minutes is an exaggeration, but if we're gonna go with the exaggeration, 37-minute turns. But in all reality, it's 10-minute turns. Still isn't any better, but yeah. I agreed on the 5Ds part? Yeah. In the literal sense? Yeah, exactly. Like, it started strong and then it just dropped. Okay, if you don't mind the spoilers, then okay, we're gonna go into this. I was talking about the game. Oh, that one. Okay, that's honestly fair too. From what I remember hearing about that game, like, you gotta understand people. And if you don't understand people, like me, it's a rough one. Okay, so... Also, with that being said, there, Night Shadow, if you don't mind spoilers, okay, we're going to get into some big ranting about a couple of things, because, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V, or not Arc V, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, or Zexal, whatever you want to call it, that's when we get into some really ridiculous territory. Like I said, there was that one, and then you also had where Shark becomes relevant. Lurk? Alright, you do your lurking, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you all enjoy your stay, and if you, yeah. And thank you again for the raid there, Azalea. I greatly appreciate it. So, Shark, not only... Okay, so Shark was always, like, number 2 both in either terms of main character or rival. Actually, in terms of both. So he's always been second fiddle when it comes to that stuff. And let me tell you, that doesn't change when it comes to this next arc, because Shark becomes, well, he becomes the villain. Actually, you know what? I take it back. He finally makes his stand and becomes the villain at the end of the series, which is pretty epic to see. And when I say villain, I mean kind of loosely. We have a big bad, also known as Dawn 1000, which is basically the equivalent of Zork, and I'll explain why he's the equivalent of Zork right now. You remember how I mentioned number 96 and how he looks like a dark astral, which is astral being that spirit that basically guides Yuma in his duels, kind of how Yugi and Atem work. And since Dark Mist is looks like a dark counterpart to the Pharaoh, similar how to Yami Bakuro is kind of like a dark counterpart to the Pharaoh, or something like that. You know what I mean? It's very much similar to that. And it's also very interesting because there was a video, I think it was like from a channel called Medi, Not the Bad Guy, something like that. He brings up how Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal is surprisingly, which, when you look at it on paper, when you hear this the first time around, it doesn't make it, when you hear it the first time around, you're like, okay, this has got to be grasping at straws. Hold on a minute. Let me watch this video. Let me humor it for a minute. Let me see where they're going with this. Because, and now I'm going to explain to you what the concept of his video was. How Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal was the Duel Monsters reboot that you didn't know existed. And a lot of the points make sense. Main character doesn't know how to duel very well. Deuteragonist, which is a master at this game, which is a very mysterious character that doesn't even know himself. Ringing any bells? First season has to deal with a villain that just seems like a villain at first until you realize he's doing this for a reason. He's doing this for a loved one. Fails miserably at it too. Ringing any bells? And here's the other kicker. His other mysterious dark counterpart is actually related to the big bad of the series. Now, let me explain that part, because we got to talk about number 96, Dark Mist. And if you look at the number of 96, it's kind of like a reverse yin-yang symbol. Also, the reverse of the funny symbol. Nice. With that being said, here's the story about Dark Mist when you really get into the meat and potatoes behind all of it, when you get that shocking revelation that Dark Mist... Well, before we could actually talk about Dark Mist, let me get back to another thing. The number cards. All 100 number cards are a fragment of Astral's memories. Because after his epic clash with the big villain, after sealing away the big villain, he is severely injured to the point where he loses all of his memories. And in order to get his memories back, he has to collect each fragment, which is all 100 number cards. One of these numbers is number 96, Dark Mist, which looks an awful like the dark counterpart to him. You want to know what it turns out that Dark Mist is? He's the memory fragment of Dawn 1000, the main villain of this series. And who else was technically a portion, if not under a technicality, the main villain of the series, Yami Bakura. And when both of them are defeated, they just merge back into their origin? Progenitor? I don't know. Anyway, when Bakura is defeated, you know, he just dissolves back into, well, he dissolves into sand, but most of them kind of go back into Zork. And when Dark Mist is defeated, whatever remains of his energy just goes back to Dawn 1000. Ergo, that's just Yami Bakura. It makes a lot more sense on that one. And like I said before, where you had Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon, but they didn't really do anything with one another, other than that one duel where Blue Eyes just whoops them. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, we actually get the rivalry between a bright blue-eyed dragon and a dark, I think, yellow, pinkish-eyed dragon, aka Blue Eyes and Red Eyes. We actually get their duel to actually be, you know, rivals. Oh, we also got Shark. I forgot what Shark was supposed to be, but I remember there was a reboot, or yeah, there was something with Shark, but anyway, I just wanted to bring that part up. But before we get back into the whole story of Shark, we're gonna give a shout out to Jira over here. Welcome on in there, Jiro. Oh, not Jira, Jiro. Welcome on in there, Jiro. How ya be? Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. And everybody stopping by from Jiro's stream. Hi, my name's Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I live to do rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet for the Lampy mech. I hope you enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your day. If you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about writing or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to screw around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your day. How was the Zomboid there games there, Jiro? I hope it was well. I hope it was fun. I hope you enjoyed your day. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Or, yeah, I hope you had a lot of fun with that, and I hope you didn't die too many times. But it is Project Zomboid, so I'm assuming there's some dying in there. Yo, there, Sharing Heart. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Hi, the den mates wanted to see a moth tonight. Zomboid was fun. Yeah, I'm glad to hear. And I'm very honored that you decided to bring everybody over here. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, we were also talking about a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Also good to see you there. 5 bytes. Oh, no, wait. 5 terabytes. There we go. Shark. Hey, funny enough, we were going to talk about sharks soon enough. Sharing Heart. Boo Solo. Jiro. Hope you're all having a good day. And welcome on in there, Sand Snaps. Hope everybody's doing well. Another raid? Yeah. Since it's a late hour, we get a lot of raids going on here. All right, let's catch up some reading while we're here. All right. Yep, I remember Astral. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way. I didn't either until I saw that video. I looked at it like a reboot. Okay. I'm willing to hear you out. Let me see what this is all about. And then, yeah, I mean, yeah, I was there. It was there. Like, in a lot of pieces. I mean, granted, they obviously took some liberties, but they won. It still went down the flow of the story. 2, it added some things that, let's be honest, we kind of wanted from the original. Granted, it still started off pretty lame at the beginning, but it made its way there, slowly but surely. And that, yeah. Watch Season 2. Watch the Barian arc. Or watch when the Barians pop up. That is when things get kind of epic. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I gotta rein in your expectations a little bit when watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal. There are still goofy episodes. Some of these characters can still be a bit goofy. Yuma can still be very, very dumb. I'm gonna get into that one because there's this one episode. I'm gonna have to explain this one. Yes, there's a tag duel. There's a tag duel on a baseball field where one of the villains is also disguised as a regular person, but they all know okay. A lot of the villains in the series are disguised as regular people, and they're trying not to blow their cover. And for the most part, most of them are relatively dorky, with the exception of a few. okay, there's two dorky ones, and the rest of them are very serious characters. And then there's that one character that acts like a dork, but you know full well he's about to mess up the main character on a mental level. Wait for it. But anyway, going back to it, he ends up, okay, one of the villains, one of the side villains, one of the minor villains, ends up corrupting two of the main character's best friends. But he ends up getting dragged into the duel because of the main character. And he's like, oh, I was not supposed to be a part of this. I was not supposed to be a part of this duel. If we lose, that's it. We both die. And he thinks the main character thinks it's a friendly card game, and the minor villain is like, okay, if we lose this duel, we die. If they find out about those cards, I might be exposed as one of the villains. I cannot blow my cover right now. So during this duel, the minor villain, who is tag teaming with the main character, has to find a way to snatch both of those cards away from the other two characters, from the two mind-controlled friends of the main character, without anybody knowing that those two cards are in their deck. Because those two cards are Barian cards, and that would expose that they are, that they're here and they're close. And that someone among them is one of those villains. Now, the reason why I say it gets goofy and it gets dumb is because, the villain is stuck in this duel with the main character, even though this was not his plan. And while he's trying to get these cards back, you want to know what happens? He is real close. He has the plan. He has the game plan. It is solid. It is fair. He is going to get those cards back so long as everything goes according to plan. His opponents can't do anything about it. He's about to play these moves. He's about to steal one card from each of them, from each of his opponents. And it's going to be the cards that he needs to get back. So no one knows that he's about to get exposed as the villain. You want to know what happens? The main character interrupts his game plan. Interrupts the turn. And you want to know why he does it? Not because he has a suspicion of him. Not because it would hurt his friends. Which, by the way, this wouldn't even have hurt his friends either. Not because of any sort of, greater reason. You want to know why he interrupts his teammate, Secret Villain's plan to snatch those cards back? Because they didn't discuss the plan. They didn't discuss the plan, and so he just tells him, don't start making moves on your own accord. And the dude's just looking at it like, are you serious right now? Did you just interrupt me because I didn't tell you what I was trying to do? And he is absolutely just dropping bricks right now, if you catch my drift. Because he was almost there. He almost got it out of the way. It could have just been a simple duel. No fate of the world nonsense. No life or death situation. Just for fun. Just for spite. Just to spite his own teammate. Because he's like, that's what you get for making plans without discussing it with me. We're supposed to be a team, but you're not acting like a teammate. I need you to be a teammate with me. You can't just be doing that sort of thing. The guy's just looking at like, oh my god, we're gonna die. Why on earth would you do this? This is why I said this was a goofy episode, so I need to rein in your expectations. This isn't gonna be 5Ds. Unless you watch the English dub. Then it's going to have its very, very serious moments. It's going to have its very epic moments. It's going to have its very tragic moments. And then it's going to have that. It's going to have its lighthearted and very dumb moments in a technically on paper very serious situation. And then it's going to have the Yuma versus Vector duel. So, yeah. And then the Tachyon duels. Yeah. And then it's going to have a duel against the main villain where he summons a monster with not 10,000 attack, not 20,000 attack, 100,000 attack. I kid you not. The main villain pulls out one of the most bull cards you have ever heard of. I'm going to explain this one. That's amazing. Yeah, it was a funny duel. And despite how goofy it was, I enjoyed it. So the main villain pulls out a monster where it has 100k attack, and if you thought that was bad, it had a secondary effect. You have to attack this monster during your turn. If you did not attack this monster at all, if you did not attack the 100k monster, you know what happens? You automatically lose the duel. So this card forces you 100k attack too. This 100k attack monster literally says, you have to fight me. You don't get a choice. Unless you're playing the actual card game, in which case it doesn't have any protections, which means you could just destroy it, and then that effect goes off. Or that effect doesn't go off. What the F? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And you want to know what's even crazier? The main character actually has to pull this off. And he does. I think he hits that monster with 100 and it was either 200,000k or 150,000k worth of attack points. But yeah, he has to find a way, and he somehow miraculously manages to summon a monster that has well over thousands more than 100,000k. Tens of thousands more than 100,000k. What was their difference? Let me go find out. Let me go see that monster again. Let me go find that duel right quick. Well, maybe not the duel, but let me go find out right quick. Yuma beats number, I think it's number 110 or 10,000. You know what? 100k thousand monster. Let me see. Okay, let's see. 100k monster. Oh, that's two. I just put look. Right. 100k monster. All right. Okay, we're looking at this. Okay, fandom. Yu-Gi-Oh! Episode 100. All right. Let me see. Okay. Not this part. Let me look up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Wiki. Episode 140, because this is the one where they beat him. Okay, let me see. All right, uses number 100. Monster reveal. First time monster is revealed with 100k. Then he reveals another monster with 100,000k. And then he... Where is it? Summons up the Numeron Dragon and manages to... Where is that number? I don't care about the rest of the stuff. Let me know. Where's the attack power of that monster? Okay, let me see. Chaos draw, this and that, blah, 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 yada. Okay, glows in energy, blah, 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 blah. Where is the attack? You know what? Let me go look here. Is this it? Shining draw? Nope, not that either. Why won't it show me the attack points? It showed me the attack points of the monster with 100k, but why won't it show me the other one? Oh, continues to next episode. Okay, let me see the next episode. Because I think this is the... Oh my freaking god. Okay, so this is where it was. 204,000k attack. I don't know how or where or why they added that extra 4k attack. You know what's the craziest part? The extra 4k seems abysmal until you realize that's the attack of Obelisk the Tormentor. It just tacked on top Obelisk the Tormentor for the sake of it. It wasn't even necessary. Nobody's surviving 200k attack. But they just, I don't know how or why, but for some reason, they're looking at these attack points like, okay, you have a monster with 100,000k, or yeah, 100k attack. You manage to summon a monster with 200k attack. No matter how many life points they have, they're not surviving that duel. But toss a Obelisk the Tormentor on top of all of that. And it feels like that extra Obelisk is nothing. This is what I meant about Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal gets crazy at the end. And you want to know what's the craziest part? That's only the third to last duel. There are still 2 more duels ahead of it. Because that was a tag duel between Shark and Yuma. Shark being the other rival that wasn't exactly the main rival or the main character, but he was definitely there. He was kind of like some can say he was practically the Joey of that series. In a way. That was the craziest part? Yeah, the craziest part is that there's still 2 more duels. You want to know who his next duel is? Yeah, third to last duel, exactly. His next duel is against the dude that was on his side. Because like I said, it was a tag duel between Yuma and Shark versus Dawn 1000. But I forgot to mention, or I mentioned this earlier, that Shark did become technically the main villain of that war, with the exception of Dawn 1000. And with Dawn 1000 out of the way, Shark lets him know, all right, where the magical MacGuffin is up in the air, anyone could get a, or yeah, we both won that duel, but only one of us gets the power of that magical MacGuffin. I'm not going to get into the details of the magical MacGuffin because there's a reason why it's called a magical MacGuffin. It's just, you know, it's there for the plot. So, immediately, after they just beat the big bad, they kind of have a Dante and Virgil moment. Where right after, it's now those two having to duel for, well, let's call it power. If you've played Devil May Cry 3, you know what I'm talking about. If you've finished Devil May Cry 3, you know what I'm talking about. Because, yeah, same situation. They work together, they beat the big bad. Now that the big bad's out of the way, okay, the real duel can begin. Who's getting this power? The guy that you've been following throughout this entire story, or the other guy that you've also actually been following throughout this entire story? Because I forgot to mention, this is why I said he's kind of like the secondary protagonist. He's not exactly the main character, but he's not exactly the rival either, but he has been there from the beginning, and he's also had his own story, his own plot, his own development. And just like Yuma, this guy has also grown throughout the duels. He's also not only been, like I said, he's basically the secondary main character. He's Sasuke. He's Sasuke from Naruto. I just started realizing right now, he's just Sasuke from Naruto. Has his own story, has his own plot, has his own direction with the story. He still, you know, interacts with the main character, and they're both kind of like parallels, but at the same time, at the end of the day, once it's finally down to the wire and everything's all said and done, they were still down their own roads, still down their own paths, and, you know, it led them to this moment. Even though technically the story is, like, the main villain is gone, their story's not done yet. Because they still have one obstacle in front of the other. Each other. Now, I want to say this. Because all of this is really, really epic. All of this was pretty awesome when I first saw it. I will tell you this. Unfortunately, I want you to... How do I put this? I want you to take away from this that not everything is about the destination. Sometimes it's the journey. The reason why I bring this up is because they kind of pull a Dragon Ball at the end. All the things that I mentioned, all the epicness that goes down, all the war, all the epic fights, all the unfortunate deaths that happen, all the tragedies that go down, yeah, it's all wiped away at the end. But with that being said, I will still say these were some pretty epic moments nonetheless. And when I first watched it the first time around, I was still in shock and awe until they pulled the Dragon Ball at the end. Because like I said, there was still the magical MacGuffin. And he eventually gets the magical MacGuffin. He brings everybody back from the dead. Because let me tell you... Okay, I'm going to let you know about this part. Despite the fact that they brought the magical MacGuffin to bring everybody back to life, it still didn't change the fact that they had to bring a lot of people back from the dead. Because despite the magical MacGuffin, this was still a war. And despite the fact that this was card games, a lot of people freaking died. A lot of people. Shark died. Vector died. 3, 4, and 5 died. Kaito died. You know, here's the craziest part. Okay, not the craziest part, but let me tell you something. You want to know what's also funny about all of this? Minor sacrifices. You know what? Fair. Welcome on in there, Yuriko. Yikes. Yikes indeed. Okay, I'm going to tell you about this part, because I want you to keep this one in your head for this part. You know the entire duel where... you want to know... Okay, we had 2 whole duels. Not even 2, maybe even 3 whole duels. Because we also had Yuma versus Vector again. Shark versus... Well, okay. I don't know if Yuma and Vector were there for that one. Or if Yuma and Vector were still dueling for this, but let's say that part didn't happen. Alright, let's say that part already finished. Let's go with the ones that I know were, like, full on after the 2 dragon duels on the moon. There was the whole duel between Yuma and Shark versus Dawn Thousand. Then the whole duel between Yuma and Shark. Then after a few days, we had the duel, basically, the classic ceremony duel that every Yu-Gi-Oh! Series has, where hero and rival either hero and rival or the 2 heroes facing off against each other. You had that with Jaden and Yugi in GX, Yugi and the Pharaoh in the original series, Jack and Yusei in 5Ds. In this duel, it was Yuma versus Astral, because Astral was like, hey, I remember what my memory was. I was supposed to wipe out an entire dimension. Hey, give me that magical MacGuffin. And Yuma's like, wait, what? Yeah, I kind of got to commit, the big G. Give me the magic. No, what? No. Like, okay, listen. Yuma and Astral? Yeah. Once Astral got once he got his memories back, that's when he realized he has to destroy the Barian world. And with that magical MacGuffin, he could just wish it all gone. Like, it's all gone. Everything. All of it. It's away now. And Yuma's like, it's kind of messed up. It also kind of reminded me of something else. I don't know if I want to give you this power. And so they have to duel for it. Yuma, it shows his growth. Because Yuma eventually beats Astral, and Astral's like, okay, fine. I guess the power is yours. Great, I'm gonna pull a Dragon Ball Z. Wait, what does that mean? Then he brings everybody back. But I want you to take this in mind. The last 3 duels of the series, I want you to remember this part. And also, a couple of days kind of passed before that last duel. Throughout that entire time, somebody's corpse was on the moon. I want you to remember that part, because even though they pulled a whole Dragon Ball, it still doesn't change the fact that things got pretty messed up in this series. Look, someone was literally dead on the moon for a while. That's something I don't. That's something I kind of don't forget, because it's like, okay, we have this duel between the two main characters and the big bad. We have the duel between the two main characters. We have a little bit of free time between those two moments. And now we have the duel between the other two main characters. Meanwhile, his body is still on the moon. Granted, everybody's revived at the end, but that still doesn't change the fact that his corpse was on the moon for a couple days. And for several episodes. Also, during that time, there was also a lot of other dead people. Like the one that absolutely got trashed by the Tachyon duel that I mentioned earlier. Oh, I also didn't mention that Shark, the other main character, the Sasuke of the series, and I almost forgot to mention, okay, I mentioned the psychopath with the puppets. Psychopath with the puppets was the one who had to try to bring Shark back to his senses. Like, look, I know I'm a messed up dude. I've done a lot of messed up things. And I see you're going down the same road. I am here to pull you back from the pit that I made the mistake of going down. Puppet dude dies miserably. Okay, maybe not dies miserably. It was an epic duel, but at the same time, you also realize that, yeah, he stood no chance, because while he was playing these giant sadistic puppets, dude had a freaking ship that could steal your monster, and that ship transforms into a mech that still steals your monsters. Oh yeah, also it was called number 101 Shark, or SH Arc. Arc as in ARC, I believe. And then it transforms. Then you find out that, oh wait, no, I take it back. It doesn't even transform. It's that the mech was in the ship. Silent Honor Arc. There we go, that's what it was. Silent Honor. Thank you there, Yuriko. I greatly appreciate that, because I'll be honest, it's been a long time. Silent Honor Arc. It was a giant ship. I just realized card was $90 at one point. I can imagine why, because during that time, when you could just steal an opponent's monster, that was pretty powerful at the time. And then you find out, I take it back, it wasn't that the ship was the mech was in the ship. Like in that center part, like it just, if I'm correct, I think it breaks out. I can't quite remember. It's been too long, but it's either that it breaks out from that center part, or that it was the ship itself. I can't quite remember. But either way, that ship was epic. Moon is haunted, because I'm here. Also true. Welcome on in there, Queen. Whew. But yeah. This is also why I talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, because despite what a lot of people said about Zeal, because a lot of people still say to this day that Zeal was the worst one, and I'm thinking, but Reigns was right over there. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of epic moments in Vrains, and there's also a really tragic moment with Vrains with a cleaner robot. That's the craziest part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. That's the one part that's always sticking with me about that, is that also Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains had some really messed up moments, but also it had a lot of amazing plots that they just didn't go anywhere with. Vrains was okay in my opinion. I agree. It was okay. Actually, I take it back. I don't entirely agree. Like for me, Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains was whatever. The last part I think was okay, but it looked like it had a lot going for it, but it didn't do anything with what it had. So it just kind of, Oh, and don't even get me started at how they did the two characters. They had a lot of characters in there, and a lot of them they got done dirty. Especially, what's her name? Blue Angel? I don't remember her actual name. Owie? Yeah, Owie. Which just sounds like I stubbed my toe or something, but that's not the point. Yeah, they did her dirty, they did Go dirty, yeah. they did nothing with the entire chess pieces plot, like the chess piece executives plot. They had them there. They seemed like ominous figures. They did nothing with them. They did a lot of people dirty. Yeah. All right, let me catch up with a lot of things. Well, first, let's give a shout out to Yuriko. If you haven't checked out Yuriko, I highly recommend that you do. Very funny streams, very cursed conversations, but very, very hilarious. And they play a good variety of games. Overall, really great people. Okay, let me try to catch up with a lot of stuff here. We're going to catch up with a lot of reading. Also, welcome on in there, Arcade. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things are going well. My wireless mouse is dying, so I'll be lurking, but hi. I'm sorry there that it took me so long to say something Arcade. I apologize. When I get into a rant, I go ham on the rant. But I hope you're having a good day. And you do your lurking. I hope it goes well. Alright, I know what you're talking about, Yu-Gi-Oh! But I know that you're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! But I'm making a cafe inspired by one of my One Piece OCs. Oh, I didn't know you made a One Piece OC. What happens? Oh, yeah, so there's that. 100k, yeah. Because if their defense is really low, you could use an effect that lets you pick their stance and swap it to defense and destroy the card. Also true. There's also that. You could also just destroy the card with an effect as well. Okay, they really wanted to exaggerate it. They really did. And I think 200k might have been the biggest number they've ever had. I could be wrong. I feel like they said that, oh, well, with the exception of Infinity +1. I'm not even joking. The OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Went with Infinity +1. Don't believe me? They had a monster that had infinite attack. And then Yugi uses two monsters to bounce their attack back between one another, increasing it somehow, despite the fact that bouncing one another does not work like that. If you've seen a laser beam bounce between two mirrors, that laser beam just gets weaker and weaker by the second. But yeah, basically, they just started bouncing their attack power against each other until it got stronger and stronger and stronger, until they made an infinity symbol on top of the snake's head. And then that counted as even greater than infinity. I'm like, okay, what a load of bull. And this was after after Duelist Kingdom, so they couldn't get away with, oh, we're just making it up. Whew. My death by the narrative sense are kicking in. Lampy, I gotta ask, do you think I would have liked them? Which character there, Icy? Which character are we talking about? Because I talked about a lot of characters. Are we talking about the guy who died on the moon? Because maybe. He was fighting for his brother. He did a lot of terrible things. Technically stole a lot of people's souls. Because his dad was telling him to. Tragic backstory, that's for certain. Actually, okay, also here's the funny thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal. The entire Barians, the entire villain cast that you have from the Barian arc, all of them, each and every one of them, even the most messed up of villains there, all of them, tragic backstory. Like, you had an entire villain cast of, okay, so here's why their life is messed up. Yo, Kiko, let's give a shout out to Kiko. You know, worry there, folks, we're gonna catch up. We're gonna shotgun the rest of the messages real soon. But first, let's give a shout out to the Lunar Bunny. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. I'm assuming they were playing the Pokemons. Let's find out. They play a good variety of games. Very, very hilarious streams. Very, very entertaining. Very, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to find the right words for this. Really great community. They know how to build and interact with their community. They're really great at that stuff. I commend them for that, because that's some phenomenal work right there. And everybody stopping by from Kiko's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Well, we were drawing the character sheet for the Lampy mech, but then I just ranted on about Yu-Gi-Oh! For the past God knows how long. It's already 12 o'clock. I should have ended a while back, but I'm still talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm going to keep talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! With that being said, I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. And never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to ground, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome on in there. Absalon, Kiko, Dark Leo, JP. How was the Pokemon? I hope it went well. Hi, Dad. Hey, Kiko. Has Dark Leo been feeding you? Welcome on in there, Sarah. Good vibes? Oh yeah, very good vibes. Very, very funny, very hilarious stuff. Really great people. I will give you one lamp as a treat. But I have my lamp. As a matter of fact, I want a bag of Doritos. Wait, why are you giving me stuff? Oh, right, because I don't get... I shirk my responsibilities of child support. Understandable. Have a nice day. I appreciate the Yu-Gi-Oh talk. I'm vibing to it so much. I'm glad to hear that, because I like talking about Yu-Gi-Oh. Bounty Hunter, welcome on in. But yeah, how was the Pokemons? I hope it went well. I hope it was good. I hope you had a lot of fun. Did you find any megas? I hope you found a mega Pokemon. You want snacks? Probably. All right, let's see. Nothing wrong? Indeed. Hey, welcome on in there, JP. Whew. Okay, we're going to scroll back up because there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh talk. I need to get through all of that stuff. Give me 1 second. All right, so I see. Which character were you talking about when it came to, I found a shiny Weedle? Hey! Okay, I can't, okay. I'm sorry. Whenever I hear Weedle, okay, don't get me wrong. Weedle is one of my favorite Pokemon, but I saw a YouTube video where it was this one person who was calling the Pokemon by the wrong names, except for Pikachu. And one of those nerds was just really, really mad at the guy because he just would not call them by the right names. He was calling them absurd names. Like, I forgot which Pokemons there were, but, you know, there was Meowth, Diglett, Oddish, some other ones. And the only one that sticks to me right now is when they were like, the nerd was getting mad. Like, he called Weedle, and it immediately cuts to the guy saying, oh yeah, that one's Party Wiener. And then it was like, the only Pokemon he knew was Pikachu, but let's be honest, everybody knows Pikachu. And then it immediately cuts to him like, oh yeah, that's Pikachu right there. I love that video. It was so dumb. But yeah, that was a great one. Alright, let me see. I found a shiny Weedle. Okay, I'm EP. Good night there, Father. Alright there, Kiko. You go get that sleep, you go get that rest, and I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, a great week, and I thank you again for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Culture problem now? I'll drop it back off on Kiko someday. I'll drop it back off. Don't you worry there, Kiko. When the time is right, I'm dropping these cultists back onto you. Also, welcome on in there, Zarin. I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I love that. Yeah. I should do that to Kiko? Call them Party Wiener? Alright, let's catch up with the reading over here. Alright, we're gonna get through all of this. Moon is haunted because I'm there. Fair. Silent Hill Honor Arc. $90 at one point. Oh yeah, I remember those days. I remember when Silent Honor Arc was the monster. That was the one that, like, did they ever limit that thing to one? I feel like they limited it to one at one point. The Puppet Guy's deck was called the Gimmick Puppets as well. True. I played the Gimmick Puppet deck for 9 years. I am so sorry for your loss. But hey, on the upside, at least you got new support a couple of years back, and from what I heard, that was a degenerate strategy. So yeah, there you go. Okay, Brains was okay. The whole stream is Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. Basically. We were working on character sheets, but now we got to Yu-Gi-Oh! Agreed? It could be better, but yeah. Yeah. I liked how it started, but then it just kind of, yeah, exactly, because it had the mystery. It had the messed up origins of children literally being kidnapped and being trained to be child soldiers through duels and shocks. And in order for them to eat, they actually have to win said duel, which was pretty messed up. That is, yeah, I can see why the main character is the way he is. Because, yeah, that's trauma. And then you got the mystery of, who are these people? Why on earth did they do this? This is pretty messed up. Who are these executives that never shown their face? What's going on here? We got so much here. What is all of this? And then you have like the like the internet celebrities getting involved because they don't understand the severity of what's going on until they get corrupted by the evil organization that traumatized kids. And then, oh, also they have, then you have all 6 of those AIs, like, literally artificial intelligent computer thingies that they need to get a hold of. And the main character has one of them. And it's kind of the reverse of what it usually is, where the main character is kind of either timid or goofy and is very incompetent, where the side spirit thingy is the actual competent, stoic, and put together one, where this was the exact reverse, where neither one of the two were put together, but the main character was the more competent, while the AI is the goofy one. Which I liked that idea. Because the goofy one is trying to figure out, like, okay, technically, he's there against his will as well. And he's trying to find a way to get around all of this, to get out, get free, and just be an absolute menace. Just be a lazy bone. Isn't the main character's AI named I? Yeah, he's definitely named I. AI. Which, funny enough, he also has a deck where they make a bunch of puns, and I hate it, where they just make a bunch of puns where they replace AI wherever the word I is supposed to be, and all that sort of stuff. Well, anyway, going back to it, the plot, it seemed like a solid plot. It seemed like it could have went in a lot of different directions, and they just did nothing. They just had while this guy's trying to discover this stuff, trying to figure out why on earth did all of this happen, why on earth are they doing all of this, they just kind of slam dunk them into this citywide war. And that's it. Fast forward to season 2, and that entire plot, everything that was just mentioned, forget about all of that. We just found the other AIs. We need to get a hold of those. And those AIs developed a bigger AI, and now that big AI is becoming the main villain of the series. Wait. Okay, I understand. We're all here, but what about all the other stuff we just had? That's not important. We got one of these AIs are evil. And we got to stop that one that just developed their big AI, and that's the one that we have to stop because that one thinks he's perfect, and that's a problem. Yeah, but, everything else that was just mentioned. And they kind of gloss over it a bit. They kind of give you an explanation, but we get an explanation. But that's about it. We get the explanation of why they did it, what they were doing, what they were developing, and why they kidnapped and trained kids. But notice how I didn't really explain all of that and I didn't really bring it up? It's because the story itself just kind of drops it on you like, okay, so all that information that you wanted, here you go. Okay, let's get back to the plot. Wait, but this was the plot. Wait, what is all of this? Okay, we got a war going on. We gotta focus on the rivalry between Revolver and Playmaker. Wait, what? We just got all of the... Wait. You're telling me that you're just gonna drop this here and then we're just gonna leave it? Yeah. Keep up. Let's go. We got some AIs to introduce. We also got to bring in the Soul Burner, or whatever his name is. We gotta bring in the new archetype that is going to be competitive in the next card game. Okay, whatever. Let's keep going. Yeah, that's basically what Brains was. And I know a lot of... Okay, I'm still confused as to why a lot of people tell me that was a good series, and I'm like... Okay, when? But that's just me. I don't know. They did a lot of people dirty? They did. I'm not cursed. Alright, I quit lying. I like the virtual world concept, but yeah. Same. I like the whole Digimon thing that they were doing, and then they just went nowhere with it. And then at the last second, they were like, oh, yeah, right. Okay, we don't have a lot of time, so we got to wrap this up. Okay, remember that theory about the AIs going rogue? Okay, we need to make that happen now. Okay, we're not going to explain it, but I is mad. And then they explain it, and it's understandable, but, you know, they just kind of rushed that last part. Oh, right, we still had those executives from that previous company that were mysteries. Okay, let's bring one of them in. Okay, I get rid of them. Okay, and they're gone. Okay, we had that done. Okay, let's get back to the rest of this stuff. Okay, so we had these 3 characters, and we just wiped them out off screen. You didn't even get to see them. Big characters from the previous series, or from the previous 2 seasons. Yeah, they're just gone. Anyway, let's go back to these other 2 characters. Okay, wipe them out. 1, 2. Okay, we're good. All right, let's have these 2 have a rivalry that really didn't matter at the end of the day. Have those 2 battle it out. It's supposed to be epic. All right, have this guy battle that robot. Okay, we're done. Okay, now have these 2 guys duel, or have the main character and the, you know, have your technically ceremonial duel. Have them duel it out. Okay, he's dead now. Okay, very sad. And scene. Series over. All right, we need to get to the card game. We need to get to the Duel Links game. Okay, that's where apparently the real plot begins. Which I will say, I appreciate that Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links added more to the plot to both, or added more to the story to both Vrains and Arc 5, because those 2 series were the ones that got the most done dirty. But I don't feel like playing a gacha game just to get through all of that. I could not get into, I couldn't get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links because I couldn't get to any of the cards that I wanted to at a reasonable time. By the time I finally get to all those cards, they're going to be outdated, and now I need to get to the next one, and it's just not. Whew. Okay. Let me try to catch up with something. Okay, I have 2. Okay, I have 2. They are named Naya and Kali. Oh, for the One Piece thing. Understandable. I feel like that Moth mech could run me over real good. To be fair, this thing is still the size of a car. The mech, it's still a car with extra legs on it, so it's kind of like a little mini monster truck. Any one of them? Also fair. Understandable then. Yeah, I think you would like the characters from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal. Either that... Okay, actually, I take it back. I think you would like the crazy bird guy from Arc 5. Because he's got some baggage. He's kind of unhinged. And when I say unhinged, I mean he's a little cuckoo in the confess. So yeah, he's kind of insane. Alright, let me catch up with things. Nothing? Or not wrong. Yeah, there we go. Not wrong. Alright, let's see. Welcome on in there, Sarah. Cute as heck? Wait, what is cute as heck? Kiko? Yes. Or what are we talking about? Good vibes? Yeah. Coltesk? Coltesk. Wait, maybe. What? No. Yeah? Yeah. Alright. Kiko was doing something. Oh, let's see. Kiko was doing something. Thank you for the stream. Yes, Kiko was doing something. I don't know what Kiko was doing, but yeah. Okay. Appreciate the Yu-Gi-Oh! Talk. Okay, he has snacks. Yep. Alright. Rest well, mate? Yeah. Rest well indeed. Okay, I've been enjoying the chatter, I've been enjoying the chatter for about it. I haven't done anything Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff since 2004. Honestly, fair, I don't blame you. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2004, that was a really good time. I would say a lot of people fell off around after Duel Monsters, and I don't blame them after seeing Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Which, don't get me wrong, I liked Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and I liked the change of pace. And I was alright with the characters, and I still liked the monsters, but I understand why a lot of people saw it and it was like, what is this? I know I talked to my brother about it, and both my brother and one of my friends told me they couldn't get into Yu-Gi-Oh! GX at first because it felt too slice of life. It felt too down to earth. These card games were just card games. Nothing too special. And I told them, okay, I understand. Either watch the U-Bell arc or watch the Sacred Beast arc. Okay, the Sacred Beast arc wasn't as serious, but if you wanted serious and you wanted high stakes, watch the U-Bell arc. Watch the part where Professor Viper shows up. or Cobra, whatever his name was in the English or the Japanese dub, or Japanese, yeah, the Japanese sub, yeah, in the original, whatever his name was. Go watch that one. That is where things get intense. Regardless, I still liked the earlier episodes, regardless of the situation. All right, let's see. I love that. Nice. I said any one of them. Oh, yeah. Fair. Then yeah, you should definitely check out you should definitely check out those characters. Okay. I should do that to Kiko. I joke that the only Pokemon I know is Charmander. Yes, do that. Like, you know what? Just start coming up with crazy names for every Pokemon. Like, whenever a Pokemon pops up, like, oh my god, it's a Magikarp. Holy cow. Big fish. Or something like that. Like, what would you call Magikarp if you don't know what Magikarp was? Red fish? Red snapper? I don't know. The funny looking fish. There we go. Hey, is that funny looking fish? Like, excuse me, that's a Magikarp. That's what I said. Funny looking fish. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. All right, let's see. Heck yeah, the dueling thingy from the backstory was... Yeah. The dueling thingy? Yeah. That one definitely, that was a pretty messed up. It was interesting, but then... Yeah. Exactly. They didn't do anything with it. It was very interesting and nothing came of it. Yeah, the eyes? Yeah. That's very much true. Popping in to remind Lampy that they're amazing, wonderful, talented, and lovely. Lies and slander, I know you. And welcome on in there, Zelda. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah. It could have been more. I agree. It could have been so much more. I feel like they could have done more with the backstory and other stuff. Yes. I wholeheartedly agree. I think the only one that they actually... I think the only concept that was executed very, very well was the crazy tree dude. I forgot his name, but in Yu-Gi-Oh! Reigns, and this is the only character that I actually cared about in that series, was the crazy tree dude. Dude, out of the... Oh, okay, so here's the reason why the crazy tree dude was an interesting one. Because he was one of the 6 kids that was kidnapped and tortured. But here's the thing. In his childhood... Okay, this guy had a lot of baggage. So maybe Icy might like this crazy tree dude. So here's the thing. Okay, maybe not. He's not stoic. He's legitimately insane. Who knows? Icy might still like this character. Okay, so let me explain. Okay, actually, he didn't have a good heart, so maybe not. Okay, so anyway, going back to it. Crazy Tree Dude. Let me explain the concept of Crazy Tree Dude. When he was younger, he was abandoned. He was left out in the wild on his own. Nobody to fend for him. Nobody to find him. Parents just ditched him in the woods. He came across this tree. And... under normal circumstances, I would say, what on earth are you talking about? But this was a magic tree. This magic tree protected him from everything. Gave him food. Gave him apples to feed on. Gave him shelter. And if any animals or, predatory animals wanted to eat him, literally would pull out vines and roots to just attack the other animals. And like I said, under normal circumstances, I would say, what on earth is this doing in a series, but it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Where we have monster spirits. So I'm not surprised that there's a spirit tree. Especially when we had so many other weird, bizarre things in this series. I mean, the entire concept is monster spirits. So, yeah, giant tree, sure. Magic artifacts that can kill people? Absolutely. An entire dimension of demons? Psh. Spectre? Yes, Spectre. So, here's the thing. When he gets kidnapped, unlike everyone else, he didn't get traumatized by why did all this horrible stuff happen. You want to know how he saw it as? Somebody actually cares. Somebody finds, somebody actually wants him. that ain't a little messed up in the head, I don't know what is. But yeah, he got his mindset of being kidnapped was finally someone actually wants him. And yeah, that's kind of twisted when you think about it. I mean, but again, when he has literally no one around except for a tree, I can see why that is his mindset on that. Eventually, they all get, like, again, they eventually all get rescued. It becomes the I forgot what incident they called it, but it becomes a historical incident in that world. Everyone goes back to their families. Except for Spectre, because he doesn't have one. Because he was abandoned in the woods. So he goes back to his tree. It was cut down. His tree is gone. All that's left is a stump. And so, I don't know how and I don't know when and I don't remember all the details, but he eventually just goes back to the people that kidnapped him. He goes back to the organization that captured him and tortured him for years. Because he's got nowhere else to go. He's got nobody left. These were the only people, in his mindset, these were the only people that wanted him. Wasn't the Hanoi Project or wasn't like the Hanoi Project or something? Yeah. Wasn't it the Hanoi Project? Yes. That project. They were the ones that captured a bunch of kids, and since Spectre was one of those kids and he had nowhere else to go, he just went back. And he became one of their members. And that's why I saw that character as a very, very interesting character, and he was pretty messed up in the head. He was messed up from the head at, like, the very beginning. Koifish? Yeah. Although, to be fair, I feel like Koifish would be too accurate of a name. Yeah, it was pretty sad. It was. And then in the last season, they kill him off screen. That's the worst part. Even he got done dirty. Because apparently he has a duel with AI, whatever you want to call him. He has a duel with him. Off screen. And loses. So you never even see him in season 2. Nope, I take it back. You see him in season 2 in the last episode when he asks Revolver a question about where do we go from here. That's it. That's all. Granted, he still had a lot going for him in the first 2 seasons. So he at least had that. He had he was a diamond in the rough in the first 2 seasons. And then the last season, like, they just got rid of him. Like I said, Vrains had a lot of potential and did nothing with it. Guess who I made them for? Wait, guess who you made what for? What's his name? Oh, Spectre? Yeah, Spectre. Okay, Lampy. I love Crazy, but that's too much for me. Yeah, see, this is why I said I don't think this one's up Icy's alley. Icy likes characters that are stoic, that have a lot of baggage, are pretty messed up, but not that messed up. They still have their marbles intact, kind of, but they have a tragic backstory, and they're kind of a villain, but have the potential of being redeemed. This guy did not have any of that. This guy was just... he was just too far gone. Yeah, he was just too far gone. And again, he's a blub blub fish. Yeah, blub blub fish. You know what? That works well. Like, yeah, so that's magic carp. Oh yeah, that's blub blub fish. It was depressing. It was depressing. It was really sad. It was. Like, everything about the... okay, not even just him. Like, there was a lot of depressing things in that series that they could have really delved in on, and they didn't. Like, the fact that... what's her name? The one that was playing... or, yeah, the one that went out there as Blue Angel. She was living a double life. She was using it as escapism. She was a VTuber. I kid you not. Oh, my God. Yeah, actually, yeah, she was a VTuber. Except she also had a very tragic backstory because she was sheltered, could not be allowed to go outside, didn't really feel like she had anywhere to be, didn't actually feel like she had anywhere to belong, so she went to the internet. But she also had to hide her identity on the internet because she didn't want her brother to find out that, yeah, she's outside doing things. Granted, it's the internet, but still living a life. Now, here's the problem. It's not that her brother was doing it out of malicious intent either. He was just overprotective, overbearing. And yeah, I kind of understand that issue where one person becomes so overprotecting that they become a warden. Instead of a protective figure, they become a prison warden. And sometimes they don't understand that, or even worse, they don't want to be that, but they also can't help it. Like, they understand what they're doing and they want to change that, but at the same time, there's also other factors that just making them think, if I do, then this could happen or that could happen, and a lot of horrible things could happen, and I just no. But at the same time, you also stunt their growth. And yeah, there was that whole thing with that person. And you want to know what's even worse? It happens anyway. Some traumatic stuff happens with that character. Literally goes into a coma. Gets corrupted. Goes into a coma. Duels the crazy tree dude. And literally face plants. So, I could see why the brother was overprotective. Considering what happens when he's like, okay, you know what? I understand. You go out there and live your life. Stop doing a handstand with your face. Oh, yeah, that was the other part where, you know, when a person loses a duel, you know, it's pretty bad. But no one has ever gotten more disrespectful duel losses than her. Loses her first duel in the series, goes into a coma. Loses her second duel, face plants into the ground. Embarrassingly. And kind of morbidly. Loses her third duel, gets slammed into a wall. Poor girl. Yeah. I don't think any other character has ever been more done dirty than that character. And this is still in the same series where you have like a character assassination. And what do I mean by that? We also had same series, same tier list of character. You have the wrestling sensation of Go Onizuka. He is known for what's the word I'm looking for? Oh Jesus, I've been streaming for so long that the camera gave up. Because the phone ran out of battery. Okay, I'm just going to let this thing charge then. Just leave it there. Maybe it's just going to look in the corner, just all weird and stuff. But yeah, this is in the same category as the character who was a pro wrestler, or pro wrestling duelist. When I say pro wrestling duelist, I mean more so that he played the card games, he did the pro wrestler gimmick, and his deck was mostly wrestler monsters. Pro wrestlers and all of that. And he did all of this for an orphanage. Whenever he won some stuff, whenever he won any like big game prizes, or not prizes, but you know what I mean, like tournament winnings, whenever he could, he would donate and go to a local orphanage that he knows of, and he would, just literally support the orphanage. Bring toys to the kids, hang out with everybody there, bring supplies, whatever they needed, he would show up and, help that. Season 2 rolls in and they turn him into a mercenary. For the other organization, not the Hanoi Project, but the other one. And then he ends up kidnapping or, capturing one of the AIs, watches it get slaughtered, gets not even corrupted. He just mentally loses his marbles and turns into a literal shell of himself. He's literally sitting there like... Originally, he was built like a pro wrestler. Nacho Libre and all of that. Yeah, he was basically Nacho Libre. At the end of season 2, he's like... How do I put it? You ever seen the... No, not Rain Man. What is it? Hacker Man? No. I'm trying to remember. What would be a good example? You know what? Let's go with it this way. Well, they just turned him into a shriveled old... they turned him into a shriveled old lunatic. I love how awkward the MC was in season 1. Yeah, I agree. Because, you know, okay. He was awkward, and it's also understandable because when you're that traumatized, socializing with people becomes relatively difficult. 2, he was hell-bent on a mission to take out the organization that did that to him. And 3, you know, since he's been so focused on that and not really interacting with people, and because, again, trauma, he doesn't have social skills. And despite how tragic that is, when you really think about it, it was still really funny to see. Because, you know, it's even multiple situations, like, for example, when one time where the VTuber one, she calls him out to duel him, like literally makes it a whole big event, saying like they challenge him to a duel. Doesn't even give a response. He's continuing going on about his life, and the AI is telling him, hey, you know, she's calling you a punk, right? She's saying she wants a duel. She's calling you a punk. You gonna do anything about that? No. Wait, really? Why? I mean, don't you know? She's disrespecting you out on the internet. And that's not my problem. My problem is that organization. I need them dead. So you're not doing anything about this? Nope. That is literally the interaction until she gets involved with said organization. And that's when he's like, all right, where's my Batman cape? Like, the moment she brings up that she's part of the organization, he's like, I am the Knight. Bro legit ignored her. Yes, exactly. Ignored her until she brought up the organization. That's when all of a sudden you hear the Batman theme. Bum, ba, da, da. And he literally walks out of class. Like, doesn't even give an excuse. He just walks out like, hey, can I leave? Great. Alright, let me catch up for some things. Alright, there's that. Pen spin. Technically pen spin, even though the model is dead, I could still pen spin. There we go. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for redeeming pen spin there, Spock. Alright, almost sounds like Nacho Libre, indeed. Honestly, okay, so I saw that. Bro legit ignored her. Yeah, because he did not care about anything else other than taking out that organization. And if anyone got in his way, that is when he cared. Like, outside of that, not his problem. I will say, I will give credit where credit is due. I understand when they rushed the whole villain arc for I, though, because, you know, considering how Season 2 ended... Huh? Yo, the Irish Crumpet. Thank you for the 2... Yeah, thank you for the 2 months. I greatly appreciate it. My model is dead, but I hope you enjoyed. And I thank you for the art. Yeah, I'm glad that you like the art. Right now, we're currently working on the line... we're currently working on the line art for the character sheet, but I got distracted because I was talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! For the past 4 hours. It was either 4 or 3 hours. Basically, half the stream. Maybe even more than that. And I'd do it again. Because I have literally just been talking about all the series. Okay, I haven't talked about GX, I haven't talked too much about GX. But I remember seeing something about it. Oh, there we go. This is what I missed. Oh, the U-Bell arc was interesting. Yeah, the U-Bell arc. There is to... Where to begin with the U-Bell arc? Where to even start? I honestly loved GX because of how Jaden Judai matured through the story. I agree. Because, I mean, you technically start off with him just going to that school, and it ends with him leaving that school. So, you see him start off as a dorky kid to a... Let's call it what it is. Starts off as a dorky kid, develops into a battle-hardened warrior, and then they kind of reel him back in from that because, you know, considering that throughout the entire time that he's been in that school, multiple life or death situations he's had to deal with. Him and his friends have had to deal with multiple life or death situations from beginning to end. So, you know, nearing that last season, I can understand why he is very much serious, starts getting cold and collective for a while, because, and the rest of his friends are starting to realize, like, hey, Jaden, start to notice something. I feel like you're on edge a lot. And Jaden's probably just looking at like, huh, I'm on edge a lot. I mean, I wonder why. Could it be the fact that first year had to deal with knockoff Egyptian gods that were stealing the souls of everything in the world? Could it be the fact that you guys were held ransom in a volcano one time? And that another person was kidnapped and and was held captive in the abandoned dormitorium? Could it also have been that there was a cult that took over the school? Could it also have been the situation where... What's the other one? The entire school was dropped off into a world of darkness because of some crazy demon. A crazy demon Yandir. Could have also been the situation because everybody freaking died in the world of darkness, and that his friend was corrupted by that same Yandir. Could have also been the situation where they literally saw a guy possessed by a demon and was manipulated to walk off the tower that they were on. It was probably like a 4 or 5, maybe 10-foot tower that they just watched a man walk straight off of. And unlike Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal or Zeal, there was no Dragon Balls to bring him back. That guy stayed dead throughout the rest of the series. And in case you don't know who I'm talking about, there was this one scene where Professor Viper, Professor Cobra, whatever you wanted to call him, he lost the duel to Jaden. U-Bell showed up because he got enough duel energy throughout all the duels that were happening on the island. Tells the snake dude, you did your job. Here's your reward. Grabs him by his head. Gives him images of him saving his son, which also, by the way, his son died because of a car accident. Literally ran into the road and got hit by a car. And then that was it. That was his death. Later down that road, shows him images of him, or it shows him a hallucination of him saving his kid before the car accident. And while he's seeing these hallucinations, he is slowly but surely walking off the edge of a 10-story tall, I want to say 10-story tall tower that they had to take an elevator to get to the top of. Watched him walk straight off the edge. Needless to say, he didn't come back after that. Never seen again after that episode for good reason. So, yeah, going back to all the things that I mentioned, why Jaden, Judai, whatever you want to call him, started getting a little more colder and a lot more serious over the years, and as even the characters start to realize, dude's on edge, you can understand why. He has seen people die during his adolescent ages. During his, high school years, he has seen multiple people die. That wasn't even the only duel that he's seen a person just fall off the edge and never come back. There was this other teacher that apparently got manipulated and got, I forgot what it was, but he became resentful of his students because he started to learn that they found him boring. So he got persuaded by by the snake dude to join his side and this and that and here and there, and I forgot the main reason. But anyway, after he loses his duel, he literally falls off the trench that they were both standing in front of. Never to be seen again either. Yeah, the U-Bell arc was something. The U-Bell arc was definitely something. Alright, let me see. What was that other part about the U-Bell arc? Because I remember seeing something after that. Oh, I don't really love... Oh, yeah, the part about Jane. Yeah, he definitely grew up, and then eventually he had to, he had to learn from both his friends, but more importantly, he also had to learn from the main character from the previous series that not everything is a life or death situation. This here right now, this duel right here, I want you to chill. Okay. Nobody told him that during the duel, but before the duel, it was just, yeah, you need to reel it back in. Not every... You know what's funny? There was a spirit... Okay, I'm gonna let you know about something. There was a spirit called Kaiba Man. I'm not even joking. Kaiba Man. Was a Kaiba self-insert duel spirit that had to teach Jaden that lesson in the first or second season, and he had to learn that lesson multiple times, because when he was dueling against Kaiba Man, he was dueling his heart out trying to, to win this duel, because Kaiba was, or that spirit was trying to let him know, look, you're gonna lose the duel, gonna beat you on this one. And after he beats him, he's like, okay, now that you lost, I want you to remember something. It's okay to lose. Not every moment is a life or death situation. You got your sorry butt whooped here because it's Blue Eyes and legacy armor. But that's okay. Not every situation means you're gonna die. Have fun with this. I like that idea. Of course, they also seriously backtracked on that over the episodes, and then they brought it back over because, yeah, even Jaden started to realize, yeah, I might be taking this a little too seriously. I might be going a little too over the edge. But can you blame him? Can you blame him? Especially when he finds out at the end of the season, or in the last season, that everything that has been going on, this one villain that has always popped up that has never been major, but has been there with the Red Eyes dude, been lurking in the background, been pulling a all for one. What do I mean by that? There's been this one villain that has been built up to the last season where they bring up that, yeah, remember everything that's been going on? The Egyptian god things over there. The weird light space thingy that messed up your U-Bell card, that caused U-Bell to come back down here and mess everything up. Yeah, all of that was orchestrated by this one thing called the Darkness, Jackie. The Darkness. Shout out to anyone else who gets that reference. I don't remember the guy's last name, but I remember his first name was Jackie. He was a mobster, and the series was called The Darkness. It was a superhero comic, but they also had a video game for it in the Xbox. The first game was very, very entertaining. It also warranted a second sequel, which did not bode as well, but you know what? It was worth a shot. But anyway, yeah. It all started because of this thing called the darkness. So again, I can understand why Jaden's like, okay, this entire growing of age years has been messed up by this one thing. And of course, these card games have been life or death left and right. Literally watched people die because of a card game multiple times. I can understand why he's taking this stuff very, very seriously, and everyone else is telling him, look, calm down, you need to chill. What do you mean, calm down? You have any idea how many times we've been... Y'all have died. Y'all died in a different dimension. So yeah, I can see why he's kind of... like, later down the series, he's, he kind of goes over the deep end more than once, and they have to, like, bring him back in. Reel it back. Calm him down a little more. Luckily, he had the rainbow dude, which okay. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I'm not one for ships. I don't ship. If you ship, that is fair. Just don't take it too far, and don't ship real people. I'm not one for it, because I don't care about the romantic side of things very much. But I will definitely say, you can tell that Jaden and the rainbow dragon guy had a thing. And this is coming from someone who does not point... Okay, I'm also going to say, I'm not the type of person who sees two people have a friendship and say, oh yeah, they're doing the tango. No, no, no. Joey and Yugi, those are just friends. Jack and Yusei, those are just friends. I and Playmaker, Yusaku, those were just friends. I mean, you can kind of say maybe, but in my personal opinion, I think that was just friends. Just very, very awkward friends. Because again, I didn't have many. Yusaku didn't have many. So I'm thinking... Wait, did I put a deny or accept? I apologize. My brain just kind of shut off there. I meant to accept that one because you're not wrong. Also, which one are we talking about? Yusaku and I, or are we talking about Jaden and Jesse? Because Yusaku and I, like I said, I think that was a friendship, a very awkward friendship between two people that don't really have friends. This was practically like their first true friendship. I know Yusaku had the hot dog guy, but I feel like he was just more like, okay, we both work together, good enough. But between I and Yusaku, I feel like that was their legit first true friendship over the circumstances. Jaden and Jesse, on the other hand, yeah, no, like I said, I'm not one for shipping, but anyone who says that Jaden and Alexis had a thing, yeah, I don't think we were watching the same series. Clearly, it's Jaden and Jesse. Jaden went to a whole other world just to get him back. Prove me wrong. Okay, I remember... Oh, let's see. I remember that game, AFK, to give a shiplet. Okay, I see what you did there. Okay, Uni, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Uni. How ya be? Hope things were going well. What were you playing? What were you doing? I hope things were good. Everybody go check out Uni. They do drawing. They do arting. They play a good variety of games. It's a very chill time over there. It's very, very fun. I highly recommend it. And everybody stopping by from Uni stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. My model is dead because my phone is dead. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today we're currently working on a character sheet. But more importantly, we've been talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! For God knows how long. We got to the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX arc, and I was talking to everybody, telling them about how I don't do ships. I don't care for that much. I ain't one for sailing. But let's be honest, the character between Jaden and Jesse, they had a thing. You can't tell me otherwise. And this is just talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh series. Like, we've been talking about a lot of things. With Jesse? Oh, with Jesse, though. Yeah. Oh, Alexis definitely likes Jaden, but it's not reciprocated. Yeah, exactly. Alexis liked Jaden. That part was clearly obvious. Jaden liked Jesse, though. Yeah, I think there was only like 2 characters in the series or two main female characters in the series, and both of them like Jesse. Granted, one of them was a kid, or both of them like Jane. Granted, one of them was a kid, so yeah, no. But yeah, so long story short, first one, no. Second, didn't matter anyway because Jaden liked Jesse. Let's be honest. Oh right, I also forgot Ubel was also a thing. So yeah, Jaden was a ladies' man. Even though he was a man's man. Which, by the way, there really ain't nothing wrong with that. But I just want to call it out for where it is. Alright, let me catch up with some things. Let me catch up with a lot of stuff. Also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about writing or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you start subscribing, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Pokemon in there, Uni, Theseus, Tyler, Club, Chubb, The Void, Croco, Jespent, Meister Burr. Let me know if I pronounced that right. Union Boys driving a truck. Oh, Easy Delivery Company. How was the truck driving? I hope it went well. I hope it was better, or I hope it was easier than Truck Driving Simulator. Theseus is old enough to do thing. Wait, do what thing? Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh. We were talking about all sorts of Yu-Gi-Oh. Folks, what's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh series? We have been talking about all of them. We talked a lot about Zeal. We talked a bit of Arc 5. We talked a decent chunk of Reigns. We're at the point of talking about GX. We talked a lot about OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. Okay, let's see. We talked about Duel Monsters. We talked about GX. We talked a bit about 5Ds. Nuts. We talked a lot about Zeal. We talked a good chunk of Arc 5. And I tore apart Reigns. Because I was not a fan of Reigns. It was amusing to see. It was amusing to see. How's the illustration? Okay, like I said, we got the sketching for this vehicle done, but I got heavily distracted. And I will get heavily distracted again in the future. That part's not going to change. Thank you for the stretch, the hydrate, and the posture check. Yeah! Yeah! Well, welcome on in there, Augie. How you be? What are you doing up at this hour? It's almost 1. A lot of Zeal, yeah. I mean, to be fair, we had to talk a lot about Zeal because Zeal was kind of... I mentioned the theory about Zeal being kind of a reboot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. So we had to talk about Duel Monsters while talking about Zeal. And we also had to talk about Zeal because a lot of people don't know about the second arc. The good part of Zeal, because when you first see Zeal, it's like, what on earth is this mess? And, you know, sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I didn't watch Zeal because Jesus Christ, that was god-awful. I'm like, I understand. I know where you're coming from. I felt the same way too. And for some reason, I continued to watch it. And then I found out, Jesus Christ, what they actually had behind closed doors. Things got epic. People died. There was a corpse on the moon. And there was a monster with over 100k attack. Things got wild. And then they Dragon Balled everybody. I just noticed the time. Honestly fair. Honestly fair. Hi, Lampy. Yo, Augie. Oh, right. Let's give a shout out to Augie before I forget. Let's give a shout out. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. Augie is a really amazing streamer. Very, very funny. Really hilarious. Yeah, one very hilarious streamer. Just as funny community. Really amazing art. They also have some really amazingly cursed art. I don't know how to put it. Okay, they have 2 extremes. Really amazing and adorable looking art. Really amazing and absolutely cursed art. Either way, it's awesome. Go check them out. Also, if you're a fan of Elden Ring Night Rain, they are currently playing the DLC. Don't spoil it for them, but if you want to see funny DLC antics, that's a good place to go. I'll be heading to bed since it's 1 a.m. PST. Holy moly. Yeah, go get that sleep there, Uni. Hey, we're in the same time zone. Go get that sleep there, Uni. All right, let's see. Just artin along with the yapping here. Hey, I'm glad to hear. I hope you're enjoying your art. I hope it's going well. I hope it's running smooth. Now I'm trying to figure out where on earth did I put the... Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to hide this. Oh, yeah, there we go. Hide one of these parts. Is it you? Yes, this is the part I needed to find. I need to find out where on earth this tire stopped. So let's drag this all the way across. Okay, so that's where the circle... Oh, that's why it ended up like this. Okay, hold on a minute. You need to take this entire part. Make that circle right... Where again? Here. We need to put that circle right there. Now I know where the circle is. Okay, let me catch up some things. Thank you, Lampy. Yeah, no problem. No thank you for something I greatly appreciate it. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX... Oh, let's see. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX... When Icy found the Chaz and wanted to fight him. Oh, yeah, the Chaz. I can't believe I talked about all this stuff from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal and never mentioned the Chaz. How could I have forgotten the iconic phrase of Chaz it up? One of the best phrases to come out of the English series. Chaz it up. Chaz it up. I don't care what anybody says. Chaz it up. Yo, Carmi, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Another raid? Yeah. Like I said, whenever it comes to the nighttime raid, or whenever it comes to the... Actually, I take it back. I was going to say, whenever it's the nighttime... I was going to say originally when it's the nighttime streams, that's when we got a lot of raids, but during the rare occasions when I stream in the day, that also tends to happen. So, I don't know why people are here. Thank you. Why are you here? And folks, go check out Carmi Blossoms. They do some amazing art. It is terrifying art. It is creepy art. It is absolutely phenomenal art. They also do their own live 2D rigging as well. The model that... Okay, they also make free assets as well. They make dangling eyeball assets, like eyeballs hanging out of the socket, that sort of thing. Horns. They even have their own live 2D spider. If you have any arachnophobia, run from the spider, but check out everything else. If you're not arachnophobic, I highly recommend checking out the spider. It looks really, really good. So that could either be a really good thing or a really horrifying thing, because this is a really, really good detailed spider. If you're not a fan of spiders, run. But still, go watch their streams. I highly recommend it. Really amazing stuff. And everybody stopping by from Carmi Blossom streams. Hi, my name's Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. I'm currently working on the character sheet. I'm working on the side view of the Lampy mech. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. My model broke because my phone needed to charge. So, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you, Lampy, for promoting me. Or, yeah, promoting me hard. Yeah, promo. Yeah. Also, welcome on in there, Toske. Welcome on in there, Carmi. How was the art? And I hope it went well. It's also a very chill time over there. Despite everything, it's a very, very chill time. All right, let's catch up with some things. Also, Eberron Forged. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're a Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. We are now stuck in PNG mode. Have you seen the new Yu-Gi-Oh series? I have seen a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh 7s, and I kind of stopped on Yu-Gi-Oh 7s after they introduced that 3-card art mechanic. I don't remember. It looked pretty cool, but I kind of just dipped on that one after a while. I was like, it's okay, it's whatever. Besides, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel cards never showed up here, so I was like, I don't have to care. But yeah, going back to it. The chat. Oh, right. Also, folks, everywhere here we were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! We'll get to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Talk soon enough. Let's catch up with everybody, though. Well, now, Chaz? Yeah. Holy smoke, 6 hours stream already? Oh, yeah, it has been 6 hours. Okay, to be fair, we have been doing a bit of drawing, but the talk of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rolled on in, and I cannot deny Whenever someone brings up Yu-Gi-Oh, like, hey, what do you think about Yu-Gi-Oh? Or what's this? Or what's that? Or what's your opinion on this on Yu-Gi-Oh? Or hey, what do you, or what's this series all about? I didn't watch that one. Let me tell you, that is a guarantee that I am going to go on one heck of a tangent. Like nobody's business. Like I said, I went on a full-on Yu-Gi-Oh talk about all of the originals, or all of the first 6 series that was made by Studio Gallup, I believe. Anyway, the first ones, before they started going into Rush Duels, I was talking about each and every one of those series. The entire one outside of Sevens. I've seen a little bit of Sevens. Like I said, the characters seem alright. The characters seem interesting and funny, with the exception of one. The plot sounds fairly reasonable, and not gonna lie, the original concept of it, I kind of resonated with it. The game's too complicated. Let's change it. That's what the original concept of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens was this game is ridiculous. This game, it's kind of over too much, and I don't know what's going on. I'm not a fan. Let's go with a different mechanic. Let's change up the game a bit to make it a little more interesting. That's what the original concept was, and then it continued on from there. But I just couldn't get into it because the duels were kind of boring to me. Lampy's tracking didn't run out. He's just staring really, really intensely. Yes. I saw a donut just roll into the corner of the room. And I'm too lazy to walk towards it, but I really, really want that donut. It's enamoring me. It's mystifying. Got sprinkles. I can't help but keep looking at that donut. So I'm gonna continue looking at that donut until I can't think of anything else to talk about. Alright, anyway, let's catch up with some things. Alright. At least effects like gun or pin spin are not camera dependent. That's also true. We could still use toggles if we wanted to. We could drop a gun if we wanted to. We could drop the wings if we wanted to. We can technically salute if we wanted to. And if we really wanted to, I could still do this. But that's as far as I go. I'm kind of stuck after that. Oh yeah, speaking of self-promoting, I forgot, or, well, not so much self-promoting, but speaking of promoting, folks, the Snow Moth model is done. You can't see it move anymore because my tracking is dead. But we got the Snow Moth model done. It is free. It is available. It is up there on the pinned message. So if you ever wanted a live 2D model of a snowman or a snow moth, I don't know why you would want one, but hey, it is optional. It is available, and you don't have to pay anything. You can go over there and you can find a snow moth model and many other things for no cost at all. Absolutely free. Everything goes on the coffee page. And if it does charge you, you let me know and I'll move it somewhere that doesn't charge. Anyway, I hope you enjoy. In the meantime, we're going to be catching up with the reading, drawing this a little bit, and we're going to talk about one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh characters of all time, even though Icy disagrees with me heavily. One of the best Yu-Gi-Oh characters of all time. The Chaz. Such a hilarious character. And turns out, he was a lot cooler in the, or he was a lot more competent in the comic, the manga, whatever you want to call it. All right, let's see. Oh, the Moth Boy stuck. At least the wings still working, though. True, at least the wings still work. The wings are still working. Very, very true. I stopped at 7s as well. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I got too lazy to wait for the new episode, so... I mean, at least you could binge watch it now, but for me, I was just like, Absolute Radiance? Yeah, Absolute Radiance indeed. Check it out. Enjoy. All right, let's see. Hello, Lampy. How goes it? Yo, Nanolia. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I am currently stuck. Oh, right. As I was telling folks before, we're currently working on a character sheet. I finally got the materials to work on finishing off the Lampy figure. So I got the prints done. Now all I need to do is paint them. And I looked into my closet and I found out that I still have acrylic paints. So now it's time to paint this sucker and see how many of these we can make with the remaining material. All right, let's see. Absolute Radiance. Haunted Donut indeed. Wait, there's donuts involved? There is, but I can't reach it. Well, I could get up and get it, but I don't feel like it. So, we'll get to it eventually. I just saw it on Twitter. Great job on the snow moth. Thank you, I'm glad that you like it. Also, folks, if you want to help support the channel, go show off, or yeah, if there's anything that you like here, go show it off, share it to folks. Let them know that we make models, that there's model showcases, that we also take commissions. So if you or someone you know is looking for emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, live 2D models, both big and small, or just the model, just the rig, animations, all of that stuff, let people know that they can either contact me directly or they can go to the vgen page. You can find all the information by putting an exclamation point link. Okay. But yeah, I'm glad that you like it there, Carmen. Lampy, please. What? We're just talking about the Chaz. Chaz makes me want to punch him sometimes, but he's interesting. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The Chaz is definitely a character that you just want to smack in the face, but at the same time, he's also a very funny one. And he definitely gets his karma over the series, so that's why I'm like, he's not, I don't hate him as much. All right, let's see. I'm gonna head to bed, or head on out for now. Oh, that's what it was. I'm gonna head on out for now, Lampy. Hope you have a fun rest of your stream, homie. Thank you there, Carmi. You go take care of what you gotta take care of, and I hope it goes well. And I hope you have a good day, a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now. Also, ads start in 20 seconds. Link, because Link. Oh, because. Link not be confused with Zelda. Spock, excuse me. That is not Zelda. His name is Luigi. Get it right. I'm sorry, I just love that joke. Okay, for those of you that don't know, back in the day when I was on the Facebooks, okay, I need to make a small tangent. I need to make a small story time before we get back to Yu-Gi-Oh! There was a time back on the Facebooks, I know, kind of, There was a time where I used to go to a lot of fan pages because I needed to sell shirts and decals and stuff. So I needed to promote my work there without saying that I was selling this stuff. I would just, okay, so this is one sneaky little tactic that I used to do back in the day where I would tell people, or I wouldn't tell anybody. I would just post my work. I would post t-shirts, stickers, all of that, like, hey, I just got this, or I just made this. Or, yeah, I would just say, hey, check this out. And people would ask, okay, I would only drop a link if people asked, oh my god, that's amazing, where do I get one? That is when I would drop the link. I would never go to anybody and tell them, hey, so I make this, do you want to buy something? I would just drop it somewhere, say, hey, check this out. If anyone asked, where can I find this? I would show them the link where they could find it. Not letting them know that I'm the one that's working on it the whole time. Anyway, while I was there just scrolling a lot of the times, there would be jokes about someone saying, oh yeah, I love that character, I love Zelda, while showing a picture of Link. Obviously, it's a joke. Obviously, it's to rile people up. You want to know what's weird? You want to know what was crazy about it? People took it very seriously. In those Zelda fan pages, they would immediately just get mad, start raging, and tell this person, that's not Zelda. What are you talking about? Stop calling it Zelda. That's not Zelda. I'm just looking at, like, joke. Right over there. You know what? Let me show you something. You see this lamp? This was the joke. Whew. That's how it went. Just like, whew. right over their head. I looked at that like, how are you missing the joke? And then one post in there, not gonna lie, got me in the first half, not gonna lie. Because it showed a picture of Link. It showed a picture of young Link. And on the side, it said, just to clarify, so you, no, it wasn't to clarify. It was a picture of Link. And it said at the top, this is not Zelda. His name is Luigi. Get it right. And when I saw that, I was like, okay. All right. Okay, you got me. You got me. I thought this was one of those, posts again. Nope. Okay. Got me in the first half, not gonna lie. And not be denied. I thought I knew where this was going. And ever since then, that I've kept that joke, because I'm like, okay, that's a good one right there. That's a good one. I'm calling him Luigi from now on. Okay, let's see. Listen, I just want a pic of me fighting him with an arrow pointing at me. Oh, it doesn't go here. But she wants to. Ah, fair enough there, Icy, fair enough. Someone should draw you punching out the Chaz. Okay, wait, he's Luigi? It all makes sense now. Indeed. This is why he's not in the Mario games as often. He's been Luigi Luigi's gone off to get his own series. To save his own princess. Fight his own green, red-headed villain. Oh my god. It all clicks. Luigi's just living Mario's life. Except more epically. I see you, Luigi. I see you. It's not Zelda. What do you mean? It's called Legend of Zelda. Who else could it be? See, funny enough, we all know that part's a joke, but there would have been people on that site that would have argued with you. Like if you were legitimately trying to convince people. People would have been mad about it. People would have just called you an... As crazy as it is. Okay, as crazy and as ironic as it is, they would have said some very rude things about like, oh, you don't have a brain. What is wrong with you? Are you insane? And it's like, buddy, are you not getting it yet? Friend, pal, homie, are you not seeing it? How are you not seeing it? You're being played like a goddamn fiddle. Oh well. That's just how it goes. Like I said, it was just like whoosh, with those jokes right over their head. All right, let me see. Legend of Peach, Between Worlds, and Link's Mansion. Yeah, basically. You know what? I like that. Someone's gotta draw that. The giveaway is the green clothing. It is. The moment you see the green clothing, you realize, oh my god, Luigi shaved. That's what it was. He shaved his mustache, and that made him look so much younger. I saw a comic where it was revealed as a joke that Doom Guy is Luigi's son. Doom Guy is Luigi's son. Let me see about that one. That's an interesting one. Okay, what's the details on that? Because that one just comes out of left field, but I feel like there's something that convinced this person that might be the case. And now I kind of want to know, what is the context of this comic? What convinced them that Doom Guy is Luigi's son? What was the correlation? What was the steps that led to this result? That's what I want to know. That's why there is... Oh, that is why there is Mario memorabilia all over Zelda games. You're right. It's just Luigi leaving his stuff all over the place. Well, the latest Zelda game is the only real Legend of Zelda. Oh, let's see. The latest Zelda game is the only real Legend of... Oh, yeah, you're right. That is true. That is the Legend of Zelda, because, it is... These last ones have been Zelda's story in a way, when you really think about it. Luigi is just, picking up the pieces. and then whooping totally not Bowser. This is a crazy theory, and I love it. Luigi is stronger than Mario because in the games, Mario breaks bricks with their hand, but Luigi uses their head, and he jumps higher. He's got that crazy Luigi strength. Now let me make this tire, because I forgot. I gotta make a tire. Boom, there we go, tire, close enough. Oh, wait. You know what, that should be fine. Now we just make this other half. That should be good enough, close enough, there we go, perfect. And then we make this part. Now, for the moment we've all been waiting for, because it's been a while, it's finally time to talk about one of the most hilarious characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! And technically on the fence of whether he's one of the best or one of the worst. It depends on the person. But you could definitely say he was one of those characters that also grew. He developed a lot in the anime when you really think about it. He started off as Dollar Store Kaiba, much like how Zane did. Except he didn't have the ego to back it up. Or he didn't have the skill to back up his ego. But after a while, he kind of developed into his own character. He kind of stepped out of Kaiba's shadow, mostly because he couldn't live up to the expectation. He kind of became a secondary rival in a way. While not, he kind of became a secondary rival. But he was a lot more prevalent than Zane, if that makes any sense. He did not have the same reputation, and he did not have the same power, but he was definitely there more. Like, in comparison to the two, the Chaz was definitely there a lot more. But I think that also, bodes well for Zane, because, Zane didn't overstay his welcome, but at the same time, the Chaz also, I wouldn't say the Chaz overstayed his welcome either, because, again, he kind of became a mainstay, regardless of the situation. And not only that, but he actually, he was, over the years, he was a fairly competent duelist. He was a very competent, card player. It's just that, whenever he did lose, it was similar to the case of Kaiba and Bakura, where either it was the big bad or it was the main character. So he kind of lost a lot to plot armor. If it wasn't a plot armor character, he wasn't losing that one. Unless the story called for it, like when he had to take a lot of dives. Like that one duel where he could have beaten Jaden. And I'm not even talking about the first duel they had. I'm talking about the duel where he was in the goofy Ojama suit. Yes, there was a time where he was in a very goofy Ojama yellow suit. And the gimmick that he was in was that he got a lot of fans for being an absolute goofball. And for being the butt of the joke. And for losing all of his duels. But after a while, he just couldn't take it anymore. He was like, you know what? I'm getting tired of this. I'm getting sick of this. I'm done with this whole... I'm done with the Ojama bit. And proceeds to beat the Destiny Hero guy. In a side duel, in a filler episode, he beats the guy who rivaled Zane, the other half of Kaiba, who beat not only the big rival, but also the main character. He manages to beat that dude in a filler episode while being in a dorky Ojama costume. I don't know what sort of, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that is an accomplishment. You know what? I take it back. That's still an accomplishment. Also, like I said, in the Japanese version, they had a different chant for him. I'm pretty sure it's more important over there, but it wasn't catchy. I hate to admit it, but it wasn't catchy. The chant over there was like 10, 100, 100, 1000. No, wait. 10, 100, 1000, and it keeps going up till 10,000, and then they just yell out Manjo May Thunder. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fair, that's reasonable. I'm pretty sure there's a purpose behind it back there, but it ain't no Chaz it up. Chaz it up, Chaz it up. Oh yeah, for anyone who's here, I'm just talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, yo, Mothman. Let's give a shout out to Mothman. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They do artin'. They play a good variety of games. Oh, well, they just started getting into games. So, okay, I'm going to say, that is a very new and admirable feat right there, because I don't really, how do I put it? I haven't really seen, this is actually like one of the first times I've heard of someone just jumping into games in this day and age, which, again, that's not a bad thing. If anything, that's a very admirable thing. That's something to commend. And I hope you've been enjoying your trip. I hope you've been enjoying your journey in video games. How have things been? How has been the Amnesia? Oh, playing Amnesia. I'm wishing you the best of luck with that. I hope it's been going well. I hope it's been good. Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Oh yeah, also, go check them out. They have also been playing the Elden Ring DLC. They also do oil painting, so that's really amazing stuff right there. If you want to see some oil painting, if you want to see BioShock, if you want to see games like that, that's a good place to go. Also, AC Brisket, or is it Ack Brisket? You let me know. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. My moth model is dead. Don't worry about it. But I hope you enjoy your day. I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for, and also, by the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And Mothman, thank you for the 3 months. I greatly appreciate it. Also, if there is a message that you would like the bird to say over there, you have the option to have the bird say whatever message you like. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I just wanted to let you know the option is there if you wanted to. Usually AC, but I tend to go by Brisket. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. That's understandable. Thank you for stopping on by there, Brisket. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you enjoy. Normally the model moves, but my phone ran out of battery, so I gotta wait for this thing to recharge. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy. And I'm waiting for this phone to charge. There we go. It's gonna be a minute, but yeah, it should charge after a while. I just need to close it and just let it do its thing. Mothman sent me? Hey, thank you, Mothman. I greatly appreciate it. Mothman's great people. Thanks, Lampy. Amnesia is good. Air is hell. First horror game ever. Is this more Mecha Lampy art? Indeed, we're currently working on the character sheet because I want to turn this thing into a 3D print later down the road. Where is it? That's the first half, that's the second half. Where's the other half of the book? There we go. I'm turning this thing in. I'm trying to get a side view as well as I'm trying to get the side view for it because what I want to do is I'm going to send this to my 3D artist friend because they know how to do the 3D art. I can't figure that part out. Or I don't have the time to figure that part out as much as I would like to. So I'm making the front view and the side view and showing every, detail that I can for the mech. Mech with the arms, mech without the arms, mech without the front legs, all of that, so I could show, so they can work on it and hopefully get this, turn this thing into a 3D figure, and then they could send me the files, and then I could figure out if I could print it out. That's my game plan here. I hope you enjoy. Ooh, yeah. I wish I could show, okay. Also, fun fact, that's actually a live 2D model that can actually be toggled out. Hold on a minute. Not that one, that's the plushie. Let me go back. There we go. It also comes with its own cannon. Check this out. 3, 2, 1. Bigger guns indeed. Welcome on in there, Super Phoenix. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Or is it Subba? You let me know. All right, we're gonna go back to the Moth. There we go. And now they're facing forward again. That donut is gone. A rat took it. And now I'm sad. Anyway. Let me try to catch up with some things. Let me try to catch up with some stuff. Chaz? Yeah, indeed, Chaz. Now Lampy isn't the only tired moth on the stream tonight. Oh yeah, we've definitely got a good number of tired people here. Like, no, or yeah, without fail. Which I'm also surprised. It's almost 2, but I kind of want to keep on talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I kind of want to continue drawing as well, so I might be here for longer than I should be, but yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. Lampy, I see. What's up? I know who my favorite character from GX was. Let's see. Probably a character with a lot of baggage. And is possibly a villain. But gets redeemed halfway through, or eventually as a character that could be redeemed. Was it the Phoenix guy? Was it Esther? Let's find out. Hi, Lampy. Bigger guns indeed. Also, let's give a shout out to Supa. They play a good variety of games. Really cool time over there. Go check out some Supa Phoenix when you get the chance. Jim Crocodile Cook. Okay, I thought it was the Phoenix dude, but now that you bring up Crocodile dude, okay, you know what? That makes much more sense. He too had a tragic backstory, and if I'm correct, he also kind of has like one of those magical items that I forgot how he got it, but I know there was a tragic backstory behind that magical item too. So yeah, that tracks. Baggage indeed. I forgot about Crocodile Dude. Not gonna lie, I like the Crocodile Dude's deck. Let me rephrase that. I like the cards that he plays. Because for those of you that don't know, the Crocodile Dude, he plays a fossil deck. Instead of playing dinosaurs like the Dinosaur Dude does, he plays undead dinosaurs in a way. He too plays dinosaurs, but they're more so, they're lacking the meat on their bones. So yeah, that's a thing. Oh, also the episode where Chaz plays a deck of only weak cards. Oh yeah, I forgot about that part where he, okay, for those of you that don't know, there was an episode in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX where Chaz ends up losing his entire deck. All of his, all of the cards that are in his deck, they all get dropped into the bottom of the ocean. Arctic Ocean too. And in order for him to get into this, this really, really intense school, he has to find 40 cards to build a deck. In the middle of nowhere, he has to go find cards in the middle of the equivalent of Antarctica. Nothing but ice, with only that singular building in the middle of this empty tundra. Nothing but ice and water and that one building, and apparently enough cards to make a deck. Bunch of random cards too. As soon as he makes that deck, he's allowed to enter into the school, but now that he's there, he has to duel everybody with that Mickey Mouse deck. Also, for those of you that don't know what Mickey Mousing means, it's basically just pulling together what you have to fix something or to make something. You just throw things together and yeah, you just slap them together. Like, okay, close enough. That's also a term that they use for cars when you don't have the exact materials to fix your car, but you got something close enough. This'll be fine. So you just kind of slap things together to make the car run for as long as it can. And that's exactly what Chaz had to do with this deck. He had to just slap a bunch of cards together and say, here, 40 cards. Close enough, right? Yeah. Now you have to beat everybody with it. And he somehow miraculously manages to do that. To everybody in that school. And I don't know if that says a lot about Chaz or if it says more about the school that he's in, that he managed to beat everybody with a bunch of random cards. Although, to be fair, they also show how he managed to beat people with those random cards. It shows how he was able to pull off the combo, which a bunch of nonsensical cards together, which I thought was pretty cool. And it also makes me miss how Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to be, where you could just slap a bunch of dumb cards together and kind of make them work. Kind of. Not as well as the anime showed, but you can still kind of make them work. Nowadays, you have to have a bunch of archetypes. It's not bad. Like I said, I understand why they started limiting everything to archetypes, but still. I miss when you could just get a pack of cards and just see all the cards in there and think, I think I want to use this one. I want to just toss this one into the deck. I don't even know if it's going to work, but I'm going to toss it into the deck. Nowadays, you see a card like, okay, I like this card, so now I have to build that deck just to play this card. And yeah, I suppose it's a thing. Anyway, going back to it. Yeah, that was a pretty cool concept right there. Like just having him beat everybody with those. And then they gave him his iconic armed dragons. That was my favorite archetype in that series. No, I take it back. My favorite archetype was Venom. Venom sucked so much. As much as I hate to say it, the Venom deck, the one with the snakes, that was such a god-awful deck. I loved it. But it was so bad. It was horrible. With the exception of the god card that they had for it. I'm never going to get over that. They had such a horrible, horrible archetype that was only there for 2 episodes. Granted, it was still a main villain deck that didn't last very long after his duel was over. But for him to have a legitimate god card in his deck, and it's legitimately glossed over, the only sense, or how do I put it? The only thing that they really delved in on when it came to that card that he had in his deck was that one of the spirit monsters knew that thing was trouble. That thing gave off a very horrible vibe. It had a very, very dark aura, and whatever vibe it was giving off was chilling people to the bone. That's the most it got when it came to that episode. Now, the reason why I say it's surprisingly enough how bad that deck was, that it had a legit god card deck in it, is because there's a monster called Phenomanaga, the deity of poisonous snakes. And I talk about this one in nauseam because it's one of my favorite cards. And the reason why I call it a god card is because 1, cannot be targeted. 2, cannot be affected by any other card except its own effect. 3, you can manipulate its attack by adding more reptiles into your graveyard. And 4, if you thought, 1, it can also revive itself if it dies in battle by removing one of those reptiles from play. And if you thought, holy cow, that is a lot. Cannot be targeted, cannot be destroyed, brings itself back, and increases its attack based off of the monsters in your graveyard. That is a crazy effect already as it is. Did I mention it has a win condition? That's right, folks. This monster, if you inflict battle damage to your opponent 3 times, you win. Exodia effect goes off. Automatic win game. Crazy times, let me tell you, crazy times. Alright, so we got the tire, and I think we got everything done with the side view. So we can actually call it here, because it's almost 2 p.m., or it's almost 2 a.m. over here as well. Adore him? I don't blame you. Crocodile Dundee, with an actual crocodile on his back. Baggage of a backstory, it makes sense. If it was a D&D crossover, Crocodile would get a Lich nickname. Probably. I mean, technically, actually, you know what there, Spock, when you think about it? He technically was a lich. He was summoning undead dinosaurs. Yes, I'm going to keep calling it a dinosaur. I don't care. But yeah, now that we're done, now that we're here, I am going to call it a night. Oh, wait. Actually, one last part. We need to finish off one last piece. So, new layer. And then we call it here. Okay, so here's what we got to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whew. I'm not gonna lie. I talk about a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, I talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot, but I have not gone over a conversation where I talk about the entire franchise with the exception of Sevens and Beyond. I have not had a talk like that in ages. Also, Elsil, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And I'm gonna call it here. Oh, right. Also, I forgot one last thing. Before I go, I forgot. I have been meaning to put this back up here. Folks, we are almost there to the next Lampy plushie giveaway goal. For those of you that don't know, for every $100 that we get this month, I add another Lampy plushie to the giveaway in November. If we reach 1,000 in that giveaway, I will double the amount. Instead of giving away 10, I give away 20 Lampy plushies. If we reach the $1,000 goal. If not, we just give away one Lampy plushie for every 100 we reach. And how do you get a shot at winning your own Lampy plushie? It is very, very simple. In November, I'm going to let people know when that time rolls around. When it does, all you got to do is just join a simple game of marbles. If your marble wins, and that's it, you win. You get your very own Lampy plushie. And then you just let me know where you want me to ship it out to, and boom, that's about it. With that being said, I hope you enjoy. As for now, just gonna finish off this box somehow, some way. Oh, that's what it is. Gotta look over there somewhere. Try to line this up. There we go, close enough. Bring this one back down, and then take this one and line that up over there. But I keep forgetting. I gotta look at the point. I gotta look at the destination that I want it to land on, not look at where it's going. Or not look at where it is, but I want to look at where I need it to go. And now, last but not least. But yeah, as I was saying, I haven't talked this much about Yu-Gi-Oh! In a long time. And this is why I love this series. Though it has a lot of bad, it also has a lot of great, it also has a lot of good, and it's also fun just letting people know just how crazy this series actually gets, because, you know, again, there's a lot of times where I hear people say, yeah, I stopped because this show, or this episode, or this series, or this part was like, it wasn't my cup of tea, and I'm like, okay, let me ask, why is it not your cup of tea? It's because of this, it's because of that, these characters were too goofy, that character was kind of weak, it just seemed like a bad plot, and I'm like, okay, have you heard of this part of the story? No, I haven't gotten that far. Let me tell you, friend. Let me tell you. Hold on a minute. Sit right there. Let me tell you a tale, because you're gonna want to sit down here for this one, because holy moly, the card games, they're gonna get intense. Have I told you about the moon? Yeah, that sort of stuff. I'm enjoying listening to it while I multitask with some work. Yo, I'm glad to hear it, and I hope the work is going well. But yeah. I haven't even gotten the chance to talk about Zane, because yeah, there was also the character of Zane. I didn't even get to that point, because yeah, we'll get to that point next time. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Someone's gonna have to remind me. But so far, this is what we got done. This is what we have finished. This is what we have ready. I hope you enjoy. Let me try to shrink this box down a little bit. Oh, wait, no, it's not supposed to be shrinking down the box. I need to get rid of this, desk. But actually, no, I'm just gotta shrink this box down a bit. Yo! Moon! Moonium! Other Mooney. You let me know how to pronounce your name. You let me know what you prefer to be called. Welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. And I apologize. It's 2 in the morning. And I unfortunately have to call it here. But I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're doing well there, Moon. I hope things have been well. I stopped because I couldn't afford cable and signal for the channel sucked at my house. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I forgot that Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was on cable for a good while. Like, it was originally on cable before they brought it to Channel 5. I forgot why it was originally on cable at first. I don't know why, but it was. But yeah. We're gonna call it here. I am gonna be back. It's pretty early here. It's 12 p.m. Good afternoon there, Moon. I hope things are well. But yeah. I'm gonna leave it here at the moment. I will be back on... Actually, hold on a minute. I just realized. This needs to be further out. Like, maybe right here. Yeah, I want to say right here should be good. There. That's a reasonable spot. That's a reasonable square. I want to say. This should be alright. I'm glad I got to say hi. I'm glad to see... Or, yeah. I'm glad that you stopped by as well. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm glad, that we got to cross paths. And all of that good stuff. And I wish I could stay longer. But I've been streaming for... Oh, good lord. It's almost 7 hours. I've been on for 7 hours? See, this is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Does to me. Like, whenever anyone asks, like, yeah, okay, so you ever have those friends that have hyperfixations? This is mine. Like, I could talk about a lot of things, but if you want me to ramble on for ages, just bring up Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll be there for God knows how long. And you want to know what's funny? I only talked about the series, like the anime series. I didn't even go into the comics, the mangas. Because here's the thing. Similar story beats, completely different roads. And let me tell you, if you thought what I talked smack about Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 was bad, I didn't even talk about the comic. That ending was even worse. I didn't even talk about the ending of Arc 5, but I can definitely tell you, the Arc 5 was bad. The ending for Arc 5 was bad. The comic counterpart was cursed. You know what? You know what? We got a little bit of time. We got a little bit of time. You know what? I'll call it at 12 on the spot. I'll call it at 12 on the spot because I want to talk about a couple of things. We're going to talk about it. We're going to try to shotgun a couple of things right quick. Number one, funny story in the manga, Pegasus is dead. He doesn't come back. In fact, they even had a whole arc where his adopted son takes revenge on Yugi because he believes that Yugi killed him. Much like how Duke believed that Yugi killed him. Also, the Dungeon Dice Monsters thing and the duel between Bandit Keith in the manga was the same thing. They were both the same part. Where replaced Bandit Keith was a crazy clown dad. Excuse me, he just died? Okay, let me explain that one. It wasn't even more so that he just died. It's that Bakura killed him. You remember the scene when he pulls the eyeball out of Pegasus? Or, you know, pulls the Millennium Eye out of Pegasus? Also, in the anime, it shows him just lick the blood off of the eye. In the manga, he kills him and gouges the eye out of his head. And that is the end of Pegasus in the comic. Never comes back after that. That's just it. He is done. Yo, Jank, welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I love this. Yo, I'm glad that you like it. If you thought this was cool now, just wait till he, just wait till I get this thing just wait till I get this thing turned into a 3D model and have it printed out. That part's going to be amazing. That's graphic. Oh, you thought that's graphic. Let me tell you something. Let me go back to the Merrick story, because I talked about Merrick, and let me tell you, the manga's far more graphic. Okay, so, story of Merrick. Let me get to that one. We gotta take a break. Go into the mental hospital. I don't blame you. You go get that rest. You go do what you gotta take care of. All right, tell me more. All right, so y'all know Merrick, the main villain of the second season, the Battle City arc. Okay, so in the anime, he has to get a tattoo, or he has to get the markings of the Pharaoh's return on his back, as every first son of the Gravekeepers usually do. He doesn't want to do this. He is afraid of this. Not sure why in the anime, in the English dub, not sure why. But it's implied that it's pretty bad. When he comes back, he's got bandages on him. Seems pretty tame. Pretty messed up, but still pretty tame. And you're probably thinking, okay, that's not very graphic. In fact, they actually didn't imply a lot. Okay, now we get into the Japanese part of the anime, where they imply that they have to carve it into his back. Carve the markings. Carve the whole tablet into his back. And you see the tattoo in the anime. Ow. And they imply it with shadows. So you see the silhouettes of his dad carving / tattooing the markings into his back. Pretty messed up. Kinda dark. That's pretty wild. Did you know that the manga made it worse? By actually showing him digging the knife into his back. Oh, but if you thought, dang, that's pretty messed up of his dad to do, don't worry. His dark counterpart gives him some poetic justice. So, in the anime, in the English anime, it just says he sends him to the Shadow Realm. That's it. In the Japanese version, uses the Millennium Rod to pin him to the wall, and did you know that the Millennium Rod has like a secret knife, a secret ice pick within it? Takes that secret ice pick and just stabs his dad to death. And yes, we're getting to that one there, Night Shadow. They made it worse in the comic. They made it worse in the manga. You want to know why? Because instead of just implying that he killed him, not only did he kill him in the manga, but the way he killed him wasn't just stabbing him to death. Because when you see that he comes to, and Odeon, you know, his adopted brother, Odeon, is holding him down to make sure that he doesn't do anything to himself or others anymore, it shows on the wall, because you see Merrick's eyes just wide open because he is absolutely traumatized by what he's seeing. You want to know what it shows? It pans to the next image in the comic, showing that what Merrick is looking at is the markings, the tattoos, the carvings on the wall. Now, why are the carvings and the markings are on the wall? It's because when Merrick was possessed by his dark counter half, he skinned his dad and skinned the markings off of his dad's back and slapped it onto the wall. No, it is not implied. You see it too. Yeah, so the manga, the comic, yeah, it's pretty brutal. Oh, right, that also reminds me one other part. So, there's another part I forgot to mention. You remember when Bandit Keith tried to hold Pegasus at gunpoint or invisible finger pointing point in the In the anime, that became worse. Yeah, it became worse. Like I said, the manga is brutal in the OG Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a horror movie. It's a horror show. Like it's not a children's card game in that one. That is a straight up horror comic. Because here's the other part. Okay, so going with Pegasus, we're coming back to Pegasus, except Pegasus isn't the victim, but the perpetrator of said brutality. So here's what happens. In the anime, Bandit Keith kind of points his finger at Pegasus, telling him, all right, give me all your money, which kind of seems ridiculous. Pegasus pushes a button, drops Bandit Keith into the ocean. Okay, he might die out there. He might come back. Who knows? His story is up in the air. In the anime, in the Japanese anime, clearly he's holding a gun. But same result, tosses him into the water. Okay, not that bad. What happened to him in the manga? Bandit Keith finds him in the hallway. Shoots two of his guards down. It's just Bandit Keith and Pegasus now. Pegasus is looking at him calmly. Bandit Keith is holding the gun to his head, and Pegasus just tells him... Yeah, I don't remember the exact words that Pegasus told him, but Pegasus just let him know, you made a horrible mistake. And now you're going to die for it. Because when Pegasus uses his Millennium Magic, and Bandit Keith's gun is gone. And then, for some reason, magical purposes, of course, Bandit Keith no longer has control of his hand. And his hand starts pointing that, starts making a gun-like gesture out of his hand as it gets closer and closer to his head. Now that the hand gesture is pointed at his head, his hand starts to gruesomely morph into a gun. And then... boom. And the craziest part about all of that is, when the gun goes off and Bandit Keith's head hits the ground, Pegasus has already long since started walking off. It shows the panel, it shows the page, and it shows the part where Pegasus has already started walking, because he already knows the end result. And you just see Bandit Keith's lifeless body on the ground, his head cut off from the scene, as Pegasus is just walking away. Not gonna lie, it looks like a pretty epic scene for Pegasus, but yeah, for Bandit Keith, it's yeah, he's dead. They bring him back in a different series, or not a different series, but a different comic, but that's also because, his Pegasus's adopted son started bringing back a lot of people to help him wage a war against the Pharaoh, because he believed the Pharaoh was the one that killed Pegasus, when in all actuality it was the dark spirit of the Millennium Ring. So yeah, there was all of that, and yeah, it's pretty brutal. Also, funny story about the Millennium Ring. Did you know that those little pieces that are on the side, those little sharp ends that just look really cool on them, on the Millennium Ring? Did you know that, if I'm correct in the manga, it literally just stabbed into Bakura's chest the first time he interacted with it? It was either stabbing into Bakura's chest or it stabbed into somebody else's chest. All I know is that thing stabbed into somebody's chest. Also, if I'm correct, Bakura's dad is dead. Because I think he was the first one to try to use the Millennium Ring. And it ended badly. And now Bakura's an orphan. Also, did you know that Bakura had no friends before Yugi because the Millennium Ring kept killing everybody he knew? Or entrapping them in a little D&D figure? Oh, I also forgot about that part in Season 0 where Bakura tried to help his friends, or Yugi and his friends, beat the Millennium Ring by, kind of sabotaging the dice, because the spirit is using Bakura's body, but Bakura was trying to find ways to fight back. So he took control of one of his hands. You want to know what the evil spirit did? So Bakura would no longer interfere with him. He took the hand that Bakura took control of and slammed it straight into one of the slammed it straight into or through one of the castle towers. You know, with one of the spiky ones. So he kind of impaled his own hand on a D&D castle environment. Just so the regular Bakura would not interfere anymore. Yeah, the comics got crazy. Let me tell you, the comics got crazy. Okay, I know I was supposed to just shotgun everything else, but I couldn't help but just bring up all of that. Stabbed hand? Yeah, stabbed his own hand. Just so the good Bakura would stop messing up his plans. The manga went wild. The manga did go wild. Literally having people shoot themselves in the head, carvings into somebody's back, killing another person and skinning their back and slamming it onto the wall. It was, it was definitely something. Crazy clowns that died in a fire. Oh yeah, I forgot. So, going back to that whole thing where I mentioned that the duel between Little Yugi and Bandit Keith for the Millennium Puzzle, and the duel between Duke, or the Dungeon Dice Monsters game between Duke and the Pharaoh. Yeah, like I said, those were the same duel, except Bandit Keith wasn't there because he was dead. So the clown had that role instead, or originally. And unlike Bandit Keith that was able to leave the burning building, the clown didn't. So, yeah, Duke's dad, which was some insane clown, just straight up dies in a burning building. Last I remember, I could be wrong. If someone wants to correct me on this stuff, feel free to correct me on this stuff, because if I missed some details, please let me know. I'm just basically going off by what I last remember, and this is what I last remember, and this was pretty brutal. But if you hear any of the stuff that I say and you're like, hey, wait a minute, I don't remember it going like that. Like, last I remember, it went like this. Please, by all means, call me out on it, because this has been quite a long time. Like when someone told me that it wasn't SH arc, it was Silent Honor arc, feel free to call me out on that, because if I missed something, I'd rather someone tell me, hey, wait a minute, that's not exactly how it went. It went like this. Do let me know. But yeah, it's also 2:03, so we're going to call it here. So the last thing I wanted to bring up before I go is that talking about the Chaz from GX in the comics and the manga, it was actually a lot better duelist, and he actually beat Jaden. Why? Because he had a monster called Light and Darkness Dragon, and it was a monster that he actually limited himself from using because a lot of people said, oh yeah, he's only good because he has that card. The card is broken. It's not that he actually knows how to play this game. It's that card is broken. So he was like, okay, you know what? I see what you're saying. I see where you're coming from. Let me prove you're wrong. And so he buried that card and played that card until he got beat. And he didn't lose to anyone while he was out there until Jaden shows up with a monster spirit. And when Jaden actually beat him in that comic, that's when he was like, okay. Didn't think this day would actually come. Literally runs off. And at first it looks like, yeah, run, you coward, you lousy schmuck. No, he ran off because he wasn't running away that he lost and was humiliated. No, he ran away because he's going back to his card. He's going back to his ace monster. His dual spirit. Because, okay, so here's the other crazy part. Like a lot of other monsters, like in that comic, Jane's dual spirit was, I was going to call it Little Karibo. Winged Karibo. In the anime, Chaz's monster dual spirits was the Ojamas. And, you know, the list goes on. Most of the time, the dual spirits were little guys. They were little guys. In this comic, in this manga, Chaz's dual spirit was a giant dragon. Light and Darkness Dragon, if you will. For those of you that don't know what Light and Darkness Dragon is, it is a 28 attacker, level 8 monster that also negates everything more than once. A dragon? Yes, he had a whole dragon as a dual spirit. Kind of like how Kaiba had blue eyes. Like a whole dragon. And let me tell you, when he finally brought that dragon back and he dueled Jaden with said dragon, he won that duel. It was an epic back and forth, but he won that duel. And then let me tell you after that, just when you thought, holy cow, the Chaz beat Jaden, I'm going to tell you about another part and then I'm going to call it there. After that, after he beat Jaden, he technically became the champion of said tournament. Yes, that's right. The rival became the champion of a tournament. And then he got the honor to fight who is called, or, okay, in the anime, or the English anime, you know him as Zane Truesdale. But in the Japanese, I believe in the Japanese one, and especially in the manga, he was called Hellkaiser. And let me tell you, that title held true, because he gets to duel Zane in this duel. And Zane one-turns him. The dude that beat the main character, won the entire tournament, gets to fight this legacy character in the comic, of course, and he is absolutely squashed. They called him what? They called him Hellkaiser. Yeah. And let me tell you, like I said, the guy who had the Light and Darkness Dragon as a spirit monster, the guy who beat the main character, the guy who won this entire tournament, he makes a solid turn the first time around and, you know, passes on to the Hellkaiser, and he just demolishes him. One turn. First turn. Over. Okay, when I say first turn, I mean Zane's first turn, not first turn in the actual game. He summons up an ace monster that gains attack for all the machines in his graveyard, and when it's summoned, nukes his entire opponent's monster side. Monster field completely gone. And then just attacks him, just right then and there. Boom, it's over, he's dead, it's done. He's living to the name. He is definitely living to the name. And then, that's it. You never see him again in that comic series. Last I remember, I could be wrong, like I say. If he did pop up again, let me know. But last I remember, he beats Zane, or he beats the Chaz first turn, and then he's done. Walks away from the series as an absolute, or walks away from that comic series as an absolute legend. That's what you call Chaz status right there. Okay, Chad, not Chaz, Chad status. Shows up, one duel, one turn, makes a legacy for himself, walks away. Wait, let's see. Didn't Hellkaiser lose in the alt section of the story? Wait, which alt section are we talking about? We talking about Arc 5 or are we talking about the comic? Because I know he lost in Arc 5, because I think he was one of the names that was just on the list of people that were gone. And if I'm correct, he was also, and he also lost a good number of times in the actual GX anime. Luz died. I think he died in, okay, there's a theory that he died in Arc V, but, you know, he also lost in GX. He also kind of died in GX for a time, and then he just came back crippled. Because it turns out, playing the U-Bell arc, no? Okay, he kind of did, but they brought him back, but he has never, after that, he might as well have just died there. I'm going to be honest with you. He might as well have just died there, because after losing that duel, and after technically dying in the demon world, where U-Bell is, he never really duels again. He does come back, and Cyrus takes up the mantle by playing the Cyber Darks and all of that. Those are now his cards. Yeah, that's right. Little Cyrus now has the Cyber Darks at the end of the series. But because Zane never duels again, and he never really does anything else past that point, he might as well have been dead. But yeah, in the comic, starts an absolute legend, leaves an absolute legend. That's all he needed to do. Literally, his only contribution to the comic was to have a big name for himself and a single turn. Not even a single duel, a single turn is all he did in the comic. And it was epic. That's all he needed. You, Bellark? No? Yeah, he technically died, but yeah. Alright, we're gonna go find someone to raid now. We're gonna call it here, or else I'm never gonna leave. Let's go see who we could drop you folks off with right about now. Who is on at this time? Who is on at this hour? Is there anybody on at this hour? Hmm. Okay, funny enough, this person's never on whenever I get the chance to raid, so I'm going to drop you folks off over here. This is a rare occasion right here. I'm going to drop you folks off with the Stumbling. They are currently playing Dredge. It's a boat game. Let's go drop you folks off with Boat. We're going to drop you folks off with the Stumbling. They are a puppet. They play Dredge. They play a good variety of games. Must have been crazy good starting hand. Oh, yeah, you better believe it. Again, that was wild. He's a legend. Beats Chaz, leaves, doesn't elaborate. He definitely does not elaborate. That's what made that part so epic. Because he showed, unlike in the anime, he showed that there was a huge power gap between the characters and, yeah, all the characters that you know at that time and him. It was like the second coming of Kaiba in that part. Okay, actually, no, I take it back. Hey, you know what I mean. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're going to leave you folks off over here. We're going to snooze the ads. Also, if you would like to keep up with the channel or support it, you can go check out the link page. We got all the socials there. We got the Twitters. We got the Blue Skies. Or we also got the Discord if you want that. You can find all the stuff that you need to know. Yeah, you can find all the stuff if you want to know what we're up to, or what I'm up to, what I'm drawing. So want to see the art that we're drawing. Want to know when we stream, all of that. You can either go there or you can put exclamation point Discord. That option works too. Or if you want to support the channel, we got a lot of options over there in the link page as well. We got affordable models, like, yeah, we got affordable models and Lampy plushies, like real life Lampy plushies on the Etsy page. We got free stuff like the Snow Moth model over here, as well as many other PNGs and live 2D models on the Coffee page for absolutely free. And if you or someone you know is looking for emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, live 2D models, both big and small, whether it just be the art or just the rig, animation, stuff like that, you can either contact me directly or you could go to the vgen page and set something up over there. And with that being said, let's go support the Stumbling. And I'm going to go get food because I haven't eaten in 7 hours. I need to go get food. I will be back on Sunday to play Risk of Rain 2. If you don't know what Risk of Rain 2 is, let me show you what Risk of Rain 2 is on Sunday. It's one of those games that I don't shut up about either. Anytime someone mentions Risk of Rain 2, I'm like, Risk of Rain? Hold on a minute. Risk of Rain 2? We talking about Risk of Rain 2? What's this about Risk of Rain? Hold on a minute. We talking Risk of Rain? Hold on a minute. Let me go get that Risk of Rain 2. So look forward to that. Now let's go drop everybody off over there. Welcome on in there, Hunter. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem. Thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. If you wanted to join me on Sunday, I will be back on Sunday, same time, 7 p.m. PST. I'm going to go get food. And with that being said, I hope you all have a good night, a better tomorrow. Thanks for all the chatting. It's been awesome. Also, always remember, you're all awesome in your own way, because you folks make these streams in this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming, just having all these conversations. Again, if it weren't for folks like you, I wouldn't have just full-on ranted on about Yu-Gi-Oh! For God knows how long. 3/4 of the 7 hours. Jesus Christ, I ranted on about Yu-Gi-Oh! For almost 7 hours. A little over 5. And it won't change anytime soon, because I didn't even talk about the cards themselves. I didn't even talk about the card game itself, or even the stories that are in the card game. So, if you wanted to talk about all the card game stories and all of that stuff, there's that too. Like I said, I'm hyperfixated on this stuff. Anyway, join me on Risk of Rain 2. I hope you enjoy. And with that being said, I hope y'all have... Oh, also, don't forget, for those of you that lurk, that is great too. Get the fact that you took the time out of your day to have this bug rambling on and drawing and talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Online in the background means more to me than you could possibly imagine. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Now with that, let's go support Stumbling, and I hope you all have a good night, a better tomorrow, a great week, and I'll see you on Sunday. Well, take care now. Laters.